Fire and Blood. The European Civil War 1914 to 1945. Enzo Treveso. Translated by David Fernbach. To my mother, who was 20 at the time of liberation. Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Part I. Paths to Action. 1. Commencement. 2. The Anatomy of Civil War. 3. War against Civilians. 4. Judging the Enemy. Part 2. Cultures of War. 5. Eruption. 6. Imaginaries of Violence. 7. The Critique of Weapons. 8. The Antinomies of Antifascism. Illustration credits. Index. Acknowledgements. My thanks first of all to François Goy and Valeria Galimi, editors of the collective work on l'XXe siècle de guerres, which contained my first discussion on the idea of European Civil War and gave rise to a study day at the University of Toulouse in March 2005. Several sections of this book were presented and discussed over the next 3 years at lectures, colloquia, seminars, and sometimes courses that I gave as guest professor at universities in the United States and Latin America, as well as in Europe. I would like to thank the colleagues and friends who offered me these opportunities for debate, as well as the researchers and students who took part in them, starting with those from the master's program in political science at my own university, Amiens. Though unable to mention everyone, I would particularly like to remember Angelo Ventrone and Luca Baldissera from the universities of Macerata and Pisa in Italy, Nicola Sanchez Dura and Ismael Cez from the University of Valencia, as well as Francisco Cobo Remiro of the UNIA of Baeza, in Spain, Gilbert Ichcar, when he was attached to the Center Mark Bloch, and Elfie Muller, organizer of the Jour Fixe lectures, in Berlin, Federico Finkelstein, Tim Campbell and Dominic LaCapra of Cornell University at Ithaca, New York, Ruth Ben-Ghet of New York University, Patricia Flyer and Jose Sosban of the Universidad Nacional de La Plata in Argentina, and Esther Cohen of UNAM, in Mexico City. I assure them all of my gratitude and friendship. Besides seminars and conferences, this book owes much to the reflections on comparative violence in the contemporary world that I have been conducting for several years now together with Marina Cataruzza, Dan Diner, Marcelo Flores, and Simon Leva-Solam. Finally, I would like to thank Nicole Lapierre, attentive reader and critic of my manuscript, for having accepted it for her fine series with edition stock. Paris, October 2006. The English edition of this book is released almost 9 years after the original French, and follows the German, Greek, Italian, and Spanish translations. It only includes a few marginal corrections and additions, mostly bibliographical updates. I would like to thank David Fernbach for his excellent translation and Sebastian Budgen for enabling this book to join the Verso catalog. Paris/Ithaca, New York, January 2015. Introduction. Certain images of the 20th century are inscribed in our memory as visual references, icons of the past that sum up its meaning and retain its taste. Everyone knows Andy Warhol's Coca-Cola bottles, the figure of astronaut Neil Armstrong stepping onto the moon, and the artificial happiness of Marilyn Monroe's smiles. When we think of the decades stretching from the First World War to the Second, however, everything darkens. We see the trenches, the rail tracks leading into the camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau under the snow of the Polish winter, the mushroom cloud of Hiroshima. The age of extremes has produced its imaginary of horror, with a whole world of suffering behind it, but also social experiences, shared cultures, ideas, and struggles that the present book aims to explore by way of the concept of a European Civil War. This term has been used by several commentators and interpreters, from the interwar years on, even if the only writer to have developed it systematically, and in a highly debatable manner, is Ernst Nolte. If I adopt it here, it is to try and grasp the meaning of an age of wars and revolutions in which the symbiosis between culture, politics, and violence has deeply fashioned the mentalities, ideas, representations and practices of its actors. Methodologically, this work draws on various disciplines: political theory, social history, and cultural history, borrowing from them both interrogations and analytical tools. From political theory, it adopts the arguments for answering a crucial question: what is a civil war? It recalls the horrors of this experience, but also tries to sketch its features and grasp its logic, to see whether or not this concept can help us understand the history of Europe in the first half of the 20th century. From social history, it endorses some categories that allow the interpretation of total war as violence against civilians, and civil war as a fury that unchanged ends emotions and passions in a context of enemy. In the perspective of cultural history, it articulates the analysis of ideologies with the investigation of collective imagination engendered by such an eruption of violence. However, this interdisciplinary approach has clear limits. Interpreting the relationship between violence, politics, and culture in interwar Europe does not mean writing a general history of the old continent. This book does not tackle several fundamental dimensions of the historical process, which necessarily remain implicit, as the outlines of a wide landscape. It is obvious that the global crisis of capitalism played a crucial role in provoking the European collapse in the 1930s, setting many countries on the road to fascism, radicalizing social and political conflicts as well as reshaping worries, expectations, and collective identities. But in spite of its importance, this dimension is beyond the scope of the present work. This book responds to the need to revisit or go beyond certain historical controversies of recent decades around the interpretation of fascism, communism, and the resistance in order to situate them in a broader perspective, beyond the division into different contexts. It aims also to re-establish a historical perspective against the anachronism so widespread today that projects onto the Europe of the interwar years the categories of our liberal democracy as if these were timeless norms and values. This tendency blithely reduces an age of wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions to the horrors of totalitarianism. The temptation is all the greater, as civil war is precisely a moment in which these norms turn out to be invalid. It has its own logic and its own laws, which fatally imposed themselves on all the combatants, including those who took up arms in order to struggle against fascism, to defend or restore democracy. In other words, it is a false perspective to try to analyze with the spectacles of Jürgen Habermas or John Rawls an age that produced Ernst Jünger and Antonio Gramsci, Carl Schmitt, and Leon Trotsky. If we see democracy not simply as a set of norms but also as a historical product, we can grasp the genetic link that connects it to an age of civil war. The historian Annette Wiewerke defined our time as the age of the witness, one emphasizing the attention paid today to the accounts of past actors, and especially those of one particular category, the victims, who in today's vocabulary have become synonymous with witnesses. This shift in gaze, directed previously at heroes and now at victims, has gone together with a new historical consciousness according to which the 20th century was the age of violence. In terms of historiography, this turn coincided with a salutary questioning of former positivist paradigms for which written archives were privileged if not exclusive sources, and the emergence of new approaches attentive to oral sources, to the lives of the subaltern and their subjectivity. Today it is the previously ignored victims who attract the interest of researchers. This change has been fruitful, expanding the horizon of investigation, but the interaction between history and memory raises broad questions for historians of the contemporary world. These do not bear only on the status and subjectivity of witnesses. If, as Raoul Hilberg has shown, mass violence is the result of a triangle, of executioners, victims, and bystanders too, with a gray zone in the middle whose attitude is often decisive for the outcome of a conflict, the exclusive focus on the memory of victims risks mutilating the reconstruction and reading of an event. Two distinct dangers need to be avoided. On the one hand, empathy with the executioners, difficult but necessary in order to penetrate their motivations and mental universe, may end up as apologia. 3. On the other hand, one-sided empathy with the victims may abolish the critical distance necessary to the historian, transforming him or her into an advocate of memory who puts compassion in place of the task of analyzing and understanding. The present book does not ignore victims. One chapter is devoted to the suffering of civilians during the world wars. but it focuses above all on the authors of violence, those who inflict it and those who, when they experience it, accept it as the foreseeable consequence of their choices. The object, in other words, is to rebalance the historical perspective by restoring visibility to the actors in wars and revolutions, the vanquished as well as the victors. Obscured by a public memory of the 20th century that frames it as an age of totalitarianism and genocides, a memory whose paradigm in many respects is the civil religion of the Holocaust, for they have experienced an eclipse that has also removed certain keys to the intelligibility of the previous century. This assertion links up with an important methodological remark made by Reinhard Koselleck, who wrote that historical gains in knowledge stem in the long run from the vanquished. 5 The vanquished in the European Civil War are on all sides. Their names are Rosa Luxemburg, Antonio Gramsci, Manuel Azaña, Leon Trotsky, Walter Benjamin, but also Ernst Jünger and Carl Schmitt. That is why their ideas occupy a major place in this book, as the object of critical reflection and analysis beyond the sympathies or antipathies that attract me to some and estrange me from others. In 1948, Cesare Pavese concluded The House on the Hill, his novel on the Italian resistance, with the following words, "And what about those who have fallen? What do we do about them? Why are they dead?" I would not know what reply to make. Not at present anyway. Nor does it seem to me that anyone else knows either. Perhaps only the dead know, and only for them is the war over for good. 6 This bitter conclusion could be read as reflecting Pavese's deep unease during the war years, that of a convinced anti-fascist who never managed to overcome his moral reticence towards taking up weapons, and preferred to isolate himself in the Piedmont countryside while the struggle against the German occupation and the Salo regime was raging around him. For certain critics, who have spoken of the House on the Hill syndrome, these words are emblematic of a more general tendency. Pavese gave voice in his novel to the gray zone, the indistinct, broad group of all those who, out of fear, refusal of violence, or opportunism, either could not or would not choose their camp in the Civil War. 7 Those who withdrew or hid, not to protect themselves from persecution, but to escape a conflict that tore society apart and divided their community. Some people did not know which side to join, others, despite recognizing the rightness of the anti-fascists' action, dared not follow them, still less engage in armed struggle. They felt rather cowardly and guilty for their passivity, but this sentiment was overshadowed by the horrible spectacle of violence and mass death, in the face of which no value or ideology seemed to find justification. Literature is often premonitory. Pavese's novel formulates conceptions and conveys a view of the war, the resistance, and anti-fascism that reflects more the sensitivity and opinions of the early 21st century than those that dominated European culture at the end of the Second World War. The only memory of the Age of Fire and Blood that was the first half of the 20th century that it seems necessary today to preserve is the memory of the victims, innocent victims of an explosion of insensate violence. In the face of this memory, that of the combatants has lost any exemplary dimension, unless that of a negative model. Fascists and anti-fascists are rejected equally as representatives of a bygone age, when Europe had sunk into totalitarianism. The only great cause that deserved commitment, so post-totalitarian wisdom suggests, was not political but humanitarian. So Oskar Schindler has dethroned Misak Manouchian. 8 The example kept in mind today is that of the businessman who rescued his Jewish employees, rather than that of the immigrants in France who fought against Nazism in a movement linked to the Communist Party. If the combatants are mentioned, it is to emphasize that they took the wrong path, that their cause no longer has any significance for our contemporaries, and that they should now reconcile themselves with their former enemies. In Italy, accordingly, the anti-fascists and the Salo boys are nowadays commemorated together, each patriots in their own fashion. 9 And in Spain former Republican fighters have to parade together with volunteers in the Blue Division, which set off in 1941 to join the Wehrmacht in combating atheistic communism. 10 This a posteriori revalorization of the gray zone has attracted several champions. 11 They celebrate it as a receptacle of moral virtue protected from the fantasies of utopia and its ideologies, recalling the degree to which the imperatives of commitment could lead historical agents astray by making them forget their individual responsibilities towards their fellow citizens. Taking up Max Weber's classic distinction between the aesthetic of conviction and the aesthetic of responsibility 12, they oppose the latter to the former, which alone is capable of taking into account the consequences of each action, with a view to ruling out those that lead to evil despite the intentions of their authors. According to this view, the resistance stood for a morality of sacrifice that made them either heroes ready to immolate themselves for a cause, or fanatics capable of killing with the alibi of doing good, though sacrificing scapegoats in the name of an ideology. Rather than this execrable morality that produces heroes and murderers, often at the whim of circumstances, they prefer an apolitical morality that does not aim at building an ideal community, the totalitarian utopia of the new man, but is concerned for real human beings. Its representatives act not from a desire to liberate the human race, but simply with the object of avoiding the creation of innocent victims, or of aiding them. The former pave the way for totalitarianisms, the latter embody the virtues of humanitarianism, more humble but incomparably more noble. In the reality of a civil war, however, the wide spectrum of behavior of the actors involved seems often hard to pin down to one or other of Weber's two ideal types. The ethic of conviction and the ethic of responsibility are never completely separated, being instead connected and mingled in various ways. Resistance fighters put much effort into questioning the consequences of their actions, as their discussions attest, while humanitarians, for their part, are far from always lacking political convictions. Can we blame those who carried out the attack on Heydrich in Prague, in May 1942, for the massacre at Lidice that followed? Should the Via Rasella attack of March 1944 in Rome, in which the resistance killed 32 German soldiers, have been avoided? That is the view of those who blame this for the Nazi reprisals, in which 335 civilians were massacred in the Fosse Arditen. Such questions were posed throughout Europe. Should one passively submit to the German occupation without resisting? What legitimacy could the institutions born with the liberation have drawn from this? These dilemmas worried the actors of the time. In April 1943, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was preceded by an intense debate within the Jewish resistance, in which the ethic of conviction prevailed over the ethic of responsibility. On the basis of a simple estimate of the balance of forces, the Jewish fighters had no chance of success and their choice could appear purely suicidal. It is not hard to recognize, in retrospect, that the morality of sacrifice displayed by these insurgents was more worthy than the sense of responsibility of the leaders of the Jewish councils, whose collaboration was not always simply a matter of opportunism or conformism, but often, following a miscalculation of the consequences of their choices, a concern to save human lives. The suicide in 1943 of Adam Czerniakow, president of the Warsaw Jewish Council, is a dramatic illustration of this. 13 The ideology of the Dutch trade unions and left parties, which organized a general strike against the deportation of Jews from Amsterdam in December 1941, was more worthy than the ethic of responsibility of Arthur Harris, who organized the destruction of German cities by thousands of tons of bombs, or of Harry Truman, who, as a responsible statesman, justified the atomic destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki by stressing the high number of American casualties that a land invasion of Japan would generate. If the first half of the 20th century is now sufficiently remote to enable a distanced view, particularly on the part of those who did not experience it, the following pages refuse its reduction to a human catastrophe or a terrifying example of the evil power of ideologies. Their starting point is the idea that, if all civil wars are tragedies, some deserve commitment. 14 That we, citizens of a democratic Europe, contracted a debt towards those who fought to build it, that an amnesiac democracy is necessarily a fragile one, especially in a continent that has experienced fascism of various kinds, and that an attitude of apolitical rejection of commitment, condemnation of violence and stigmatizing of ideologies should not be seen as a form of timeless wisdom. The point is not to contest the civic virtues of humanitarianism, but simply to refuse the assertion that our post-totalitarian sensibility should lead us to transform an ethical and political category into a historical one, in the belief that the moral condemnation of violence can replace its analysis and interpretation. The conservative spirit of our time presents humanitarianism as the indispensable corollary of liberalism, immunized against ideologies and arising from the ashes of a century of horrors. Against this tendency, the American historian Arno J. Meyer wrote a great book, The Furies, which deserves to be more widely read and meditated upon. He recalls here, in the wake of Machiavelli, Hobbes, and Marx, that violence is a midwife of history, sketching its course and timing its movement. 15 This is neither a philosophical or anthropological assertion. 16 Nor a pro-Jacobin or pro-Bolshevik argument, but the necessary starting point of any serious effort to place the 20th century in history. It goes without saying that an approach of this kind has very little in common with the historiography of violence that is dominant today. For Patrice Guenefay, a historian of the French Revolution, terror is a fatality of every revolution, seen as a modality of change. 17 Consequently, he concludes, the importance of Jacobinism lies in its archetypical character, as Auguste Cochin had understood when, in his analysis of the terror of year 2, he unconsciously contributed to the autopsy of Bolshevism. 18 According to Guenefay, revolutions are characterized by two common features, a limitless terror and the serial assassination of victims, in a scenario that has constantly repeated itself over 2 centuries. 19 In conclusion, the Jacobins provided the Bolsheviks with a model for their policy of extermination. Nolte had already explained how the class genocide of the Bolsheviks constituted the logical and factual prius from which Nazi violence was born in a kind of imitative reaction. 20 The circle is closed, the condemnation of totalitarianism expressed in the verdict on revolutionary violence. Yet, after almost 20 years of historiographical regression during which we have had anti-communist variants of the CPSU's famous short course, in which socialism has been transformed into a totalitarian nightmare yet ideology has remained solidly in command, it is timely to rediscover the limpid prose of Isaac Deutscher, who, still borne by the wind of history with its torments and contradictions, saw the Russian Revolution both as an emancipatory act of universal import and as the origin of a regime that was despotic and soon became totalitarian. 21. A rereading of 20th century history after the end of the Cold War could not spare the anti-fascist tradition. The opposition between fascism and anti-fascism dominated the political culture of the 1930s and 40s, taking the form of a dramatic choice with which Europe was faced. After the war, anti-fascism was transformed into a kind of civil religion for many democratic regimes that had experienced the resistance. This now seems a bygone age. In the last decade or so, anti-fascism has been brought down from its pedestal and subjected to a critical revision. In Italy, the media present it as responsible for the catastrophic trends of the First Republic. The leading biographer of Mussolini, Renzo De Felice, waged a battle to overcome the anti-fascist paradigm that he saw as the major failure in post-war historiography, and many historians have followed him on this course. 22 In Germany, following reunification, anti-fascism is no longer welcome. It was abandoned along with the arsenal of dogma of the former GDR, but this disappearance carried with it that of a certain public memory, one of exile and struggle against the Hitler regime, which went well beyond a state ideology. For certain observers, anti-fascism was basically no more than a myth, expressed in a series of symbols and ritual practices that concealed a totalitarian ideology based on the principles of a single party, a state-controlled economy and a hierarchical social order. 23. In France, the campaign against anti-fascism was launched some years ago with an article by Annie Kriegel in the journal Commentaire. 24 It saw its most mediocre moment with the appearance of a pamphlet depicting Jean Moulin as a Soviet agent. 25 And its apogee, on a higher cultural level, with François Furet's The Passing of an Illusion, a book in which anti-fascism is presented as a propaganda exercise that enabled Soviet totalitarianism to extend its influence over Western culture. By way of anti-fascism, Furet wrote, the communists had recovered the trophy of democracy without renouncing any of their basic convictions. During the Great Terror, Bolshevism reinvented itself as a freedom by default. 26 In other words, the prevalence of antifascism was simply a democratic disguise for a communism that sought, on the one hand, to expand its political influence and, on the other, to conceal its totalitarian nature. Though this verdict does contain an element of truth, it is one-sided and reductive, taking into account neither the plurality of the anti-fascist phenomenon, in which various ideological sensibilities and orientations found common ground, nor its scope and embeddedness, both intellectual and social. The complexity of the relationship between antifascism and Stalinism is avoided a priori by an approach that sees the former as simply a creature and byproduct of the latter. One might argue that shedding antifascism entails the risk of obliterating the only decent face that Italy was able to present to the world for the period between 1922 and 1945, Germany from 1933 to 1945, France from 1940 to 1944, and both Spain and Portugal for close to 40 years. Yet, pertinent as this response may be, it is not by itself sufficient. In order to understand antifascism in both its complexity and its contradictions, a critical history of it is needed. This is where the difficulties begin, since present historical debate shows all too clearly that the time is not ripe for a dispassionate and distanced historicization. The historical conception of antifascism remains a task indissociable from the public use of history and the political stakes involved in it. A critical historical take on it, however, should still go beyond the opposing stereotypes of ideological stigmatization and blind apology, each of which is one-sided and false. In this book, antifascism will be analyzed above all as a side of the radicalization and politicization of intellectuals. It is in the mirror of their commitment, in the interwar years and then in the resistance, that it shows both its tremendous power of attraction and its internal contradictions. If this book is not devoted to the memory of the violence of war in its various forms, it inevitably includes, like any work of history, a share of personal memory that has steered my questioning and reflection. This is not the memory of a witness, based on remembrances of an experienced past, since the age in question was before my own time, but rather what Marianne Hirsch calls a post-memory. 27, in other words, a collective memory which I received snippets of from my early childhood, and which took shape over the years, sometimes with evident contradictions or elements frozen into legend. Transmitted within an anti-fascist family, it was by and large in tune with the dominant public discourse, but not always with that of my school friends. I was born in Gavi, a small Piedmont town of some 3,000 inhabitants. Wedged between a river and a castle, and surrounded by hills, it is not without charm, like other settlements on the borders of Piedmont and Liguria. Known for its white wine, its typical pastries and its ravioli, it has led a fairly prosperous and very peaceful life, at least while I have known it. But that was not the case during the Second World War, when the region felt the full force of the German occupation and the armed resistance to it. The castle, the old medieval building, had been transformed during the First World War into a military fortress, became a prison for British and American officers, often better fed than their guards. After the fall of fascism, on September 8, 1943, the Germans seized the building and used it to hold Italian prisoners of war. For 2 terrible years, from late 1943 to spring 1945, the valley around Gavi became a microcosm of the civil war that was ravaging the peninsular, and Europe more generally. In April 1944 it was plunged into mourning by a massacre, one of the many acts of carnage perpetrated in Italy in that crucial year. Bands of partisans began to organize in the mountains, attracting a growing number of young men who refused to enroll in the army of Mussolini's Italian Social Republic. Fearing an Allied landing in Liguria, the German forces decided on a major cleanup operation in this strategic region, as the arrival of Anglo-American forces in the Po Valley would have quickly opened the route to Germany. It was necessary therefore to control the mountains that divided the sea from the plain. On April 6, with a massive deployment of heavy weapons, the Germans began to bomb the mountain held by the partisans, then to burn it with flamethrowers. The 97 partisans captured at their base, a former monastery named Benedicta, were executed on the spot the next day. But the manhunt continued for days to come. Not only were captured fighters killed, but also several peasants suspected of having afforded them help or protection. These operations were conducted by a Wehrmacht unit of 2,000 soldiers, but the executions were entrusted to a squad of Italian bersaglieri. In 6 days, 147 partisans were killed in this way, not counting those who died in the fighting. A few days later, 400 young people were deported to Mauthausen, over half of whom never returned. 28 Even today, opinions remain deeply divided as to the partisans' lack of military preparation, the presence of traitors in their ranks, and the role played by a local priest who called for surrender. Some say in order to save those youngsters who were still in hiding, others say in order to facilitate their arrest. These are stories I have heard several times. The official account of the event, an account still given today on the memorial erected on the site of the massacre, describes a martyrdom in which young heroes sacrificed themselves in combat against the foreign invader. But the unspoken, the illusions and suspicions relayed by local rumor, soon reveal that the story of this German massacre was also a story of civil war between Italians. A year later, on April 25, 1945, partisan bands entered Gavi, just after the departure of the German forces. Rather than a festival of liberation, their arrival brought a settling of accounts. The fascist officials had taken flight, but the few who remained, such as the Podesta, the unelected mayor appointed by the Mussolini regime, were executed, along with a certain Herr Zimmermann, a German dentist with a practice in the town, whom the occupiers had often used as interpreter. My father, who was the town's communist mayor after the war, said that the Podesta was a good bloke, certainly a fascist but not a torturer, who did not deserve to end up like that. As for Herr Zimmermann, my mother said that his execution was engraved in her memory as a scene of horror. Almost everyone thought that he was killed simply for being a German. My mother also spoke of the chain of solidarities that had enabled partisans to be hidden in the town. When a raid was imminent, news traveled fast enough for them to escape before the soldiers arrived. I often had the impression, listening to these stories, that support for the resistance was part and parcel of a mutual aid and community solidarity far stronger in wartime than ordinarily, a structure of support that did not always have its source in ideology, and could often be combined with reservation or even disapproval of certain forms of violence. As an adolescent, I often heard epic tales of the acts of the partisans, ambushes at bends in the road, shootings, songs, the pseudonyms of the fighters. But the description that many witnesses give of the partisans' arrival in the town on the day of liberation does not hold together with the myth. They seem to have had the air of hunted animals rather than that of a victorious army. Several Jews hid out in the surrounding countryside. Some had been fascists until 1938, the racial laws discriminated against them, but persecution began only in 1943. Others were involved in the resistance. Some were arrested by the Italian police and then deported. During my childhood and adolescence, however, I never heard the deportation of the Jews mentioned. Ignorance, repression, or indifference. Perhaps a mixture of all three, it is hard to say. In Gavi there were no Jews. But even elsewhere this was something people did not speak of. I do have in my library, however, a photocopy of a booklet entitled Lo sterminio degli ebrei, published in Italian in London, in late 1942, by the Inter-Allied Information Committee, which reports the deportations in various European countries. Though this publication does not mention Auschwitz, it describes life in the ghettos, refers to Chelmno and Belzec as places of torment in which the mass execution of Jews was carried out by electric shock and poison gas, and calls Poland a slaughterhouse in which Jews are concentrated and massacred, not only Polish but from all over Europe. 29 This booklet belonged to a former partisan, now dead, who had been active in the Gavi Valley. I never had the occasion to ask how it had reached him, nor what the resistenti thought of the Jewish deportations. This booklet, however, proves that information was passed around. My paternal grandfather, in his capacity as barber, possessed a permit allowing him to go out in the evening despite the curfew, so as to cut the hair of the town's leading citizens. That was not his own choice, but a kind of obligation, a customary practice bound up with what was seen at that time as one of the humblest of trades. These notables all maintained excellent relations with the fascist authorities and the occupying forces, but in 1944 they began to pay the levies demanded by the resistance. Without exception, they were not disturbed by the liberation. A few of them took the precaution of vanishing for a while. I often heard tales, not without a certain incredulity, of peasant carts strafed by Allied planes. They fired on everything that moved on the roads, people said. In Villalvernia, where the railway offices were, just a few kilometers from Gavy, Allied bombing had far more tragic consequences. On December 1, 1944, the village was razed by American bombers, killing 114 civilians and injuring 234. The population was only 800, plus some 350 refugees. The town hall, school, and church were destroyed. Since it was neither a military base nor an industrial center, no one had foreseen such a hail of bombs, the warning had not even been given. I have always been struck by certain constant features in these stories. The Benedicta massacre was certainly attributed to the Germans, with the Italian execution squad being scarcely ever mentioned, at most it was forced out like a confession. The Allied bombing, on the other hand, was never presented as an American atrocity, but always as a kind of fatality of the war, in a tradition that went back to the start of the conflict. The commemorative plaque records a terrible firestorm that the anger of the war released on the peaceful inhabitants of Villalvernia. All the ingredients of total war and civil war were thus concentrated in the space of a small valley: German massacres and Italian accomplices, the complex web of collaboration, civilians divided between enforced adaptation and revolt, the resistance with its martyrs, heroes, and atrocities, not forgetting the blind bombing of the Allies. This place, so peaceful today, was a miniature theater of the drama played out in the Old World. In the 1970s, certain partisan figures still retained a mythic aura, all the more intolerable as it was systematically invoked when needed to silence the left extremists who criticized the Italian Communist Party. I remember an encounter with Andrea Scano, a former partisan and a friend of my father, who lived in Novi, the town where I went to secondary school. In the course of a political meeting at which I spoke in the name of a school association, stigmatizing the attitude of the Communist Party, I managed to annoy him intensely. Andrea Scano, however, was a kind of living memory of the European Civil War. He had fought with the international brigades in Spain, had known the fascist prisons, and then taken part in the resistance. His refusal to lay down arms in 1945 had led to his prosecution, and when the Cold War broke out and the Communists were no longer in government, this forced him to leave the country once more. He took refuge in Yugoslavia where, as an orthodox Stalinist, he organized an opposition to Tito in 1948, and was once again arrested and interned in a labor camp. After returning to Italy in the mid-1950s, he lived in discreet retirement in a small provincial town. 30 In a communist party now oriented towards historic compromise, Scano was something of an embarrassment, but the moral authority he enjoyed among militants was evidence of the very strong bond that tied them to the resistance and the years of civil war. In Novi, the heroes of anti-fascist struggle were for the most part members of the Communist Party, and the radical left had only weak connections with the resistance. Its legacy had in a sense been confiscated by the Italian Communist Party, and our post-memory was in reality a rupture of memory. For us, this had been only the umpteenth revolution betrayed, and almost no one in our ranks had been a part of it. This undoubtedly explains the insistence with which we sought to link up with the October Revolution, or looked for our models elsewhere, particularly in Latin America. Alongside this invention of tradition, however, the years of the Second World War still floated as a kind of subliminal story. They reminded us of our missing history. The radical left of those years embodied rupture, not continuity, that was both its strength and its weakness. I was 16 years old when I joined a revolutionary political organization, in 1973, and thus one of the final representatives of the last generation of October 31, a generation that experienced the 1970s under the sign of political militancy. As a very young militant, I inherited a series of political categories and a vocabulary: party, masses, tactics, strategy, insurrection, balance of forces, and so on, that went back to the time of the European Civil War. For want of a militia, we demonstrated in helmets, marshaled by a security service with military appearance. Our songs had warlike choruses, launching calls to arms and sometimes proclaiming civil war, as did the anthem of Potera Operaio. I do not believe that the meaning of our commitment can be reduced to this taste for violent confrontation, let alone this military dimension, but it did exist, and it would be wrong to deny this. For some people, particularly in Italy and Germany, it took on the aspect of terrorism, and had tragic consequences. In this book I have tried in essence to understand the origins of a language and mental habitus that were also my own, despite being sometimes experienced in the form of parody. I do not intend to reduce the social and political conflicts of the 1970s to a farcical repetition, ignoring the very real dimensions of theoretical, practical, and even aesthetic innovation that the experience had. My object is simply to understand the share of inheritance that it conveyed, the accumulated sediment of an earlier age that was not so distant, and still present in the minds of contemporaries. If the late 1960s were dominated by the spirit of revolt that touched a whole generation, within the most politicized fringe of the following decade, which liked to view itself as a vanguard, a revolutionary project was developed that at times took the form of methodical preparation for civil war. The turn that the world took in 1989 finally relegated these strategic debates to the ideological arsenal of a bygone century. If changing the world remains a necessity, the ways to achieve it have to be radically reconsidered. And this experience needs to be contemplated without either nostalgia or resentment. Writing history books means offering the raw material needed for a public use of the past. This does not make the historian into the guardian of a national heritage, as his task consists in interpreting the past, not in promoting processes of identity construction or national reconciliation. An intellectual organically tied to a class, a minority, a group, or a party, risks forgetting the critical autonomy essential to his profession. On the other hand, I do not believe either in the definition of the historian, above all the historian of the present age, as an observer above the fray. In order to exercise his craft, he must be capable of assuming a certain critical distance, but he must also be aware of what ties him to the object of his research 32, which always includes a measure of transfer, a measure of subjectivity that refracts the events of the past like a prism and orients his gaze. In our present time, it can be useful to spell out certain points. If I mention the atrocities of the Spanish Republicans, it is not to put them on the same footing as the Francoists. If I mention the hideous spectacle of the lynching of Mussolini and the public hanging of his corpse, or the mass rapes of German women by Red Army soldiers as they advanced towards Berlin in May 1945, this is not to cast collaborationists and resistors as equal avatars of an interchangeable violence, nor to equate Soviet war-making with that of the Nazis. It is simply that these dreadful acts, which nothing in the world could justify, demand an explanation. I do not know if there is one, let alone do I claim to have found it. But at least I have not abandoned the need to look for it. Underscore. Part I. Paths to action. Civil war, the culminating form of class struggle, violently abolishes all moral ties between enemy classes. Leon Trotsky, Their Morals and Ours. Civil war is bellum with a justa causa on both sides, but also with injustus hostis on both sides. Carl Schmitt, Glossarium. 1. Commencement. Interpretations. During the first half of the 20th century, Europe experienced an extraordinary entanglement of conflicts, classic wars between states, civil wars, wars of national liberation, genocides, violent confrontations arising from cleavages of class, nation, religion, politics, and ideology. Many contemporary observers and, in their wake, several historians, have sought to sum up the meaning of this turbulent age by placing it under the sign of a European civil war. The comprehensive character and evocative power of this formula have assured it a certain success, but its status remains vague and uncertain. The term is quite frequently used, but it has rarely been subjected to any rigorous conceptualization or overall study. 1 Its originator seems to have been the German painter Franz Marc, in a letter he wrote from the front shortly before his death at Verdun. As opposed to what propaganda claimed, he noted, the World War was neither a war against an eternal enemy nor a conflict of races, but a European civil war, a war against the inner invisible enemy of the European spirit. 2. Similar formulae can be found in many post-war writers. In the opening pages of his essay on total mobilization, Ernst Jünger stressed the link between the World War and the World Revolution, two phenomena between which there was a deep imbrication. Both things, he wrote, were simply two sides of the same event of planetary scope, correlated in respect of both their origin and the manner in which they appeared. 3 Basically, the War of 1914-18 had simply been an apocalypse showing Europe struggling against Europe in a climate of civil war. 4 In November 1942, while Jünger was posted to the Wehrmacht headquarters in Paris, he similarly described this latest conflict in his journal as a civil war on the world scale. 5 This new war went far beyond the context of a traditional confrontation between powers, being now transformed into a global conflagration that was horrendously destructive. A few months later, having returned from a mission to the Caucasus at the moment of the German defeat at Stalingrad, Jünger reasserted this idea in still darker terms: the war in the East is absolute, to a degree that Clausewitz could not have conceived, even after the experiences of 1812, it is a war between states, between peoples, between citizens, and between religions, with the object of zoological extinction. 6. Karl Loewe, exiled in Japan, examined in 1940 the dissolution of European unity, the true background of the war underway. The core of this broken unity was not material, but lay in a shared spiritual disposition. 7. It was precisely because the issue at stake was the unity of the continent that the First World War, according to Loewe, had been a civil war. 8 Its result was not unity but the advent of nihilism, a nihilism he interpreted as the negation of existing civilization. 9 In other words, the destruction of all values handed down by the European tradition. There is a tendency today to associate the idea of European civil war with the German historian Ernst Nolte, who used it for the title of one of his best-known books. For him, it defines the period that began with the October Revolution and ended with the defeat of Nazism. His interpretation is implicit in his book's subtitle, National Socialism and Bolshevism, alluding to a conflict generated by the totalitarian germ of communism, whose crimes the Nazis did no more than simply copy. 10 On close examination, this thesis was already present in outline in his first book, Three Faces of Fascism, where he defined Nazism as a movement radically opposed yet related to Marxism, which it combated by the use of almost identical, and yet typically transformed methods. 11 In an isolated passage that is generally unnoticed, he even put forward the idea that would later form the focus of the Historiker Straight, attributing to Hitler a view of Bolshevism as the most radical form of Jewish genocide ever known. 12 By way of conclusion to this first book of his, Nolte located the underlying core of fascism in resistance to the transcendence of the modern world, a transcendence embodied in its radical form by Marxism and Bolshevism. Fascism, accordingly, was an organized reaction against the advent of modernity, equally radical as its enemy in an age of wars and revolutions. As a rejection of this practical transcendence, fascism was naturally situated in a conservative or even reactionary tradition. But it also took the form of a struggle against theoretical transcendence, which denied the modern world while challenging it from within, on the grounds specific to id.13. In order to combat modernity, when this took the form of revolution, a counter-revolution was needed, in other words a conservative revolution. Charles Maurras had been the first to understand that radical reaction means revolution against the revolution, 14, indicating the direction that the fascist movements would take after the Great War. Maurras's counter-revolution might still have aimed at a restoration of the Bourbons, but he opened the path subsequently taken by Mussolini and Hitler with other objectives. There was a clear continuity between counter-revolution and fascism. Which is why, against the prevailing trend in historiography, Nolte saw Action Française as a fascist movement. In short, Nolte interpreted the 20th century as an age dominated by a radical conflict between transcendence and resistance to transcendence, i.e. between revolution and counter-revolution, communism and fascism. 15 According to Nolte, the gigantic confrontation which tore the world apart after 1917 had been prefigured at the philosophical level by Marx and Nietzsche. In the 19th century, the author of The Birth of Tragedy had been the first representative of a radical revolt against the modern world. His view of modernity as a world with neither gods nor prophets inspired his critique of theoretical transcendence, while his rejection of democracy, mass society, and socialism announced the coming battle against practical transcendence. Marx, who gave a philosophical and political form to the great slave uprising of the modern age, was the antithesis of Nietzsche, the two respectively embodying revolution and counter-revolution. Nolte found in Nietzsche a prediction of the Great Civil War that would break out in the 20th century, as well as the concept of unavoidable extermination that would accompany it. 16 With Bolshevism, the universal threat that Nietzsche had a presentiment of had taken a concrete form. 17. Nolte never changed the broad lines of this interpretation. In a chapter of his Streitpunkt devoted to the Nazi view of Bolshevism as a doctrine of humanity in Asiatic and barbarian guise, he recalled Zinoviev's 1920 speech in Baku to the Congress of Peoples of the East. This first attempt to organize the colonized peoples in an international movement had a strong impact on the fascist imagination. At Nazi meetings, Hitler, Himmler, and Goebbels were in the habit of describing the Russian Revolution as a revolution of Untermenschen, 18, a gigantic uprising aimed against Western civilization. The historian Horst Mahler, in the laudatio he delivered at the awarding of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation's prize to Ernst Nolte in 2000, detected a Spenglerian accent throughout the work of his colleague. 19 Nolte presented himself as a resigned and contemplative critic of modernity, almost Weberian, but there is an echo in his work of a warlike chaos bearing the traces of the conservative revolution. Nolte also received his demons from that tradition, from an anti-Semitic view of the Jew as secret motor of the modern world, the heart of transcendence. His books, while helping us penetrate the mental dispositive and thought system of Nazism, at the same time reproduce certain essential features of this. In Streitpunkt, Nolte does indeed define the Jewish genocide as the most terrible mass murder in world history. 20 But he interprets it as a derivative crime, a mere imitation of the Bolshevik genocide. It is in Bolshevism that the real source of evil lies, and it found its natural representatives among the Jews, the people, Nolte writes citing Nietzsche, who began the revolt of the slaves in morality. 21. The polemics that Nolte's argument aroused are very well known. We should note, however, that it is far from exhausting the richness and plurality of meanings of the concept of European civil war found in the work of several authors. Many historians, rejecting Nolte's apologetic approach, have dated the start of this civil war to 1914 rather than 1917. They agree in emphasizing that, far beyond the collapse of a system of alliances and a balance between the great powers, the First World War marked the end of a certain idea of Europe and the starting point of a new epoch of crises, including social, political and military conflicts. This is an old idea, its premises found already in a book from the early 1950s, Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism. Here the Great War is described as the explosion of the old world, its shattered pieces tearing and knocking against each other in a disorder that no longer corresponded either to the previous system of empires nor to a coherent grouping of national states. and the 20 years of uneasy peace that followed the First World Conflict are seen here as a chain reaction of civil wars, bloodier and more cruel than all their predecessors, finally leading only to a second general explosion still greater and more devastating than the first. 23. More recently, the European crisis of the years 1914 to 45 has been called a civil war by historians such as the Marxist Erich Hobsbawm and the liberal François Furet, who each emphasize from their different perspectives its essentially ideological nature. The former contrasts the world that issued from the trenches of 1914 with that which preceded it, a golden age of stability and security dominated by the idea of peace and progress. This was a world in which, in Europe at least, figures in millions were used to refer to the tons of coal and steel produced by the continent's industries, not, as subsequently, to the number of victims of wars and genocides. In the age of extremes, Hobsbawm uses the concept of ideological international civil war 24 to describe, well beyond the conflict between communism and fascism, the rent in a continent ravaged by the moral confrontation between two different ideological families, on the one hand, the Enlightenment, a tradition that also includes, quite naturally, the Russian Revolution, and on the other hand, the anti-Enlightenment, i.e. fascism. 25 The Great War was a watershed, its outbreak marked the end of the long 19th century and the opening of an age of civil war. This latter thus coincides with the first part of a short century, which Hobsbawm calls the Age of Catastrophe. Ideological civil war and age of catastrophe, these two formulae are to some extent interchangeable. For François Furet, too, the Second World War was a conflict that followed an ideological logic 26 situated in the context created by the turning point of 1914. After the conflagration sparked by the Sarajevo assassination, the face of Europe was never again the same. The hiatus dividing these two epochs was so deep that the First World War appears to Furet as one of the most enigmatic events of modern history. Despite causing an enormous break with what preceded it, it seems almost absurd, a civil war, but waged between sovereign states in the name of nationalistic passions. 27 This European crisis provides the matrix of two anti-liberal reactions, communism and fascism, antinomic but in some ways parallel and twin, which Furet interprets as the actors in the totalitarian parenthesis that upset the ineluctable path of Western civilization towards democratic liberalism. For Hobsbawm, this civil war was worth waging, sides had to be chosen, and it was this very struggle that saved Europe. Furet views it from afar, blasé and distant, as if liberal virtue could exist above the melee of ideological conflict. These are two sensibilities and two memories. Despite starting from the same assertion, the history of Europe between 1914 and 1945 is that of a continent torn apart by civil war. Antecedents. The European Civil War of the 20th century has two ancestors, the 30 Years' War of 1618 to 48 and the French Revolution a century and a half later, in the sense of the long process of rupture and transformation that began with the storming of the Bastille in 1789 and ended with the fall of Napoleon in 1815. Both were devastating, and changed the face of the continent. Comparison with the 20th century forces itself almost naturally. The first to have sketched a parallel between the European crisis of the 17th century and a future world war was undoubtedly Friedrich Engels, in a famous article of 1888 whose prophetic character has often been pointed out. In such a war, he pointed out, 8 to 10 million soldiers will be at each other's throats and in the process they will strip Europe barer than a swarm of locusts. The depredations of the 30 Years' War, he continued, would be compressed into 3 to 4 years and extended over the entire continent. A new war would produce famine and disease, a universal lapse into barbarism, as well as an irretrievable dislocation of the economy ending in universal bankruptcy. We would witness the collapse of the old states and their conventional political wisdom to the point where crowns will roll into the gutters by the dozen, and no one will be around to pick them up. 28 The Prussian General Helmuth von Moltke echoed this in a resounding speech in the Reichstag in May 1890, asserting that, in view of the power achieved by national armies, No state in the case of a new conflict would be able to prevail rapidly over the others, and the result would be a new and terribly devastating 30 Years' War. 29 The parallel was taken up in 1919 by the German historian Hans Kohn, in a pioneering book that sought to comprehend the modern nationalisms born out of the Great War. 30. During the Second World War, there was further occasion for comparison with the 30 Years' War. There was no doubt in diplomatic minds, in 1939, that the new war was a continuation of its predecessor, given that Hitler had constantly proclaimed his intention to wipe out the shame of Versailles. In 1942, the German political scientist Sigmund Neumann, now an émigré in the United States, suggested, the last 3 decades must be conceived of as a unit, perhaps as a second 30 Years' War. 31 And in his autobiographical work Caput, Curzi o Malaparte, at that time a war correspondent on the Eastern Front, recalled the bitter irony of Wehrmacht soldiers who referred to the present fighting as a 30 years blitzkrieg. 32 This parallel was a regular theme of Alfred Rosenberg, first of all in the pages of the Volkischer Beobachter, the Nazi Party's official daily paper, particularly an editorial of September 1, 1942, and subsequently in a pamphlet devoted to the combat against Bolshevism, the European sickness generated by the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. In this struggle, he wrote, attitudes to life, conceptions of the state and views of the world confronted each other to the point of becoming, in Darwinian terms, a struggle for life itself. 33 The comparison also appeared in a radio speech by de Gaulle in September 1941, and from the pen of Winston Churchill, who presented his history of the Second World War in 1948 as an account of another 30 Years' War. 34 Raymond Aron likewise defined this second 30 Years' War as a hyperbolic war, born in 1914 from a diplomatic failure. It was ended only in 1945, after a series of multiple crises and civil wars. 35 There are indeed quite striking analogies between the European wars of the 17th century and those of the 20th. In both cases, these were total wars. They were terribly deadly, not only for the soldiers taking part in them but also for the civilian populations that suffered them, killed in their millions by hunger and epidemics in the earlier case, and in the latter by the bombings, massacres, and genocides that accompanied the fighting. The first 30 Years' War was marked, on the religious level, by the conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism, and on the political level by the confrontation between feudalism and absolutism. The second arose in 1914 from a classical conflict between great powers for continental hegemony, and continued after 1917 with the confrontation between revolution and counter-revolution, finally culminating, in 1941, in an irreducible war between hostile visions of the world. It took a complex political form, in which several different conflicts were intertwined: capitalism against collectivism, liberty against equality, democracy against dictatorship, universalism against racism. In other words, it was initially a confrontation between liberalism and communism, revolution and counter-revolution, then between democracy and fascism, fascism and communism, until the final conflict of the coalesced fascisms against the alliance of the liberal democracies with communism. Both of these 30 Years' Wars combined wars between states with civil wars, modifications of frontiers with political changes in the structure of states, conflicts of a religious order with ideological confrontations. Both were waged with a spirit of crusade, and marked by massacres and even genocides. Both had at their center Germany, and were concluded, in 1945 as in 1648, by its division. 36. The difference lay in the results. With the Peace of Westphalia, the first 30 Years' War gave birth to a stable system of international relations based on an equilibrium between states. It laid the foundations of what would be called the Jus Publicum Europaeum, the legal regulation of relations between the European powers and the management of their wars as secularized conflicts between sovereign states. This balance was shaken by the French Revolution, then re-established at Vienna in 1815. The first 30 Years' War had laid the foundations of the modern state in the form of absolutism, a legal and political apparatus possessing sovereignty, exercising a monopoly of legitimate violence within its frontiers, and capable of defending these against outside threats by means of a standing army. 37 The wars of religion allowed Bodin to conceptualize sovereignty, and the English Revolution inspired Hobbes's vision of the state as Leviathan opposed to the behemoth of civil war, i.e. an absolute authority capable of establishing a political order, peace, and security upon a state of nature that was conflictive because pre-political. Under absolutism, war became a means of avoiding civil war. Submission to the sovereign was the price to pay for allaying the fear of dying a violent death. The Second 30 Years' War, for its part, ended neither with a compromise between the belligerents nor with a new balance of forces, but with the crushing of one of the antagonists. No other outcome would be possible after 1941, and the renewal of conflict between liberalism and communism, the two enemy children of the Enlightenment who had united to combat Nazism. In the 20th century, the strengthening of states did not reduce the risk of their citizens dying a violent death, instead it created the conditions for modern massacres and genocides. The First 30 Years' War has been understood historically as a decisive step in the process of civilization, the second as the paroxysm of its crisis. The Second European Civil War was opened by the French Revolution, and reached its epilogue at Waterloo. The historian Roman Schnur has used the rubric World Civil War to place the conflicts that set Europe in flames between 1792 and 1814.38. Once again, as in the 17th century, this was a gigantic social and political upheaval and a war of ideologies. On the military level, it began as a confrontation between a coalition of monarchies and a revolutionary nation that, in the name of natural right, had declared a war sans frontières on the Ancien regime. Jacobin groupings had arisen in many parts of Europe, welcoming the French invasion as an act of liberation, and so transforming a war between states into an internal uprising against aristocratic power, a civil war. In a speech to the convention in April 1793, Robespierre had proclaimed the principle of fraternity of peoples, which should lead them to cooperate as citizens of the same state, and made the oppressor of one nation the enemy of all. The battle against the enemies of the human race then took on the characteristics of a civil war, since, according to Robespierre, it could not be reduced to the rules of international law. Kings, aristocrats, tyrants, he asserted, should be pursued by all, not as ordinary enemies but as murderers and rebellious brigands. 39 Quite analogously, the anti-Jacobin coalition, inspired by the French aristocratic emigration, did not react against a nation but against the revolution, as Burke understood perfectly well when he called for a war of religion against an armed doctrine in which the mode of civilized war will not be practiced. 40. According to Jean-Clement Martin, the French Revolution had asserted a new view of the world, organized around the cleavage friends/enemies of liberty, a view which, by abolishing secret diplomacy, put an end to conflicts between monarchs and introduced the premises of a global civil war on ideological foundations. 41 This was also how the Bolsheviks waged war against the whites between 1918 and 1921, and again how the Allied forces waged their battle against Nazi Germany between 1941 and 1945. Wars against illegitimate enemies whom one does not seek to make peace with but rather to destroy. As in the First 30 Years' War, the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars demolished the old social order. They involved all European states, mobilized the peoples of the continent, triggered the advent of modern nationalisms, and had an impact that extended to the New World. The Peace of Westphalia had given birth to absolutism, the Congress of Vienna sealed its demise. The Restoration did not challenge the social transformations brought about by the Napoleonic conquests, and the persistence of the Ancien regime after 1815 certainly did not prevent the rise of industrial capitalism, even if the political order remained that of an aristocratic Europe. The shocks generated by the Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, therefore, were unable to destroy the Jus Publicum Europaeum. In 1815, the Congress of Vienna established a 100 years peace, disturbed only by conflicts of far more limited scope and duration, such as the Crimean War, the Franco-Austrian War at the origin of the Italian Risorgimento, the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War, which enabled Bismarck to complete German unity. The Balkan Wars of 1912–13, for their part, appear more as an expression of the crisis of the Ottoman Empire than a threat to European stability, despite the fact that the crisis that would shatter the order of the continent arose from this direction. According to Karl Polanyi, this 100 Years' peace born in 1815 rested on four pillars: the balance of power system, the gold standard, the liberal economy promoted by the Industrial Revolution and founded on the principle of the self-regulating market, and finally the liberal state, with the recognition of certain constitutional freedoms. Outside of Tsarist Russia, where the fourth pillar was sadly wanting, all the European countries accepted this system. 42 At the origin of this 100 Years' peace lay the sentiment, deeply rooted in all countries of the continent, of belonging to one and the same civilization and sharing the same values. This civilization was defined in opposition to the rest of the planet, a world of radical otherness that confirmed Europe's own image of superiority and domination, as well as its historical mission as a vector of progress. In the extra-European space, conceived as a space open to colonization, violence could be deployed without either limit or rules. Within the Old World, however, the 19th century had forged a social system, institutions, a culture, and behaviors that seemed unshakable. Torture had almost disappeared everywhere, peace was recognized as a shared value, wars had only a limited scope and duration. The system of alliances between the great powers was the mirror of this civilization. Diplomacy was a kind of aristocratic caste, possessing its language, French, and continent-wide ties echoing those of the royal families, accustomed to marriages of convenience between the crowns of different countries. For these cosmopolitan gentlemen, it was hard to separate national interests from the fate of imperial Europe. But this caste was now deeply out of phase with the rise of nationalisms. 43. In 1914, a high official of the British Foreign Office emphasized the emergence of a single type of diplomat. All of them, he maintained, speaking metaphorically, speak the same language, they have the same habits of thought, and more or less the same points of view. 44 The fate of the world being entrusted to an elite of men corresponding to this single type meant that the possibility of a war of annihilation in Europe itself, after the model of those waged by the Europeans in Africa, outside the civilized world, was unimaginable. In April 1914, only a few months before the outbreak of the catastrophe, a Times editorial reaffirmed its faith in the virtues of the European concert. The division of the great powers into two well-balanced groups with intimate relations between the members of each, which do not forbid any such member from being on the friendliest terms with one or more members of the other, is a twofold check upon inordinate ambitions or sudden outbreaks of race hatred. All sovereigns and statesmen, and all nations, know that a war of group against group would be a measureless calamity. That knowledge brings with it a sense of responsibility which chastens and restrains the boldest and most reckless. But they know, too, that to secure the support of the other members of their own group and to induce them to share the responsibility and risks of such conflict, any power or powers which may mediate recourse to arms must first satisfy those other members that the quarrel is necessary and just. They are no longer unfettered judges in their own cause, answerable to none but themselves. 45. This underlying optimism was broadly shared by all political forces. Over the years leading up to 1914, the European socialists had launched a great peace offensive that reached a climax at the International Conference in Basel in November 1912. The workers' movement, they said, would be able to prevent World War or, in case this did break out, transform it into a socialist revolution. But these solemn declarations displayed a naive optimism that ruled out the possibility of conflict. And the positions of principle never led to any practical decision. Karl Koski, the leading theorist of German and international social democracy, recognized in very lucid terms, at the end of the war, the blindness of all the members of the International Socialist Bureau who met on 29 to 30 July 1914. It is amazing that none of us who were there had the idea of raising the question, what to do if war breaks out? What attitude should the socialist parties take in this war? 46. The system based on the reciprocal neutralization of the great empires was fated to collapse in August 1914. The post-war peace treaties, from the Treaty of Versailles onwards, did not re-establish the balance of forces. As distinct from the Congress of Vienna, which had reintegrated France among the great powers on a footing of equality, the Versailles Conference decided to punish Germany, condemning it to disarmament, heavy economic reparations and painful territorial mutilations, which left outside its borders several million former citizens of the Reich. Soviet Russia was isolated by a cordon sanitaire, while the attempt was made to crush it militarily. It would only be recognized after the defeat of the White Counter-Revolution. The civil wars that followed the collapse of Tsarism and the Central Powers undermined the liberal political system. The emergence of the Soviet regime on the one side and the fascist regimes on the other only deepened the crisis. As for economic liberalism, it was challenged first of all by the war economy, then harshly affected by the crisis of 1929 that did so much to tip the balance into fascism across a large part of Europe. No one, starting from the liberal economist John Maynard Keynes, could believe in the self-regulating virtues of the market. The European concert established at Vienna in 1815 rested on the existence of the great aristocratic empires. According to Georges Henry Sautou, it implied both a mechanical equilibrium, founded on the balance of forces between the great powers, and an organic equilibrium, founded on a series of liberal values that these same states embodied. 47 The mechanical equilibrium, however, had disappeared with the dissolution of empires and the atomization of the continent into a multitude of fragile and, for the most part, heterogeneous nation-states. As for the organic equilibrium, this had been swallowed up by the civil wars of 1918-23, the deep crisis of liberalism, the emergence of Bolshevism in Russia, and the advance of fascism in the rest of the continent, first in Italy, then followed by Germany, Austria, Spain, and various countries of Central Europe. After 1930, the economic crisis exploded the very fragile architecture of Versailles, revealing the ineffectiveness of the League of Nations. This had been based on the principle of nationalities propounded by Woodrow Wilson, reflecting the democratization of European societies and the birth of new post-aristocratic elites, intellectual and political as well as economic. The former dynastic concert belonged to a bygone age, but it had not found a successor. The family spirit with which the old dynasties had always settled the continent's affairs was cruelly lacking among the new national political elites. This was already noted by Jacques Bainville in 1919, in Les Conséquences politiques de la Paix. 48. Germany had indeed been weakened, but not paralyzed. Fear of Bolshevism lay behind a policy of reconciliation symbolized by the Locarno Treaty of 1925, then by Germany's entry into the League of Nations. Keynes, who had already termed the 1914 conflict a European Civil War 49, devoted his study on the economic consequences of the peace to a warning against the dangers of a deliberate effort to punish Germany, which risked playing into the hands of communism. In his eyes, such a policy would not only impoverish Central Europe, condemning many millions to die of hunger, it would lay the foundations for a new conflict of still wider scope. Nothing can then delay for very long that final civil war between the forces of reaction and the despairing convulsions of revolution, before which the horrors of the late German war will fade into nothing, and which will destroy, whoever is victor, the civilization and the progress of our generation. 50. But fear of Bolshevism was also at the root of Franco-British passivity in the face of German rearmament and the militarization of the Rhineland in 1936, as well as the reintegration of the Saar and the annexation of Austria and the Sudetenland, all carried out in the name of the right to self-determination proclaimed at Versailles. After the bloodletting of the First World War, and lacking an army to match the level of its diplomacy, France no longer had the power to react. Great Britain not only feared an excessive weakening of Germany in the face of the Bolshevik threat, but wanted also to avoid a French hegemony over the continent. Both understood only too late that Hitler wanted war, and that his expansionism was qualitatively different from that of Prussian pan-Germanism. Hitler's plan was not just to establish German hegemony in Europe, but to conquer the continent, not to make Poland a vassal, but to annihilate it, not to contain the Soviet Union, but to seize the Russian territories as Lebensraum, not to expel the Jews from the Reich, but to exterminate them on a continental scale. In short, they did not understand that the Nazi war marked a rupture even within the Second 30 Years' War. 51 Peace would return after 1945, no longer based on the European concert but rather on a balance of terror, in a world of which Europe had ceased to be the center. It was only after its self-destruction that Europe would rediscover its unity. If the crisis of 1914-45 has been interpreted as a European civil war in the same sense as the upheavals produced by the French Revolution, they remain irreducibly opposed in our representations of history because the impact of each was completely different in the minds of their contemporaries. It is because the actors of the 20th century had integrated into their historical consciousness the view of 1789 as a step in the civilization process that Verdun and Auschwitz struck them right away as expressing a collapse of the civilized world into barbarism, a formula that was current in the 1930s and 40s. The French revolutionaries saw themselves as following in the path of the Enlightenment, whose principles they codified and whose inheritance they claimed. Condorcet found the revolution the historical confirmation of his idea of progress, while the convention transferred the remains of Rousseau to the Pantheon. Despite their critique of the terror, both Kant and Hegel greeted the French Revolution as a moment of emancipation. 52 At the opposite extreme to this view, the European Civil War of the 20th century remains engraved in our memory as an immense catastrophe, which threatened the eclipse of civilization. Its beginnings were described by Karl Kraus as the last days of humanity. 53 Its conclusion seemed to Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno the expression of a self-destruction of rationalism. 54 Cycle. In his classic essay on historical times, Fernand Braudel distinguishes three temporal categories. Firstly, the event, the most capricious and most deceptive of durations, able to blind observers by its flashes and flames, but ephemeral and almost insignificant from the standpoint of the social sciences. Then the longue durée, which he sees as the only one that merits attention, bringing to light structures, major demographic, economic and cultural tendencies that underlie the long-term movements of societies. And between the two, an intermediate category of the conjuncture or cycle, whose length Braudel fixes at a decade, a quarter of a century, or, in the extreme case, the half-century of the classic Kondratiev cycle. 55 Braudel does not dwell on this third category, but his suggestion is a fruitful one. The cycle, covering a number of decades, defines a time frame in which events are more than mere surface agitations. Contrary to Braudel's opinion, they sometimes mark major historical turning points, but can be placed in perspective and analyzed in the light of secular tendencies. In other words, the cycle is a period that reveals the connection between events and structures, bordering on both the short and long run, where temporalities comes together. The concept of European civil war does not denote either an event or a secular tendency, but precisely a cycle in which a chain of catastrophic events, crises, conflicts, wars, revolutions, condenses a historical mutation whose premises were built up, over the longue durée, in the course of the preceding century. The advent of mass society, the transition from liberal capitalism to monopoly capitalism, the democratization of politics, the nationalization of the masses, and the military revolution all preceded the rupture of 1914. The transition from an imperial order to a conflictual system of so-called national states was prepared by the erosion of the aristocratic regimes that had persisted since the French Revolution and the uprisings of 1848. The communist wave that followed October 1917 presupposed the rise of an industrial proletariat, just as the appearance of fascism implied the convergence of the anti-Enlightenment with a revolutionary right that was no longer aristocratic but nationalist. Total war would have been inconceivable without mass armies and modern means of destruction, as would the propaganda that accompanied it without the implantation in the popular strata of a national ideal forged in the course of the long 19th century. Finally, the shift in the world's axis from one side of the Atlantic to the other, with the emergence of the United States as a great international power, only made visible a mutation in the balance of forces that had been underway since the Civil War. All these structural changes were built up over the longue durée, but condensed and precipitated in a series of events that stretched over some 30 years, and whose starting point, a genuine watershed for contemporaries, was the crisis of 1914. It is this cycle of crises, wars, and revolutions that can be summed up in the idea of the European Civil War. And it is certainly no accident that it was in the aftermath of the Great War that books appeared theorizing the endpoint of the trajectory of European civilization, analyzing the synchrony between a long wave of the capitalist economy and the war, and announcing a new cycle of revolutions on the continental scale. A priori, one would see no affinities between Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West, the economic writings of Kondratiev, and Trotsky's reflections on the dynamics of the European Revolution at the Third and Fourth Congresses of the Communist International. And yet the German conservative philosopher, the Russian economist and his revolutionary compatriot all shared the need to understand a conjuncture in which the long time frames of history were telescoped together with economic, military, and political cycles. 56. The concept of a European civil war might in certain respects seem inappropriate for grasping the temporal sequence of a crisis that had an international dimension right from the start. It was bounded by two total wars, the first already marked by the intervention of the United States, and the second taking place in a number of different theaters, from Africa to the Pacific. Between these two wars were a number of particular crises, including the international economic recession triggered by the stock exchange crash of October 1929, which had such deep repercussions on the Old World. It would clearly be hard to deny the importance of this event and its consequences for understanding the crisis of Europe between 1914 and 1945. And from the standpoint of world history, the European Civil War was simply one aspect of an international conflict that continued after 1945 with the Cold War, to end 45 years later with the collapse of the Soviet Union. The interwar period nonetheless remains crucial for defining the future of Europe, since its material destruction and spiritual laceration revealed in tragic forms the continent's common heritage, as well as showing the necessity of its unification. Despite its features of civil war, the First World War, in which armies of several million soldiers confronted one another, remained a conflict between states that no longer respected the norms of the Jus Publicum Europaeum, but remained nonetheless sovereign. The features of civil war stand out far more prominently, however, in the conflicts of the years that followed. Framed by two total wars, the European Civil War was also made up of a number of local civil wars. These can be grouped into three major moments. First of all, the period that opened with the Russian Revolution of 1917 and came to an end in the early 1920s, during which a war between states gave rise to revolutions and civil wars in several countries of Central and Eastern Europe. Then the Spanish Civil War, which condensed conflicts of continental and global significance on the scale of a single country. And finally the Second World War, which in its turn generated a multitude of local civil wars. These three phases are closely linked together. It was this intimate mixture of total wars and civil wars that shaped the continuity of the period from 1914 to 1945. Sequence. Born as a classic conflict between states, the Great War ended with the collapse of the continent's empires in a context of civil wars. Initially, a union sacrée prevailed in all the countries involved. The European socialists opposed to the war, who met at Zimmerwald in the Swiss Alps in 1915, represented only tiny minorities. By the end of the conflict, on the other hand, European societies were deeply torn apart. In Russia, the Tsarist regime was overthrown in February 1917 by a revolution that was increasingly radicalized until the Bolsheviks came to power in October. In March 1918, the Soviet government signed a separate peace with Germany at Brest-Litovsk, and faced at home a bloody civil war that would take 3 years to defeat. In Germany, a climate of civil war prevailed in the wake of the collapse of the Hohenzollern regime. On November 9, 1918, the Social Democrat Philipp Scheidemann solemnly proclaimed the Republic, speaking from the windows of the Reichstag at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 hours later, Karl Liebknecht addressed Berlin workers on the Charlottenburgplatz, announcing the advent of a socialist republic. 57 The situation of dual power, war had generated revolution, and revolution a civil war, could not endure. The crisis was expressed in armed confrontation in January 1919, following the dismissal of the Berlin prefect of police Emil Eckhorn, an independent socialist close to the Spartacists, whom the revolutionary movement had imposed on the government in the November days. The presence in the capital of a police chief who wanted not to restore order but overthrow it, who disavowed the government and placed himself at the service of the Assembly of Workers' Councils, embodied the rupture of the state monopoly of violence in post-war Germany. His refusal to resign triggered the Spartacist insurrection, improvised and isolated, and mercilessly crushed. Its charismatic leaders Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were killed by the Freikorps, and Luxemburg's body thrown into the Landwehrkanal. 58 In Berlin, the witch hunt against authors of disturbance continued until March, claiming thousands of victims. Then it was the turn of Bavaria, where a Republic of Councils was established in spring 1919, after the assassination of the first Republican president, Kurt Eisner. The leaders of this ephemeral regime were again executed, including the writer and literary critic Gustav Landauer, or condemned to long prison sentences, like the playwright Ernst Toller. Disturbances continued the following year, with an attempted putsch by the far right organized by Generals Luttwitz and Ludendorff and fronted by a Prussian civil servant named Kapp. An insurrection was prepared in the course of 1923, when the Communists formed coalition governments with the left Social Democrats in Saxony and Thuringia, proceeding to arm the workers, but in the end this only erupted in Hamburg. Once again isolated, it was severely repressed. 59 At the same time, Hitler made his appearance on the public stage with his pitiful beer hall putsch in Munich. All these events occurred against a background of disturbance and galloping inflation. In November 1918 the Habsburg Empire also collapsed, its various national components separating to form independent states. This crisis led to a general strike in Vienna and the birth of a Soviet Republic in Hungary under the leadership of the communist Bela Kun. This lasted for only 4 months. It was overthrown in spring 1919 by the intervention of a Romanian army, which installed the dictatorship of Marshal Miklos Horthy. In Budapest as in Munich, anti-communist repression provoked a bloodbath with a strongly anti-Semitic tinge. Horthy stayed in power until the end of the Second World War, during which his regime allied itself and collaborated with Nazi Germany. 60. In Finland, whose proximity to the Soviet Union and embroilment in the Russian Civil War exacerbated local conflicts, the White Terror conducted a ferocious repression from 1918 onwards, with 20,000 Reds executed in a country of only 3.1 million inhabitants. 61 In the Baltic states, particularly Estonia, the civil war took on particularly deadly characteristics owing to the superimposition of political, social, and national conflicts. The presence of different national groups inflamed the struggles by creating an osmosis between class and race that prefigured the Nazi war against the USSR in 1941. The Germans had invaded the Baltic states in 1915 to colonize Latvia and Estonia, promising the volunteers in their expeditionary corps a rapid seizure of lands. In 1918 their war was transformed into an anti-Bolshevik struggle. General Goltz did not hide his project of exterminating the intellectuals of the cities, identified with the Bolsheviks, and his troops were happy to call themselves Landsknecht, after the German mercenaries of the 15th and 16th centuries. 62 Forced to retreat to Germany when the Baltic states gained independence, they strengthened the ranks of the Freikorps and took part in the Kapp Putsch. According to the historian Dan Diner, it was in this context that a new and specifically racist variant of anti-Bolshevism was constituted. 63 Several Nazi leaders, including the ideologist Alfred Rosenberg, future minister of the Third Reich for the territories of the East, cut their teeth in Riga during the battles against Judeo-Bolshevism of 1918 to 20. 64. The symbiotic relationship between revolution and counter-revolution is a typical feature of the civil wars that broke out at the end of the Great War. Just as the French Revolution was forced in 1793 to defend itself on two fronts, internationally against the Royalist coalition and internally against the Vendée reaction, so the Russian Revolution simultaneously waged a civil war against the whites and a defense against the British, French, and Japanese military interventions. If war is a conflict against a foreign enemy and civil war a conflict within a state, the confrontation of revolution and counter-revolution combines the two. Robespierre had posed the question clearly back in December 1791, what is the war that we can foresee? Is it a war of one nation against other nations, or of one king against other kings? No, it is the war of the enemies of the French Revolution against the French Revolution. 65 The Bolsheviks similarly saw world revolution as the best defense of the Russian Revolution, creating the Communist International for this purpose in 1919. That is why one of the fundamental concerns of European diplomacy, at the negotiations that preceded the Versailles Conference, was precisely to create a cordon sanitaire around the focus of revolution in Russia. The fundamental difference between the Congress of Vienna of 1815 and the Versailles Conference a century later is that the former coincided with the restoration of the Ancien regime, whereas the latter took place when the flames of revolution seemed to be spreading across Central Europe. If Talleyrand had been able to take part in the Congress of Vienna in the name of France, the powers that gathered in Paris in 1919 were unanimous in viewing Bolshevik Russia as a country that had fallen into the hands of a band of criminals and savages. Winston Churchill referred to the Bolsheviks as enemies of the human race. Under their rule, civilization had almost completely disappeared over gigantic areas, while they were hop and caper like troops of ferocious baboons amid the ruins of cities and corpses of their victims. 66 The Russian revolutionaries, for their part, rejected the principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of other nations as a legacy of bourgeois Europe, and their publication of secret treaties sowed terror among the forces of the Entente. According to Karl Radek, the world revolution required the most energetic intervention in the affairs of the whole world. 67 On their arrival at Brest-Litovsk, where they were to negotiate a separate peace with Germany, the leaders of the Soviet delegation, Trotsky and Joffre, began distributing leaflets to the German soldiers calling on them to disobey, under the stupefied gaze of the German delegation who came to meet them. The presence among the Soviet diplomats of Karl Radek, a Polish Jew and citizen of the Habsburg Empire, scandalized the German officers. His participation in the Soviet delegation had the object of showing that, before representing a nation, this represented the revolution, which knew no national enemies but only a class enemy. 68 In Russia, the civil war immediately took the form of a confrontation of European scope between revolution and counter-revolution, since the Bolsheviks counted on the spread of revolutionary uprising beyond Russian borders, while the White Guards enjoyed the military support of the Western powers. 69 The conflict acquired an international dimension right away. The Whites were financed, armed, equipped, and often directly supported by Western military units, French and British in particular, but also Austrian, Czech, Romanian and Japanese. The Reds, for their part, were able to mobilize several 100,000 internationalists, foreigners who fought on the side of the revolution, Chinese, Koreans, Hungarians, and even many Germans who found themselves in Russia as prisoners of war. In this context, different conflicts were telescoped together: a revolutionary war of the Soviet state against an international coalition, a class war between the urban proletariat and the industrial and aristocratic elite, a national war between Russians and non-Russian peoples, and finally a social war between town and country. These conflicts were particularly deadly. In the Ukraine, Rgel's army used anti-Semitism as a weapon against Bolshevik power. A wave of pogroms in 1919 claimed between 75,000 and 150,000 Jewish victims. 70 Kolchak, the leader of the Whites in western Siberia, proclaimed that his first and fundamental goal is to wipe Bolshevism off the face of Russia, to exterminate and annihilate it. 71 The most sinister figure of the counter-revolution was undoubtedly Krasnov, the general who organized the revolt of the Don Basin Cossacks after having been rather naively released by the Bolsheviks. His trajectory culminated in the Second World War, when he headed a Cossack unit incorporated into the Wehrmacht. He was executed by the Soviets in 1947. 72 Makhno, the peasant leader often idealized by the anarchists, defended rural culture and tradition, but he also sought to kill off the commissars and yids. 73 The Bolsheviks replied with terror, decreed on September 6, 1918 after the attacks that killed the Petrograd police chief, Moise Uritsky, and wounded Lenin. The Soviet regime established its own organ of terror, the Cheka, which claimed more than 10,000 victims in 1918 alone. 74 In the Don region, the struggle against the Cossack Vendée led to the death or deportation of more than 300,000 people, out of a population that was no more than 3 million. 75 Famine and the epidemics provoked by the war alone killed several million peasants. Social, political, and national conflicts were often superimposed. The Cossacks established in the Ukraine the first white army that opposed the Bolsheviks and allied with the Germans, because their own preservation as a community was identified with the interests of a class of landowners. This complexity of the Russian Civil War lies at the root of the divisions that cut across the counter-revolutionary front and contributed to its defeat. The abolition by Kolchak and Denikin of the Soviet decree that distributed land to the peasants cut off the whites from their social base, and enabled the Bolsheviks to break their isolation in the countryside. In fact, this civil war was not fought only between the Red Army and the White Guards. A third actor played an essential role in it, the Greens, whose most famous armed force was that of the Ukrainian Nestor Makhno. These were peasant armies opposed both to the Bolsheviks and to the counter-revolutionaries, swinging between the two and allying with one side or the other according to circumstances. The Bolsheviks prevailed because they were able to neutralize the Greens and isolate the Whites, after having built, starting from chaos and disorder, a disciplined and ideologically resolute army, prepared to fight to the end in order to defend the revolution. The Whites represented a failed regime, swept away in the cities in 1917 and isolated in the countryside, where the atavistic contempt of the aristocracy towards the peasants prevented them from winning the support of populations that were often suspicious of the Bolsheviks. The Greens, for their part, were condemned in advance, as they lacked a social project or national perspective. Between the Whites, who sought to restore a regime condemned by history, to murder the Bolsheviks and pillage the countryside, and the Greens, who hated the cities, it was the Reds who carried the day. These conflicts reached a provisional solution only in the early 1920s, thanks to the defeat of the counter-revolution. On the military level, the Red Army therefore won a victory over the Whites. On the socio-economic level, the new economic policy appeased the peasants by reintroducing the market. On the national level, conflicts were defused partly by granting independence to the national minorities of the former empire and partly by military repression. The Russian Civil War reached its epilogue with the repression of Kronstadt, the naval fortress on the Baltic at the gates of Petrograd, which demanded free Soviets but which, in the eyes of the Bolsheviks, risked being transformed into a rallying point of the forces opposed to the revolution. Its repression was sealed by the condemnation and execution of several thousand insurgents. 76. The Bolsheviks conceived civil war as a class confrontation, on both the domestic and international levels. 77 The price of this approach, which ignored the weight of the national question, would be very high. In 1920, the attempt to export revolution by military means led to a crushing defeat, when the Red Army's advance was blocked at the gates of Warsaw by a Polish resistance that rose up against this new invasion by the old Russian oppressor. 78 The Bolsheviks' internationalism was often perceived as a mask for Russian nationalism. The Civil War, the Bolsheviks' real baptism of fire. 79 led to a military view of the revolution that left its mark on the whole history of communism. Nolte was not mistaken in interpreting the foundation of the Communist International, in Moscow in March 1919, as the act of birth of a party of world civil war. 80 This was simply to register a fact that neither Lenin nor Trotsky would have challenged, and that the acts of the First Congress of the Comintern readily confirmed. Lenin had oriented himself in this direction in 1917, when he called for transforming the imperialist war into a civil war. 81 These militarist features, however, were more the reflection of a catastrophic context, that of a civil war arising from the First World War, than the application of an ideological imperative. Ideology played its role, but it was refashioned in the context that made the international communist movement a defending army for the threatened Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik experiment a model for revolution in Europe, and armed insurrection a normative paradigm. 82. In short, the confrontations that cut across Europe between 1918 and 1923 were no longer the expression of a conflict between nations, but a dialectic opposing revolution and counter-revolution, in which nationalisms were absorbed and redefined. The methods and practices of trench warfare were transferred into civil society, brutalizing its language and forms of struggle. In the post-war period, the nationalization of the masses took on the features of a chauvinist, populist, radical, aggressive and anti-democratic movement, both modern and reactionary at the same time. In Berlin and Munich, as we saw, the Freikorps were the spearhead of the counter-revolution. In Italy, the advent of fascism was the result of a struggle between nationalists, who did not accept the mutilated victory, and the Arditi del Popolo, the Freikorps that had chosen to oppose Mussolini. Total war was not only the matrix of revolution but also that of fascism. Everywhere, political movements were militarized. In Weimar Germany, each party had its own militia, from the Nazi Assault Division to the Communist Red Front. The same was the case in the Austrian Republic, where the end of democracy was marked, in February 1934, by a week of battles between the army and the socialist militia. Everywhere, including Paris and London, the nationalist right paraded in uniform. In many countries, the state monopoly of violence seemed to be widely challenged. The confrontation that broke out in Spain in July 1936, with General Franco's pronunciamiento against the Republic, was inscribed in this context of tensions on the continental scale. It is true that its roots lay deep in the country's history, but right from the start the national issues at stake were deeply imbricated with an international crisis of which Spain, which had until then remained on the margin, became the focus. In the words of one of its leading historians, Paul Preston, this was the latest and fiercest battle in a European civil war which had been raging intermittently for the previous 20 years. 83 This fact was not clear right away to all its protagonists, but they rapidly became aware of it. For Franco, it was the culmination of a long historical process in which fatherland and anti-fatherland faced each other in a mortal combat whose only outcome could be the triumph of pure and eternal principles against the bastards and anti-Spaniards. 84 The ideologists of Francoism proclaimed a religious reading of the conflict that stigmatized the Republicans as the embodiment of evil. In Pamplona, the coup d'état was welcomed by a popular festival in which the Carlists flocked into the streets shouting Viva Cristo Rey. 85 For the poet J. M. Pemin, it was a battle between God and the devil, St. George and the dragon, St. Michael and Satan, the flesh and the spirit. 86 It was a war between modernity and conservatism, in which the upholders of traditional Spain, Catholic and agrarian, confronted those of the modern Spain embodied by the Republic. It was a national war in which the imperial Castilian tradition was opposed by regional autonomies, particularly in Catalonia and the Basque Country. It was also a class war of the urban proletariat and the peasantry against capital and landed property, accompanied by a political war between fascism and democracy. And there was a civil war within the civil war, since revolution and Stalinist order opposed one another within the Republican camp, crossing the threshold of armed confrontation in Barcelona in May 1937. Finally, it was a European war between democracy and fascism, or again between fascism and communism, in which the Francoist camp was supported by Mussolini's Italy and Hitler's Germany, while the Soviet Union armed the Republican forces. The European dimension of the Spanish Civil War is very clearly illustrated by the presence of foreign troops on the battlefields. The Italian and German military intervention proved decisive. Fascist Italy sent 78,000 soldiers, Nazi Germany 19,000, and Salazar's Portugal 10,000, on top of the 70,000 Moroccans who were part of the Francoist army. Italian and German support also assured the Francoists a crushing aerial superiority throughout the conflict. Isolated by Franco-British non-intervention, the Republican forces striving to reconstruct their army received the support of some 34,000 anti-fascists who came from across the world to fight in the international brigades. The Soviet Union, whose shipments of arms and civilian goods came at the price of political control over the Republican government, exerted a direct influence thanks to the presence of its Comintern agents and 2,000 military advisors. 87 The international impact of this war was finally evidenced by the 500,000 exiles who were forced to leave their country in 1939. 88 The Spanish conflict gave birth to a new concept that found its way into everyday language, the fifth column. In November 1936, when Madrid was under siege by the fascist army, the nationalist General Mola was questioned by the press on his military formation, made up of 4 columns. He replied that his strategy banked above all on a fifth column, that of his supporters inside the besieged city. The fifth column thus became synonymous with the enemy within. 89 By adopting a measure reminiscent of the French law of suspects of 1793, the Republican government decided on the deportation of all those whose social position cast them as potential Franco supporters. Over 2,000 of these were executed in the outskirts of Madrid. To get an idea of the prevailing atmosphere in Spain during the conflict, we need only recall the words with which Captain Gonzalo de Aguilera, Franco's press attaché, defined the objectives of his army to the American journalist John Whitaker: kill, kill, and kill all the Reds, in order to liberate Spain from the virus of Bolshevism. 90 The number of victims testifies to the ferocity of this war. Historians give the following tally: 100,000 dead in combat, 10,000 dead from bombings, and 50,000 dead from disease and malnutrition caused by the conflict. The political repression, for its part, claimed 200,000 victims, at least 3/4 of these being objects of Francoist violence. 91 The notion of legal civil war could well be applied to the first decade of the Franco regime, which deployed violent repression against the defeated Republicans. 270,000 of these were interned in concentration camps. 92 If the Second World War in Central and Eastern Europe was essentially a war of self-defense and national liberation against German domination, in the Balkans and Italy the resistance also took on characteristics of a civil war, as it did in France and Belgium to a lesser degree, given the speed of their liberation after the Allied landings. In Poland, where there was no collaborationist regime, this phenomenon was more limited. Here, there was an internal conflict within the resistance, divided between nationalists, with their government in exile based in London, and communists, a small minority but supported by the USSR, both groups having their own military organization. The linkage between this conflict and the Jewish question, the place of anti-Semitism in the history of Polish nationalism, and the key role of Poland in the Nazi machine of extermination of the Jews, wove a tangled web that gives 20th-century Polish history its particular character. 93 Italy remains an emblematic case for studying the civil wars during the Second World War. It is also the country where, in the last 15 years, historical research has made the concept of civil war a central concern. From September 8, 1943, when Marshal Badoglio, appointed head of government by King Victor Emmanuel after the arrest of Mussolini, proclaimed an armistice with the Allied forces that had invaded the south of the peninsula, the Italian state collapsed. The army dissolved, after a few tragic attempts to resist the German forces that took control of the rest of the country. The continuity of the state was symbolically preserved by the monarchy, while Mussolini, freed by a German commando unit, proclaimed the creation of the Italian Social Republic, known as the Republic of Salo after the name of its capital, committed to collaboration with the German occupiers. The conflict that broke out the same autumn between the resistance and the forces of the RSI, accompanying the war between the Germans and the Allies, took the form of a civil war. Representatives of the RSI and the resistance treated each other as traitors to the homeland. The resistance did not represent a state, while neither the monarchy nor the Salo regime, lacking any legitimacy of their own, could exist without the Allied and German occupations, respectively. In these circumstances, the resistance developed as a war of national liberation against the German occupiers, as a struggle for democracy against a totalitarian dictatorship, and, for its communist and socialist participants, who were the great majority, as a class war against the traditional elites who were identified with fascism. 94. As in Vichy France after 1940, the choice of collaboration, beyond the ideological motivations of its leading figures, was perceived by many people as the price to be paid for preserving a national state. However, cleavages were very rapidly defined in the conditions of occupation. For the fascists, this meant fidelity to the Mussolini regime and the rejection of democracy, above all communism. For the resistenti, the anti-fascist struggle marked the beginning of a redefinition of national identity and a reconstruction of the country on new foundations. Many saw this as a new risorgimento. The French case exhibits many similar features, a confrontation between the Vichy regime and the armed resistance, in the context of a war between the German occupation forces and the Allied troops who had landed in June and August 1944. Two elements prevented this confrontation from taking the form of a full-scale civil war: on one hand, the rapidity of the Allied advance, which liberated the country in a matter of months; on the other hand, the presence within the Anglo-American forces of a French military contingent that enabled General de Gaulle to proclaim the return of the Republic upon his arrival in Paris. In strictly military terms, both resistance and collaborators accordingly remained small minorities. The underground forces amounted to some 50,000 fighters in January 1944, the fascist milice to 4,000 in the northern zone and some 30,000 in the south, of whom no more than half were truly operational. This created, according to Olivier Wievirka, a climate of civil war, but not enough to place France in a configuration of civil war. 95 The Vichy regime, proclaimed 4 years before by Marshal Pétain, who had been entrusted with full powers by what remained of the Third Republic, was declared null and void. There then began a long phase of psychological repression which, seen from several decades later, turned out to be only one stage in a persistent syndrome. Quarrels in France over the Vichy period, a past that doesn't pass away. 96 appear from this perspective as expressions of the memory of a civil war that was unable to develop but for which all the prerequisites existed. In the Balkans as well, the resistance took the form of a war of national liberation, a class war and a civil war. The first of these was waged against a particularly ferocious and deadly Italian and German occupation. Yugoslavia mourned 1.7 million victims at the end of hostilities. The second opposed a movement with a worker and peasant base, led by the communists, to the urban elites and large landowners. The third was between the resistance and the collaborationists, including the Croatian Ustashi of Ante Pavlik, as well as within the resistance itself, between nationalists loyal to the monarchy and the communists. The latter managed to build up a genuine army, the most powerful military force of the resistance in Europe, and the only one that managed to take power without the intervention of the Red Army or the Anglo-American forces. 97 Smothered during the Tito period, the memory of these internal Yugoslav conflicts arose again in 1989, giving rise to a new civil war. This was the brutal and bloody legacy of a drama that seemed to have reached its epilogue in 1945, but which had in fact only been suspended. An emblematic case of interaction between total war and civil war is that of Greece, where several conflicts were also linked together. 98 This was initially a national liberation struggle against the German and Italian occupation forces, coupled with a civil war between the resistance and the Greek fascists who chose the path of collaboration, basing themselves on the state apparatus inherited from the regime of General Metaxas. But it was also a civil war between the two components of the resistance, the communists who led the Popular Army of National Liberation, and the nationalists loyal to the exiled monarchy and supported by the British forces who invaded the country in October 1944, seeking to promote the return of King George II. This conflict, which was latent during the first phase of the Italian and German occupation, broke out in the open in the summer of 1944. The Communists, a large majority within the resistance, renounced taking power, both because of the Allied military presence and because of their international isolation, Greece falling outside the Soviet sphere of influence under the agreement made between Stalin and Churchill. This civil war had a tragic resurgence between 1946 and 1949, in the context of the Cold War, and ended with the final defeat of the Communists. The Spanish Civil War thus appears in many respects as prefiguring the far wider conflict that broke out in Europe just a few months after Franco's victory proclamation. The Second World War was a total war in which several parallel wars again interacted, first of all, a war between the great powers competing for the control of geopolitical territories, then a war of self-defense by the USSR, threatened with destruction by National Socialism, and finally a war of national liberation waged in the countries occupied by the Axis powers, and within this context, a civil war of the resistance against the collaborationist regimes. 99 It was also a total war between competing visions of the world and models of civilization. Franco's anti-communist campaign now assumed the gigantic dimensions of a war of annihilation against the USSR, which Hitler viewed as a crusade and a racial war, in which Aryans fought to impose their order against Slavs and Jews. Nazism sought to reorganize Europe on a racial basis. The genocide of the Jews, perpetrated between the start of its military offensive against the USSR in June 1941 and the end of the war, lay at the heart of a double project of Nazi policy, on the one hand, conquest of Lebensraum by the German colonization of Slav territories, on the other, the destruction of communism. In the Nazi vision of the world, Slavs and communism were identified with a state controlled by a Jewish elite. The colonization of Lebensraum, destruction of communism and extermination of the Jews were thus combined in a single war of conquest and extermination. It is true that anti-Semitism formed the ideological and cultural background of this genocide, its indispensable foundation, but it was only in the context of a total war aimed at reshaping the map of Europe that it was able to mutate into a policy of extermination. Of course, the various steps of this intricate sequence were neither always foreseeable nor systematically planned. Agency played a crucial role in the history of the European Civil War. In many cases, its shifts were the result of miscalculations by their actors. Operation Barbarossa was probably the biggest mistake of both Stalin and Hitler. The Russian dictator had not ignored the aggressive ambitions of his German partner, but neither had he paid attention to the rumors of an imminent offensive, which seemed to him nothing but British propaganda, and his initial passivity led the USSR to the edge of defeat. Hitler fell into the trap of his own ideology, his vision of the Slavic peoples as an inferior race, and made a fatal mistake in thinking that he could destroy his enemy in a few months. The failure of his offensive would be decisive for the evolution of the conflict. When he launched his blitzkrieg on the Eastern Front, the Nazi dictator pursued four main objectives: a quick collapse of the USSR, a planned famine designed to affect 30 million people from the winter of 1941 onwards, a huge plan for the German colonization of the western territories of the USSR, and the final solution of the Jewish question, entailing the massive displacement of the European Jews towards the most remote regions of the conquered territories, where they would be steadily eliminated. The failure of Hitler's blitzkrieg, however, compelled him to change his plan, modifying its hierarchy of goals. The final solution, whose completion was foreseen at the end of the conflict, suddenly became a priority, as the only objective that could be immediately accomplished. Since they could not be deported to the Eastern Soviet territories, the Jews were exterminated, while the Slavic peoples were submitted to a form of slavery. Auschwitz, a crucial center of the Polish railways network, was to have been the starting point for the colonization of the German Lebensraum. It became the terminus for the deported Jews and one of the main sites of their annihilation. 5 out of 6 victims of the Holocaust, however, were killed in territories to the east of Auschwitz. The extermination camps were inseparable from the war against the partisans, from the famine inflicted on the Slavic peoples, and from the starvation of Soviet prisoners of war. 100. The specific characteristics of the Holocaust, a genocide perpetrated at the heart of the Second World War, but which did not simply follow from its internal logic, need to be emphasized. If the war in the East, radicalized by all the tensions it condensed, made it possible to unleash the wave of extermination against the Jews, the show became steadily more autonomous, to the point of constituting an intrinsic aim of Nazi policy. The conquest of Lebensraum and the annihilation of Bolshevism do not explain the deportation to Auschwitz of Jews from Salonika or Corfu, nor does the context of military operations, especially after the Nazi defeat at Stalingrad at the beginning of 1943. But this does not make the war between 1941 and 1945 a parenthesis in the 20th century. In the context of the war, the Holocaust certainly revealed a specific dynamic bound up with the Nazi project of racial domination, but its premises were inscribed in the longue durée of European and German history. 101 Despite its specific features, the Nazi war against the Jews belonged to this European and global civil war. While it would be wrong to try and deny its singularity, diluting it in the totality of violence of the war, it would be equally absurd to isolate it from this global context, which was its soil and its detonator. So it is not a question of confusing a genocide with a civil war. In the case of the Holocaust, the victims were not belligerents and the executioners possessed the monopoly of violence, nor of seeing the two as linked by a relationship of cause and effect, but of situating it in its historical context. The European Civil War created a series of conditions without which the Holocaust could have been neither conceived nor perpetrated. Underscore 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 2. The anatomy of civil war. Anatomy. From Machiavelli to Clausewitz, all theorists of war have seen armed conflict as closely linked to politics. War challenges the forms, limits and principle of sovereignty, thus directly affecting the very nature of the state as its material embodiment. The notion of bellum justum, with its distinction between aggressive and defensive war, dates from antiquity, but the first formulations of a modern law of war only appear at the time of the wars of religion. According to Grotius and Pufendorf, who analyzed it in secular terms, no longer as a theological conflict but a struggle in defense of oneself and one's possessions, in which the issues at stake are power and material interests, war is simply a conflict between states. Nevertheless, by making it part of a theory of natural law, they conceived it as a means for realizing justice. Its goal was not the destruction of the enemy but the establishment of an equitable peace. 1 From the Middle Ages, war has had its rules, concerning both the right to declare it and the right way to conduct it. On the one hand, war can be declared only by a legitimate authority, it must be based on a just cause, it must not hide intentions opposed to natural law and, finally, it must be necessary. On the other hand, war needs a set of rules shared by all belligerents. They must respect the rights of prisoners and spare civilians, not making them into military targets. Above all, the force used must be proportionate to the injustice suffered, otherwise a just war is denatured by illegitimate motives of vengeance or oppression. The law of war was just one aspect of the Jus Publicum Europaeum, marking the advent of a codified system of relations between states possessing the monopoly of legitimate violence within their respective territories. 2 The notion of bellum justum allowed for that of sovereignty, which presupposed the inviolability of the power of the state within its frontiers. For a theorist of absolutism such as Emmer de Vattel, war is always legitimate, in his terms, regular or regulated, providing it is declared. 3 In other words, a war is now just not because of its aims but because of its conduct. Its legitimacy no longer lies in its theological, ethical, or political motivations, but simply in the nature of the belligerents. No matter what their motives, these must be recognized states, the only possessors of the jus ad bellum. 4 What becomes illegitimate now is civil war, so kings and princes may use their right to wage war in order to avert the risks of internal sedition. In his anthropomorphic metaphor of the state, as an artificial, terrestrial, and consequently mortal god. Hobbes compares civil war to a sickness that strikes the human body and weakens it to the point of killing it. 5. The subjects, for their part, recognize the sovereign's right to wage war against a foreign enemy in exchange for peace and security. This is the underlying assumption of the absolutist state. The sovereign claims the privilege of declaring war on his neighbors, but at the same time takes responsibility for protecting his subjects. One of the first theorists of modern sovereignty, Jean Bodin, did not hesitate to praise the virtues of war as a safety valve for internal conflicts and the last resort for avoiding a civil war. The best way of preserving a state, and guaranteeing it against sedition, rebellion, and civil war, he wrote in his 6 books of the Commonwealth, is to find an enemy against whom can make common cause. 6. Once it is banned within the state, war can be directed against an external enemy, while respecting its specific rules. This conception is implicit in the famous formula with which Clausewitz opens his treatise, War is Nothing But a Duel on a Larger Scale. 7. On close examination, in fact, the social practice of dueling, which was widespread among aristocratic strata up until 1914, reveals a growing adaptation to law and the internalization of certain shared norms in the use of violence. Dueling was essentially reserved to social elites, excluding subaltern classes, women and, in Germany, a stigmatized minority such as Jews. It was conceived as a ritualized and codified confrontation aiming at repairing an injury or offense, according to the principle of ability to give satisfaction. Its aim was not the death of the adversary, even if this was not excluded, but rather respect for a code of honor, the distinctive mark of belonging to a social elite. In dueling with the sword, it was the custom throughout the 19th century to stop the combat at the first drop of blood. 8. In dueling with pistols, an attempt was made to make bullets less dangerous. According to Alfred d'Alembert, author of A Physiologie du Duel, published in Paris in 1853, the custom was to load pistols in such a way that the bullet could injure, but superficially, without penetrating beyond the skin and provoking the horrible wounds that render the use of firearms so dreadful. The practice of duels was thus able to benefit from the inventions of gunsmiths, who began to produce pistols that wound a little but never kill. 9. Of course, duelists were ready to die, wrote their wills before fighting, and prepared for flight in case of a fatal result of the confrontation. But in most cases, according to historian Eudes Frevert, dueling had the features of a society game that took place in front of a crowd. 10. Using swords or pistols chosen in advance under the control of witnesses, duelists were gentlemen who recognized one another as legitimate adversaries, able to fight each other following a tradition of chivalry, with shared norms. Witnesses played the role of lawyers in the negotiations that preceded the duel, became judges during the confrontation, and afterwards wrote a report that might be presented in court if need arose. According to the historian Jean-Noël Jean-Néné, this growing legalization of dueling converted it into a social practice de facto recognized by the law. 11. In Germany, within the army it was more than tolerated. Prussian law legitimated it by considering it as a kind of customary law, useful for preserving the sense of honor within the military caste. 12. Rather than representing a feudal survival, as Gabriel Tarde interpreted it, or a symbol of Germany's special path, as it was for Norbert Elias. 13. Dueling was a constitutive element in the civilizing process, the self-control and normative regulation of conflicts, embodied by the persisting Ancien regime throughout the 19th century. 14. In other words, its highly formalized code reproduced within civil society the norms of war fixed by the Jus Publicum Europaeum. A similar evolution can be seen in sport, as shown by the creation of the modern Olympic Games. On the eve of the First World War, their founder, Pierre de Coubertin, proposed that the great powers should replace military conflicts with sporting competitions in which the victory of the strongest would arouse the admiration and respect of the losers. On the basis of shared rules, these could have their revenge in the next Games. 15. In 1914, however, the Olympics were suspended and dueling went into decline. The code of honor that inspired it did not survive the advent of total war. In the summer of 1914, the principles of the Jus Publicum Europaeum seemed still self-evident when the Sarajevo assassination generated a frenetic diplomatic ballet in which all the continent's chancelleries were involved. 16 Initially, the Austro-Hungarian Empire simply wished to teach Serbia a lesson. With the approval of its German ally, it had no intention of provoking a world war. Russian intervention on the side of Serbia indirectly awakened the tensions between Germany and France, because of their military alliances. England, for its part, was the ally of France and could not stay passive in the face of a potential shift in the continental balance of power, with the risk of the emergence of German hegemony. 1 year later, putting an end to its neutrality, Italy tried to exploit the new situation by conquering territories with an Italian majority that belonged to its Austrian former ally. Finally, the United States entered the conflict, concerned for the economic viability of its indebted European allies and aware of its new role as international arbiter. The assassination by a Serbian nationalist was thus the spark that set light to a conflict that burned a whole continent. Leaving aside its deeper causes, about which historical debate still continues, the Great War was neither foreseen nor wished for by its actors. It was provoked by the running out of control of a diplomatic machine that had been built up over the years as the expression of a European dynastic and civilized order, but no longer corresponded to the real situation. Of course, the Great War had its causes, about which historical debate still rumbles. Scholars prefer to speak of premises or conditions rather than deterministic causes, but it was neither foreseen nor intended by its actors. According to Christopher Clark, the most reputed historian of the origins of the Great War, those responsible for the conflict were sleepwalkers, watchful but unseeing, haunted by dreams, yet blind to the reality of the horror they were about to bring into the world. 17. Nobody among those responsible for the conflict had foreseen armies of millions of men bogged down for years in the trenches. Nobody had imagined chemical weapons, heavy artillery bombardments, destroyed towns, and serial killings by machine gun fire. Their mental equipment and cultural references remain tied to the European experience of the 19th century, with its civilized wars between ancien regime states that paid each other mutual respect. During the Great War, on the contrary, the perception of the adversary as a legitimate enemy was quickly replaced by the crusade to destroy him. At Christmas 1914, fighting was suspended for a one-day truce. Several photos show German officers and soldiers fraternizing with their British and French homologues in the no-man's land between the enemy lines. This ephemeral brotherhood indicates that they respected each other as legitimate enemies. 18 In the following years, such events were not repeated. The war was transformed into a conflict between peoples, nations, and civilizations, taking every possible meaning except that of a confrontation between combatants who respected one another. Jus in bello was rapidly buried, first by the German violation of Belgian and Luxembourg neutrality, then by violation of the neutrality of the sea, the blockade against the Central Powers, the bombing of towns and internment of civilians. At Ypres, in April 1915, with the first gas attack by German troops, the law of war became a memory of a bygone age. A movie like La Grande Illusion, Jean Renoir's masterpiece realized in 1937, pointed out this shift from civilized to civil war. It romantically depicted the friendship between the French captain Boieldieu and the German officer von Rauffenstein, whose reciprocal loyalty and admiration was the mirror of a dynastic and aristocratic conception of war that would not survive the trauma of 1914-18. It is in accomplishing their respective military duties that Boieldieu tries to escape from his imprisonment and Rauffenstein kills him, but at the moment of his enemy's death he asks to be pardoned. He did not wish to kill Boieldieu, simply to wound him, but it was dark and he failed. The movie shows that these enemies shared many common values, above all the sense of honor, that were certainly higher and deeper than the reasons behind their war. By 1918, this noble and humanist vision of war was over. From Machiavelli to Rousseau, many philosophers criticized the theory of the just war from various points of view, revealing its ambiguities and hidden ideological purposes. Since the implicit corollary of the Jus Publicum Europaeum was the view of the non-Western world as a space open to colonization, wars of conquest and even colonial massacres ipso facto became just wars in the name of natural law. Conceived as enterprises of conquest in which European armies were confronted not with other regular armies but with tribes and combatants without a well-defined status from the point of view of the conquerors, colonial wars did not distinguish between soldiers and civilians. In this respect, the massacres that accompanied the history of colonialism provided a model for the total wars of the 20th century. Of course, colonial wars were not civil wars, since the opposing forces were quite remote from one another both politically and culturally. They were certainly not conflicts within a single community, yet they presented many features typical of a civil war. Civil war is not a conflict between states, but a breakdown of order within a state no longer able to impose its monopoly of violence. The enemy parties are not two regular armies but two factions within one and the same state, only one of which possesses a legal status, so that the distinction between civilian and combatant becomes highly problematic. The laws of war no longer apply if the enemies are not states but belong to the same community, whose law they no longer recognize. As a consequence, the figure of the legitimate enemy disappears. The internal rebel of civil war, like the criminal or the indigenous rebel of colonial wars, is an outlaw with whom no compromise is possible. Point 19. The oldest description of this type of conflict is that given by Thucydides. In his History of the Peloponnesian War, he describes the civil war that broke out in 427 BCE on the island of Corcyra, when the Athenians arrived and drove the Peloponnesians to take flight. It was an eruption of hate, writes Thucydides, in which general laws to which all alike can look for salvation in adversity were abolished and replaced by violence and depravity. Point 20. During this crisis, the Corcyrians were engaged in butchering those of their fellow citizens whom they regarded as their enemies. Death, Thucydides adds, raged in every shape, and, as usually happens at such times, there was no length to which violence did not go. Sons were killed by their fathers, and suppliants dragged from the altar or slain upon it, while some were even walled up in the temple of Dionysus and died there. 21. Thucydides does not stop with a phenomenological description. He also underlines the psychological changes it induces in the actors of a civil war, who kill under the impulse of a hatred unknown in normal times, turning the order of things and mentalities upside down. Words had to change their ordinary meaning and to take that which was now given them. Reckless audacity came to be considered the courage of a loyal ally, prudent hesitation, specious cowardice, moderation was held to be a cloak for unmanliness, ability to see all sides of a question, inaptness to act on any. 22. Such descriptions, with the same feelings and states of mind, could perfectly be applied to 20th century civil wars. One of the most acute and fascinating observers here, being both a writer and a militant, was doubtless Victor Serge. In his diary notes, written in Petrograd in spring 1919 and collected under the title The City in Danger, he captured the deep essence of civil war as a conflict between two factions of a lacerated society, a conflict driven only by violence, where no compromise is possible. It is impossible to understand anything of the history of the Civil War, he writes, without picturing these two opposing forces, mingled together, sharing the same life, rubbing shoulders in the thoroughfares of the cities with the constant, clear recognition that one side would have to kill the other. 23. Fear, insecurity, hatred, and the will to eliminate the enemy, drive the actors of civil war, fueling them with the energy needed for fighting. In this war, every principle of humanity is banished from both sides. If red commissars, militants, or commandants are taken by surprise, they are invariably shot. For our part, we don't spare former officers, or non-commissioned officers of any sort. War to death with no humanitarian hypocrisy, there is no Red Cross and stretcher bearers are not allowed. Primitive warfare, war of extermination, civil war. 24. Such a context, Serge concludes, can only lead to terror, in which, rather than in government policy, he sees a state of mind of the belligerents. The law is, kill or to be killed. The air is permeated with a vague smell of blood, creating among us a state of mind in which terror cannot fail to grow. We can sense the approach of terror just as before thunderstorms you can feel the air charged with electricity. 25. In short, a civil war is always made up of atrocities and horrors. Serge perceives one of its features in the emotional overinvestment of its protagonists. The sense of accomplishing a duty could inspire the volunteers of 1914, but it is not enough for committing oneself to a civil war, which always occasions a mixture of juridical anomie and emotional plenitude, both pushed to the extreme, as if the vacuum created by the demise of norms were filled by a new existential content. Combat is no longer legitimized, let alone regulated, by law, but by higher moral and political convictions that have to be defended to the end in the most intransigent way, at the price of the life of the enemy, an enemy who is close at hand and known, and, if necessary, at the price of sacrificing oneself. The values filling this space of anomie can be the most noble or the most abject, sometimes a mixture of both: liberation, justice, equality, human dignity, freedom from oppression, but also vengeance, racism, exacerbated nationalism, religious fanaticism. Carl Schmitt's definition of civil war in his highly controversial text Ex Captivitate Salus remains a classic. It deserves consideration despite its place in a highly debatable apologia, in which he tries to explain his involvement with the Nazi regime. Civil war is particularly cruel, Schmitt writes, being carried on inside a political community including the enemy, and within the same juridical order. Each party considers the enemy as an outlaw, they suppress the right of the adversary, but they do that in the name of law. In this way, he adds, civil war establishes a particular relationship, specifically dialectical, with law. It cannot but be just, and it becomes in this way the archetype of the just war, which proclaims itself as just. More dangerously than in any other kind of war, every party is obliged to suppose in a pitiless way both his own right and the fault of the adversary. The one claims his legal right, the other his natural right. In such a context, the opposition between legality and legitimacy becomes radical. On the one hand, the instruments of justice lose their impartiality as they convert themselves into tools of a merciless combat. On the other hand, revolutionary justice knows only one rule: the annihilation of the enemy. Its popular tribunals must not attenuate the horror but accentuate it. They designate an enemy of the state, of the people or of humanity in order to deprive him of any right in the name of law. And Schmitt concludes, the hostility becomes so absolute that the old, sacred distinction between the enemy and the criminal is dissolved into the paroxysm of self-justification. To doubt one's own righteous cause is perceived as a betrayal, to hear the arguments of the adversary becomes slyness, and any attempt to discuss becomes a form of complicity with the enemy. 26. If we ignore the motivations and the context of these words, they sketch the anatomy of civil war as a cruel conflict without shared rules that is a fairly exact description of the confrontations that ravaged Europe between 1914 and 1945. In the first volume of his History of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky suggests a similar analysis of the Civil War in Marxist terms, indicating its climax in the formation of a dual power. He describes this as a transitional situation of anarchy that leads, sooner or later, to the victory of one of the two parties in struggle. This step is characteristic of all the great revolutions in history, from the English Revolution, with its conflict between the monarchy and Cromwell's New Model Army, to the French Revolution, with the opposition first between the king and the Constituent Assembly and then, after 1792, between the Commune and the Convention. In 1871, the dualism of power took the form of a territorial separation, the Revolution in Paris and the counter-revolution at Versailles. In 1917, it opposed the provisional government led by Kerensky to the Congress of Soviets, in which the Bolsheviks acquired a majority in October. And it was in order to give all power to the Soviets that they decided to dissolve the Constituent Assembly. Such fragmentation of power into two irreducibly antagonistic entities cannot continue. The demand for a dictatorship, Trotsky writes, results from the intolerable contradictions of the double sovereignty. The transition from one of its forms to the other is accomplished through civil war. 27. Civil war does not aim at a just peace with a legitimate adversary but rather the destruction of the enemy. At the Casablanca Conference, in January 1943, Churchill and Roosevelt declared in a joint statement that the Allied forces would not accept any compromise with Germany and Japan, but only their unconditional surrender. 28 It is interesting to observe that in this declaration, which already foreshadowed the tribunals of Nuremberg and Tokyo, the US President and British Prime Minister did not use the conventional formulation of the military lexicon, capitulation. They chose to speak of unconditional surrender, adopting the term that the Union forces had imposed on the Confederacy at the end of the American Civil War and that General Lee signed at Appomattox in 1865. Such a formulation did not belong to international law, it was borrowed from commercial law, where it indicates a cession and a transfer of property. By adopting this concept, the victors wished to show that the Confederacy had not only been defeated, but had definitively disappeared, that it did not exist anymore. 29 In a capitulation, soldiers lay down their arms at a public ceremony symbolizing their defeat, but they still belong to the army of a state whose legal existence is recognized by international law. In an unconditional surrender, on the other hand, the defeated army becomes in a way the property of the victor who imposes his domination. General Wilhelm Keitel, who had signed the unconditional surrender of Germany at Berlin-Karlhorst, on May 8, 1945, was judged at Nuremberg the following year and executed as a war criminal. A similar fate befell Hideki Tojo, the Japanese head of government. In 1945, Germany and Japan were occupied by Allied forces who had initially decided to deprive them of any form of national sovereignty for several decades. At Casablanca, it was Roosevelt who suggested the demand of unconditional surrender for Germany. According to Churchill, who immediately approved it, it was not a question of reducing the Germans to slavery, but of refusing any negotiations, and above all of ruling out any international juridical norm that could have barred territorial transfers or adjustments in enemy countries. 30. Partisans. The partisan is a striking figure in the history of the Second World War. Partisans are irregular combatants who appear in all conflict theaters, and sometimes play a decisive role. They were unknown during the First World War, which began as a classic interstate war following the norms of European law, emerging only with the revolutionary crisis that broke out at the end of the conflict, notably in Russia and Central Europe. The militarization of political life at the end of the Great War led to the formation of partisan militias and armed groups participating in street combat, and sometimes actual insurrections. The phenomenon was not limited to the former Russian Empire. Images of the Spartacist rebellion in Berlin, in January 1919, show columns of armed workers seizing the building of the Moss Press Group or firing at the Free Corps controlled by Minister Niski. These armed formations, from the Communist Road Front to the Nazi SA, were a typical feature of the Weimar Republic and, more generally, of interwar European societies. In Italy, the period 1920–24 was characterized by violent confrontations between the Arditi del Popolo and Mussolini's squadristi. Between 1919 and 1924, armed insurrections and violent counter-revolutions took place in Bavaria, the Baltic states, Hungary, Hamburg, and finally Bulgaria. In Austria, the fascist putsch of February 1934 provoked a week of bloody clashes in the streets of Vienna between the army and the Schutzbund, a socialist militia, whose defeat cost 1,200 dead and many thousands of wounded. The same phenomenon appeared in the first stage of the Spanish Civil War. Republican forces, embodying the legal authority, needed to reconstruct a regular army with units that had remained loyal to the government, and popular militias spontaneously arose to combat the military putsch. The apogee of partisan struggle, however, was the Second World War. There were hundreds of thousands of them across Europe, waging a parallel war alongside the regular armies mobilizing millions of soldiers. The partisans were irreplaceable actors in a war where military operations were intertwined with movements of national liberation, the struggle against collaborationist regimes, and anti-fascist combat. In the first months following the German attack on the Soviet Union in June 1941, Stalin called for the creation of partisan groups behind enemy lines, in Soviet territories occupied by the German armies. From 1943 onwards, the resistance also acquired a mass dimension in the Balkans and on the Western Front, in Yugoslavia and Greece, Belgium and Holland, France and Italy. Its impact was amplified by fascist and Nazi propaganda that justified its repression and violence, including the deportation and massacre of civilians, with the pretext of the anti-partisan struggle. Posters threatening with death all kinds of resistance combatants, called bandits and terrorists, covered the countries occupied by German troops. The strong presence of communists and foreigners, especially Jews, was systematically emphasized, as with the famous Affiche Rouge of February 1944 in Paris, announcing the execution of 23 partisans of the Manutian group. In Italy, the fascists called partisans bastardi, indicating their non-belonging to the national community. On the other hand, the resistance considered them as patriots and fighters for liberty. Everywhere, it afforded them the status of regular combatants, emphasizing their military and hierarchical structure, and sought to have this status recognized by the Allied forces at the time of liberation. The Italian partisans who occupied the town of Macerata on June 3, 1944 wore colonial uniforms they had found in a warehouse. Their helmets were rather exotic, but had the advantage of giving them the appearance of regular soldiers. 31 The heroes of the resistance were sometimes retrospectively militarized, like Colonel Fabien, the French communist militant who carried out the first assassination of a German official in Paris, in 1941.32 At liberation, the partisans enjoyed full legitimacy. They became the symbol of an insurgent civil society with which everyone was keen to identify, out of empathy, or to be identified, for convenience. After many years of underground existence, they found themselves at the heart of a liberatory festival that turned the social order upside down. The former bandits metamorphosed into heroes of popular mythology, exchanging the tragic dimension of struggle for the joyful aspect of the chivalry. In his description of insurgent Paris, Claude Roy sketched this portrait of the last-minute franc-tireur. He has a machine gun, 2 grenades under his belt, his trousers are tucked into woolen socks, his shoes are large and he wears a check shirt with rolled-up sleeves. He comes from an American movie. He is the hero of Viva Villa himself. 33 The boldest partisan actions were sometimes recreated in front of a camera with the object of immortalizing them. Pantomime of this kind followed the real resistance with its cortege of blood and death. It is precisely because it was a serious event that it had to be immortalized, because everyone was aware of its historic character. It was necessary to show its heroic dimension, sometimes making it into a kind of icon. Certain postures are rather incongruous, designed only to meet the photographer's demands. They show, for example, the various stages of agony of a fighter being tortured to death, then his comrades dying as heroes with raised fists before the execution squad, or a nurse caring for a man on a mountaintop while a comrade protects them with his submachine gun. In front of the camera, the protagonists of the resistance transformed themselves, literally, into actors in the theater of history. 34. The importance of the partisans' role during the Second World War, under their various designations, reveals the anomic character of this conflict, its transgression of traditional rules of war, and therefore its civil war nature. Once again, it was Carl Schmitt who defined the ideal type of the partisan. Above all, he is an irregular combatant, distinct in this respect from the soldier wearing a uniform. The deep motivation of the partisan struggle lies in their intensive political engagement, as indicated by the etymology of the name, which refers to party membership. Their action is also characterized by flexibility, speed, and the ability to switch from attack to retreat, almost always coordinated with that of a regular army they support. Finally, partisans have, according to Schmitt, a telluric character. In most cases, they are deeply rooted in a territory they wish to liberate, and their action takes advantage of their organic links with the local population. 35 Peasants help them in the mountains, orienting and nourishing them where they fight as an armed group, and civilians hide and protect them in the towns, where the partisan is a technician of the invisible struggle and a saboteur. 36 The partisan is thus a central figure in a war, claiming a justa causa but not recognizing a justus hostis. The Second World War exalted both the liberating guerrillero and the political combatant, their characteristics fused into the partisan, sometimes conferring on him an almost mythical aura. In the countries where an army created by irregular combatants succeeded in defeating the occupying forces and taking power, its charismatic leader became quite naturally the head of a new state, like Marshal Tito in Yugoslavia or Mao Zedong in China. In 1907, the Hague Convention had assimilated the irregular combatants in a civil war, and particularly populations that spontaneously take arms, to regular forces involved in a war, on condition that they had a leader, wore distinguishing marks, did not hide their arms and respected the rules and customs of war. 37 The usefulness of this recognition of the partisan's belligerent status would be clear during the Spanish Civil War, when it was the legal republican authority that was defended by popular militias, while the rebel forces belonged to a regular army. According to Swiss jurist Hans Weberg, who argued in 1938 for the incorporation of civil war into the law of war, legally recognized that rebels should be treated not as pirate vessels but as subjects of international law, a recognition that would humanize civil war by introducing rules. 38 The problem lies in the fact that, in most cases, such recognition comes from international institutions or countries external to the conflict, rather than being a mutual recognition by the conflicting parties. The partisan forces and groups of the Second World War, from the Polish Armia Krajowa to the Yugoslav Titoists, from the French Franksterers partisans to the Italian Garibaldi brigades, incontestably belonged to the category established by the Hague Convention, but the Germans always considered them mere terrorists and bandits. Their actions were followed by retaliations that, in the best of cases, killed 10 bandits for each dead German, or were directed against civilians. A similar attitude was adopted by the Soviet troops who shot members of the German Volkssturm set up to defend the Reich in the last phase of the war. For the Nazis, the anti-partisan campaign belonged to the tradition of counter-revolutionary combat, and many of its leaders had cut their teeth back in 1919. The historian Christian Ingrau has illustrated the continuity of this Nazi culture of violence in his biographical sketch of Oskar Dirlewanger, a leader of this campaign on the Eastern Front and responsible for the massacre of thousands of civilians in Poland and Russia after 1941. After fighting on the Russian front during the First World War, he was active in the Freikorps after 1918, and in 1938 was sent to Spain with the Condor Legion to support Franco's army during the Spanish Civil War. Captured in southern Germany in 1945, he was killed by former deportees who had recognized him in the camp where he was interned. 39 In a war where risks were limitless. 40 It was inevitable that partisans, who had suffered the most savage repression, should be in the front line of the epuration that settled accounts at the end of the war. The partisan does not wear a uniform, but he has moral principles and norms of conduct. We should not interpret a civil war, taking Hobbes's definition literally, as regression to a pre-political state of nature, leading to disorder and a bellum omnium contra omnes. The confrontation between two belligerents who do not have shared rules does not prevent each of them having their own particular rules. The faction identifying itself with a legal authority, the state whose legitimacy the other faction no longer recognizes, treats its adversaries as bandits and outlaws. The rebels seeking to embody a new legitimacy organize themselves and set their own rules. Analyzing this phenomenon in the Italian resistance, the historian Claudio Pavoni observed the tendency, within partisan groups, towards a re-emergent desire to establish normative standards. 41 Roberto Battaglia, a historian of the resistance who was himself political commissar in a Garibaldi brigade in Tuscany in 1944-45, describes the paradoxical character of such a situation. Partisans who had taken up arms to fight fascism, or, more simply, tried to escape enrollment into the fascist army, were outlaws. But their decision to place themselves outside the law lay in their deep desire to destroy an order they perceived as unjust, morally and politically unacceptable, and to lay the foundations of a new order. Placing oneself outside the law meant constituting an alternative system of values and norms. It was in a very serious manner that Battaglia, summoning the directors of local banks to impose on them a levy for the resistance, introduced himself with the peremptory declaration, "I am the law." 42. This was not a joke. It was important to show that the partisans were not brigands, as their enemies claimed, and that they would not accept any transgression of their rules. Traitors were executed, and partisans who took advantage of their arms to loot or rob were severely punished. It was only possible to impose their political legitimacy by practicing an inflexible justice. 43. Prompt and summary execution, exemplary punishments, and the excesses of violence typical of every civil war always coexist, paradoxically, with an extremely sharp sense of justice and a firm morality of combat. Simone Weil, who vigorously denounced Republican atrocities during the Spanish Civil War, recalled that theft and rape were capital crimes in the anarchist militias. 44. A civil war is always fought by active minorities. Between the conflicting parties, Reds and Whites in Russia, Republicans and Francoists in Spain, resistance partisans and collaborators, lies a wide gray zone. 45. Made by the inchoate mass of bystanders, hesitant, paralyzed or simply unable to choose their camp, whose attitudes change with the course of the conflict. During the Russian Civil War, the peasantry were taken hostage in turn by the Red Army and White Guards, sometimes balancing between them or passing from one camp to the other according to circumstances, as did Makhno's army in Ukraine. In 1944, the French resistance enjoyed the backing of a great majority in a society which had massively supported the Vichy regime 4 years before. In autumn 1943, the great majority of Italians hesitated to choose between the Republic of Salo and a monarchy that had chosen to join the Anglo-American camp after the implosion of its state machine and its army. The young people who chose to take up arms against fascism were a small minority. It was not until 1944 that the resistance expanded, enjoying majority support at the moment of liberation, in April 1945. In a civil war it is not the gray zone that is decisive, but active minorities. The partisans were faced with difficult choices. Their ethic of conviction spurred them to action. Fighting Nazism was a moral and political imperative. But, at the same time, their ethic of responsibility obliged them to take into account the consequences of their acts, to foresee the inevitable response of the enemy, with potential reprisals against civilians, sometimes even massacres. In church, the ecclesiastical authorities denounced the irregular acts of the partisan bands. Giorgio Amendola, a leading figure in the communist resistance in Italy, recalls their choice. The problem of reprisals was raised and settled once and for all at the start of the armed struggle, in Italy as it had already been in France and other countries occupied by the Nazis. Accepting the blackmail of reprisals meant renouncing the struggle right away. 46 Civilians oscillated between solidarity and fear. Sometimes they supported partisan groups, sometimes they accused them of bringing down Nazi repression because of their irresponsible acts. On the one hand, their spontaneous distrust of sabotage actions and attacks carried out by irregular fighters derived from a mental habitus which, for centuries, had granted state authorities the monopoly of violence. 47 On the other hand, their hostility, if not open opposition, to an authority perceived as illegitimate converted them into sympathizers and supporters of the rebels. Such contrasting feelings accompanied the Civil War until its conclusion. 48 Later, in a pacified society, the passive mass that had refused commitment, swinging between forced adaptation and collaboration. 49 Hesitant or simply consumed by the difficulties of everyday life, would decide, by voting, the new political equilibrium. But during the confrontation these people were left behind, suffering the shocks and adapting to a situation that was beyond their control. When they again became actors in political life, the partisan had left the stage, becoming either a mythical figure in the collective memory or simply forgotten. Hot violence. In a situation of civil war, violence takes the form of transgression. As Roger Cale Lewis brilliantly observed, civil war presents a striking homology with the festival. Both are essential moments of socialization in which individuals are consumed by a collective effervescence that transforms the solution of their problems into a community act, challenging social distance and individual autonomy. Routine is broken, what was traditionally forbidden is now permitted or prescribed. Just as carnival permits incest, so war incites killing. It loses all immediate utility and acquires a religious, sacred dimension. It becomes a sacrifice of the combatant and an immolation of the enemy. In civil war as in festivals, the share of liturgy diminishes in proportion to the growth of the share of license and orgy. 50. Hatred loses its abstract character, rather than a mental disposition or a sentiment that fuels political choice, it becomes an impulse expressed in action. The suspension of law and the breakdown of the state's monopoly of violence create the context allowing the outbreak of violence. From this point of view, it is incontestable that civil war implies a regression in the civilizing process. 51 The social and cultural constraints that mold our norms of behavior explode. Control over our drives, which Norbert Elias, in the wake of Freud, considers the source of the psychic economy of civilized individuals, impeding them from abandoning themselves to the pleasure of aggression, evaporates. The breakout of civil war marks an anthropological turn that separates it, as a watershed, from the previous and following times of peace. In this intermediate phase, violence takes an extreme dimension, spreading without limits. It is no longer simply a means of struggle, but also the expression of the passions, feelings, fears, and hatreds of its agents. It takes forms that resurrect in the modern world the archaic image of the massacring mob, under the sign of transgression, the subversion of order, and revenge. It revives the practices of societies that Elias considers pre-civilized, i.e. anterior to the establishment of state coercion. In a society of warriors, he writes, in the civilizing process, the life of individuals is threatened continually and directly by acts of physical violence. If the existence of members of such a society is compared with that in more pacified zones, it permits the warrior extraordinary freedom in living out his feelings and passions, it allows savage joys, the uninhibited satisfaction of pleasure from women, or of hatred in destroying and tormenting anything hostile or belonging to an enemy. But at the same time it threatens the warrior, if he is defeated, with an extraordinary degree of exposure to the violence and the passions of others, and with such radical subjugation, such extreme forms of physical torment as are later, when physical torture, imprisonment, and the radical humiliation of individuals have become the monopoly of a central authority, hardly to be found in normal life. 52. In a civil war, violence is never purely instrumental. It takes on a strong symbolic dimension, feeds on itself and acquires its own dynamic, eventually becoming an end in itself. In other words, extreme violence converts into cruelty. 53 In the days that followed the Franco Putsch of July 1936, Spanish soldiers killed nearly 1,000 Republicans in the region of Valladolid. They organized public executions in the city center, which fascist dignitaries attended while eating chos and drinking anis at. 54 It is often hard to distinguish between true and false in accounts of this kind of violence. The presence of foreign troops in Russia during the Civil War of 1918-21 gave rise to many legends, the most famous of which is doubtless the tortures practiced by a mythical Chinese Chaika that fed the animals in the Petrograd Zoo with the corpses of their victims. 55 Or killed their enemies by putting their heads in a rat cage. 56 Even more horrible, however, are the stories of the violence of the White Guards, which the historian Jean-Jacques Marie relates as established facts. For instance, he describes the communist soup invented by the Cossacks, which consisted in throwing Jewish communists, still alive, into a gigantic tank of boiling water, in the middle of a village, then forcing other prisoners to eat the boiled corpses of their comrades. According to this legend, many of them were driven mad. 57. Civil war exhumes and revives old feelings and impulses that articulate with contemporary hopes and frustrations. The enemy must not only be killed, he must be publicly humiliated and exhibited as a war trophy. Nazis and fascists accordingly hung up executed partisans for display, especially in Eastern Europe. Sometimes, their victims were hung by their feet like animals in a butcher's shop. This violence inevitably generated a counter-violence that sometimes reproduced the same features, despite being perpetrated by forces whose legitimacy derived from the moral rejection of such acts. Thus, Mussolini's corpse was trampled by the crowd in the Piazza Loreto, in Milan, on April 29, 1945, then hung by its feet from a pole. As historian Sergio Luzzatto pertinently remarks, civil war is also a bodily tragedy. 58 It always brings with it a share of excessive, spectacular, terrifying violence. This anthropological dimension of civil war does not prove, pace Wolfgang Sofsky, that violence is the destiny of humanity. 59 It does not reveal the deep nature of human beings, but indicates with blinding evidence what they are capable of in extreme situations. Civil wars represent an interesting laboratory for the deep testing of the solidarity, generosity, and spirit of sacrifice that are also inherent in human beings. But they also reveal the abysses of cruelty and evil that, in the last analysis, are simply the dialectical reverse of those values. They challenge both the anthropological optimism of philosophies of progress and the anthropological pessimism of conservative ideologies. Good and evil coexist in a civil war as opposing poles of the same magnetic field, showing that, in the face of an extreme situation, human nature is always composed of a mixture of both. 60. Revenge was an aspect of the popular festivals that followed the end of the Second World War, a revenge that was both symbolic and material. For a short period, before legal justice was restored, improvised popular tribunals meted out justice themselves, often ordering summary executions. Between 1944 and 1945, the defeat of the German armies opened up the space for a crazy festival. 61 This was an upsurge of joy and enthusiasm expressed in barricades, flags, and church bells, as well as in the sensuality of the encounter with the liberating army and the resistance forces. Such an interruption in chronological time, and the eruption of a qualitative time, full of meaning and hope, spontaneously resurrected images and rites rooted in collective memory. In Paris, barricades were both combat sites and places of memory, evoking the 1848 revolution and the Commune of 1871. But the outburst of passions was not always experienced as deliverance. It also demanded its portion of humiliated bodies, when popular festival was transformed into hideous carnival by a grimacing mob delighting in the spectacle of shaven-headed women, the collaboratrices horizontals. 62 The cleavage between those two crowds, the first jubilant and the other vengeful, was never clear. The two merged together, inspired by a plurality of feelings that swung between joy and hate, generosity and cruelty, driven to paroxysm. This drunkenness of excess, when tremendous generosity is combined with horrific cruelty, a sentiment of fraternity with a sentiment of revenge, the joy of popular festival with the sadistic impulses of massacre, closely resembles the spontaneous violence of the early revolutionary times analyzed by Michel Veuvel. 63 It was an anarchistic violence that he opposes to the terror as an institutional, organized and planned practice of coercion, a violence that did not confine itself to destroying the symbols of the ancien regime but sought to create a new order, attacking the enemies it met along the way. This was the violence that erupted in France between 1789 and 1792, when, in a metaphor that Paulo Viola borrowed from Mounier, the throne is empty. 64 The ancien regime was demolished, but popular sovereignty remained an abstract concept, not yet having acquired the forms of a new power. During this transitional moment, that of emptiness at the summit, when the king was a hostage of the revolutionary forces, there were no laws and the people governed absolutis legibus. The people, whom the absolute monarchy had both oppressed and protected, who had endured an overwhelming power that they might rebel against but never dared replace, finally found themselves alone. They had to create new organs of power. It was at that point that massacres erupted, with crowds executing aristocrats and carrying their heads in procession, stuck on the end of a pike. The terror put an end to this popular and spontaneous violence, bringing it back into a legal framework. According to Robespierre and Danton, it was a question of replacing popular revenge, blind and dangerously prone to excess, with the sword of the law. 65. Similar features appeared in the Russian Civil War. Contrary to a widespread interpretation in contemporary historiography, which tries to explain it as exclusively a product of Bolshevik ideology, the Red Terror was the response of the new Soviet power to a violence coming from below that became endemic in 1917. As in the French Revolution, ideology intervened a posteriori to legitimize methods that were invented on the spot. According to Mark Farrow, the communist dictatorship legitimized a spontaneous violence and exploited it for consolidating its power. 66 As distinct from peasant violence, literally explosive and uncontrolled, the excesses of the Cheka were not spontaneous. They fitted into the pitiless logic of a civil war opposing revolution and counter-revolution, Reds and Whites, peasants and landowners, urban popular classes and Tsarist aristocracy, Russian communism and Western anti-communism. The logic of the empty throne was also at work in the first months of the Spanish Civil War, when Franco's pronunciamiento triggered a real social revolution in the Republican zones. José Luis Ledesma has convincingly shown, analyzing the case of Republican repression in Aragon, that the great majority of its victims were killed in summer 1936. The eruption of popular violence at that time was the result of the breakdown of the state and the consequent power vacuum. 67 In these weeks, according to Gabriel Ranzato, Spain experienced an overflow of bloody and iconoclastic radicalism that killed 6,800 religious, a massacre that government authority was unable to stop. 68 Priests and landowners were hunted down in a repression arising from class impulses, especially in the countryside. It spared people whose hands showed the marks of manual work and condemned the others. Such anarchistic violence came to an end in the autumn, when the Republican state was reconstituted and imposed its law. Popular tribunals continued to pronounce death sentences, but the wave of violence declined. The revolution began to create its own institutions. There was a fundamental difference in the anti-republican violence that intensified as Franco's army consolidated its power, with executions continuing for more than 10 years after the end of the Civil War and the establishment of the Caudillos regime. The atrocities of the Second World War, particularly those perpetrated on the Eastern Front, were documented by thousands of photographs taken by the soldiers of the Wehrmacht. These often unbearable images, showing violence and death in the most naked and horrible factual way, are not easy to interpret, beyond their immediate dimension as documents or moments of truth captured by the lens. 69 In many cases, the photographers were involved in the murderous actions, and their pictures testify to a complicit gaze accompanying the pleasure of killing. The captions several soldiers wrote beneath the pictures, as a kind of commentary in their souvenir albums, reveal this dimension of the visual document. The war trophy. 70 More frequently, pictures of this kind fulfilled another aim. Not taken in response to an order or to be widely distributed, but rather on the initiative of soldiers themselves, and deposited in their private archives, they reveal another dimension of the war and a different gaze on violence. The camera neutralizes the feelings and emotions of the soldiers, amateur photographers who, while taking part in the killings, might well view them with a cold eye. 71 The camera allowed them to establish a distance with respect to the regarded object, the act of killing and its victim, through a separation and neutralization that conferred on them the status of bystanders instead of actors. Today, these pictures detach themselves from their original destination, the secret imagination of the soldiers, and settle themselves in our collective memory as secular icons of death in the 20th century. Cold violence. In order to understand civil wars, it is necessary to compare their violence with the far more large-scale violence of the total wars of which they are often components or appendices. The difference is glaring. The bloody conflicts that tore Germany apart at the moment of its defeat and the birth of the Weimar Republic, between January and May 1919, claimed a number of victims incomparably lower than the battles of the Somme or Verdun. The particular character of the European Civil War lies in the fact that it was a mixture of total wars, revolutions, civil wars, and genocides. It created a context in which a savage and ancestral violence merged with the modern violence of total war, the technology of aerial bombing and the industrial extermination of gas chambers. In this war, one might say, borrowing the words of Alain Corbin, the Dionysiac drives of avenging crowds coexisted with the pasteurized massacres of state violence. 72 In other words, the violence born from the regression in the civilizing process combined, in an astonishing dialectic of non-contemporaneity, with a modern and much more murderous violence based on the technology of industrial society. Violence of this kind implied, both socially and anthropologically, the achievements of the civilizing process, the state monopoly of weapons, managerial and productive rationality, the fragmentation of tasks and the division of labor, self-control of instincts, the freeing of social agents from moral responsibility, spatial separation between victims and executors. While Einsatzgruppen soldiers and policemen killed Jews in Polish villages, piling them in common graves, SS Lieutenant Colonel Adolf Eichmann remained in his office, where he organized the deportation of other Jews to the death camps. An army of civil servants performed tasks essential to the extermination process, whether censuses, expropriation decrees, or the train timetables that made possible the convoys to the death camps, but which, considered in isolation, had nothing murderous about them. They became murderous only through being integrated into a global chain culminating in the gas chambers, a chain whose final outcome was not necessarily known to its individual participants, one of its very premises being the social production of moral indifference so typical of modern societies. 73 The image of Oradour-sur-Glane, the small French village where, on June 10, 1944, the SS burned the whole population alive in the village church, belongs as much to the memory of the Second World War as do the chimneys of Auschwitz. These different forms of violence, hot and cold, coexisted in the same war. Despite Norbert Elias's theory helping us to study the expressions of an avenging crowd in a civil war, his attempt to explain the Holocaust as a throwback to the barbarism and savagery of earlier ages 74 turns out to be deceptive and false. It would be far more appropriate to interpret it, in the wake of Adorno and the Frankfurt School, as the expression of a barbarism inscribed within the principle of civilization. 75 Civilization and barbarism are not absolutely antagonistic terms, but two indissociable aspects of the same historical process carrying both emancipatory and destructive tendencies. Emancipation and domination go together as two potentialities of a single dialectical movement. In an interesting reflection on the implications of distance as a source of moral indifference, a reflection whose genealogy he reconstructs from Aristotle to Chateaubriand, Carlo Ginzburg reminds us of the metaphor of Diderot's letter on the blind. If there was no fear of punishment, many men would prefer to kill another person a long way off than to use their own hands to kill a cow. Distance keeps the horror of blood at bay, rendering the criminal indifferent, like a blind man who cannot see and consequently neutralizes his moral reactions. According to Ginzburg, the air war of the 20th century, transforming the enemy into a microscopic target and removing blood from the bomber's vision, proves Diderot's assertion. When pushed to extremes, Ginzburg concludes, distance may lead to an absolute lack of pity for other human beings. 76 These observations grasp an aspect of war and mass violence in the modern world. In the European Civil War, however, cold violence and distance are combined with the heat and passion of a crusade against a known enemy, aiming to kill him and to exhibit his corpse as a trophy. Distance and the moral indifference that makes it possible to bomb towns and murder en masse are mixed with the physical closeness and emotional involvement of the combat seeking to kill Bolsheviks, torture partisans, and eliminate Untermenschen in a struggle experienced as redemptive. 77 The images of executions of partisans and Jews that the Wehrmacht soldiers sent back to their wives from the Eastern Front, like the films showing soldiers grinning as they cut the beard of an old Jew or humiliate naked women in the Polish winter, are the mirror of this brutalization of mental dispositions and practices of the violence of war. 78 Dictatorship. The European Civil War transformed the meaning and usage of the term dictatorship. Following the advent of the regimes of Mussolini, Hitler, Franco, and Stalin, it became synonymous with an authoritarian or even totalitarian regime of oppression and terror, eclipsing the meaning it had always had previously. 79 Charlie Chaplin's parody of Hitler in The Great Dictator, made in Hollywood in 1940, brought this new meaning of the word into mass culture. From antiquity to the 20th century, dictatorship had been seen as a corollary of democracy. In its classic meaning, it denoted the form of republican government in a time of crisis, when the exercise of power was monopolized by a single individual called a dictator. The Roman dictatorship, however, was a magistracy with limited prerogative powers, field of action and duration. It was not a despotic, arbitrary, or illegal power, and its basis remained republican. The dictator was appointed by a consul, at the request of the Senate, and his mandate lasted for 6 months. As an extraordinary magistrate, he was appointed to deal with a major peril, whether internal or external. If the dictator embodied authority, from a strictly institutional point of view, this dictatorship was not the actual state power, but simply an extraordinary organ of it, its character being conjunctural rather than structural. 80 In the popular imaginary, the figure of a dictator was embodied by Cincinnatus, the legendary commander who was called upon to save the endangered Roman Republic and who, after defeating the enemy in 2 weeks, went home to plow his fields. Dictatorship implies a state of exception, i.e. the suspension of law and limitation of individual liberty. But this is a matter of temporary measures authorized by legitimate bodies of the state. In Giorgio Agamben's definition, inspired here by Carl Schmitt, the state of exception separates the norm from its application. In order to preserve it and make it effective, the state of exception is an anomic space in which what is at stake is a force of law without law. 81 The dictator, accordingly, cannot be equated with a usurper or tyrant who seizes power in a coup d'état, since the power that he exercises is not simply de facto but de jure. He can provisionally suspend the application of the law, but he can neither change the law nor suppress the constitution, nor again promulgate new laws. This conception of dictatorship runs through the entire history of political thought. Taking inspiration from Bodin, Carl Schmitt defined 2 types of dictatorship. In 1920, he distinguished between classical dictatorship, which he defined as the dictatorship of a commissioner, and sovereign dictatorship, the former being the emanation of a constituted state power, while the latter was the organ of a constituent power. 82 The model for the latter Schmitt saw in the English Revolution of the 17th century. After dissolving the Long Parliament, Cromwell had established a military dictatorship that was not answerable to any higher body, and transformed itself into a genuine sovereign power, no longer delegated or provisional, but permanent and absolute. Schmitt also included the French Revolution in this category, the Constituent Assembly having played a similar role when it established its own organ of terror, the Committee of Public Safety, in 1793. The final example he gave was that of the regime established by the Bolsheviks in October 1917, prefigured by the Marxist concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this case, too, the dictatorship was not the extraordinary organ of a legal power, but a constituent power that created a new order. In this case, it happened to be a revolutionary power that could not claim national legitimacy, but based itself on a class legitimacy, the Soviets, though this representation was immediately confiscated by the party that had organized the insurrection. In the course of the Civil War, the constituent power came inevitably to be identified with the dictatorship of a militarized revolutionary party. 83. It was immediately after the First World War, a period marked in Central Europe by the bloody confrontation between revolution and counter-revolution, with the rise of more or less lasting military dictatorships, that Max Weber reformulated his theory of charismatic authority, now integrating into it the various forms of Caesarism whose typology he had presented in Economy and Society. 84 Charismatic authority is that of a man of providence with a vocation for swaying crowds, the leader with supposedly exceptional qualities who appears as a savior in a period of crisis. He seems touched by grace and capable of performing miracles, in the manner of the thaumaturgical kings of the Middle Ages. a charismatic community of disciples forms around him, united by a quasi-religious feeling of belief in his extraordinary properties, who voluntarily submit themselves to his will. In a similar way to the early Christian communities who had no formal structure but a charismatic foundation linked to the personality of Christ, so the dictatorships that arose after the First World War often claimed an extra-legal legitimacy, appealing not to human law but to the higher laws of nature or history. They were distinct both from traditional power, whose legitimacy rested on the force of customary law, and from modern forms of domination based on the rational constraint of the law. The feature shared by their leaders, Weber emphasizes, lies in the fact that they are obeyed not by virtue of any custom or law, but because they are viewed as possessing exceptional powers. 85 Charismatic power is by its very nature fragile and transitory, like the disturbed and chaotic times that engender it, and ineluctably condemned, according to Weber, to a routinization that erodes it and undermines its characteristics. In its rise, however, it annuls or neutralizes the law, and replaces it with the decision of a leader. This is then a personal power that claims to be original and free of legal constraints. A personal power embodied by a single, sacred, irreplaceable body, neither dynastic nor institutional, but precisely charismatic, a body identified with gestures, expressions, a voice, the mystical object around which the crowd can assemble and commune. This is the body of the Führer as presented by Leni Riefenstahl in her film on the Nuremberg Rally, Triumph of the Will, or the body of the Duce, whose power of fascination over his disciples is stressed by the writer Vitaliano Brancati. If he finds himself in the midst of a crowd, the crowd begins to surge and boil around him, the people surround him, forming a pyramid and placing him spontaneously at the summit. 86 It is inevitable that the end of this charismatic power should involve the destruction of its embodiment, trampled, humiliated, and hanged by the feet, like the body of Mussolini in April 1945, self-immolated like that of Hitler a few days later, when the Third Reich collapsed, to escape an equally horrible death. The body of the dictator does not survive the European Civil War, its end often culminating in his immolation. Like the execution of Louis XVI or Tsar Nicholas II, this symbolic moment marks the emergence of a new legitimacy. In 1920, Trotsky's pamphlet against Karl Kosky, Terrorism and Communism, seems to anticipate Schmidt's essay on dictatorship. In this work, the head of the Red Army analyses and legitimizes the revolutionary terror as an indispensable tool for creating a new state power. After recalling that no one ever considered war a school of humanity, still less civil war, Trotsky justifies Bolshevik policy in the name of the laws of history, seeking to prove that it does no more than follow the example of Cromwell, the Jacobins, and the Paris Commune. On each occasion, the revolutionaries were accused of terrorism. Each time, the defense of the revolution demanded the taking and execution of hostages, the imposition of censorship, the neutralization or elimination of enemies. The violence of Bolshevik power, Trotsky concludes, rests on class foundations that follow the direction of history. His strictly historicist argument leads to the following conclusion. The Red Terror is a weapon utilized against a class, doomed to destruction, which does not wish to perish. If the White Terror can only retard the historical rise of the proletariat, the Red Terror hastens the destruction of the bourgeoisie. This hastening, a pure question of acceleration, is at certain periods of decisive importance. Without the Red Terror, the Russian bourgeoisie, together with the world bourgeoisie, would throttle us long before the coming of the revolution in Europe. One must be blind not to see this, or a swindler to deny it. 87. A few months earlier, Victor Serge had proclaimed the same principle, in a formulation that was equally frightening, even if inspired more by revolutionary enthusiasm than by raison d'etat. We, the Reds, despite hunger, mistakes, and even crimes, we are on the way to the city of the future. 88. These passages illustrate very well the paradoxical position of the Bolsheviks in 1920. On the one hand, they practiced terror as a weapon of survival, in a desperate struggle against an enemy that threatened to crush them. On the other hand, they justified this in the name of the laws of history, and theorized it as the forceps needed to give birth to a new society. Respecting the codes of revolutionary scholastics, the practices of the Chika could even find a theoretical legitimation in Marx's thesis of violence as the midwife of history. This apology for terror was basically only one aspect of the new perception of violence in European societies as these emerged from the trauma of the Great War. On the nationalist side, fascists and conservative revolutionaries idealized war as the laboratory of a form of civilization organized by the total state and embodied by the new humanity that had emerged from the trenches. The Great War had forged the values, mentality, and political vision of the fascist leaders. Mussolini and Hitler were veterans who believed that they had discovered the meaning of life in the experience of war. The war had created a combat community that became, after 1918, a model of society, transformed into a monolithic and totalitarian national community. 89 Idealized by futurism as an aesthetic experience, and exalted by nationalism as the mission of the new man, war remained at the heart of the fascist view of the world. As distinct from Russia, where the Bolshevik dictatorship was born out of a social and political revolution that had broken the state apparatus inherited from Tsarism and destroyed the former ruling elites, in Italy and Germany fascism seized power by legal means. In both countries, the construction of a totalitarian regime involved a legal revolution 90 which, without immediately affecting the institutional facade of the state, suspended its laws for the duration. In Italy, the demolition of the liberal state was completed around the end of 1925, with the promulgation of the Leggi Fascistim, laws that followed Anteo Zamboni's attempted assassination of Mussolini. In the space of 3 years, the parliamentary system was practically destroyed, all powers were concentrated in the executive, and basic liberties suppressed. Press pluralism was abolished by the imposition of censorship, the death penalty reintroduced, local administration entrusted to podesta who were appointed by the central authority, and finally, in 1928, the fascist Grand Council became the regime's supreme constitutional organ. In Germany, it was the emergency decree for the protection of people and state issued by Hitler on February 28, 1933, following the Reichstag fire, that suspended sine die all freedoms enshrined in the Weimar Constitution. This is why Roman Schnur defined the Nazi regime as a legal civil war. 91 The Hitler dictatorship legalized civil war because it could not consolidate itself without making permanent the state of exception characteristic of civil war. The political scientist Ernst Frankl termed it a dual state, a state in which two opposing legal structures could coexist, on the one hand, rational modern law concerning the economy and the private sphere, and on the other hand, the law of exception that allowed the political power to free itself from any legal and rational procedure. 92 The fascist dictatorship suspended law in order to make the state of exception a permanent norm. The context of crisis, during the interwar period, provided the soil from which Schmidt drew the elements of his political theology, which brought back onto the agenda, in a secular form, the postulates of absolutism. The prerogative of the holders of absolute power thereby became the nomos of modern politics. Sovereign is he who decides on the exception. 93. 3. War against civilians. Annihilation. The first global conflict, the active birth of the European Civil War, began as a classic confrontation between states, which is why its actors were stunned by the unprecedented and unexpected forms that the conflict very rapidly took. Their reaction reveals the culture and mentalities that were typical of 19th-century Europe, aristocratic and imperial, confident of its power, shocked to see a barbarism that had previously been relegated to the uncivilized world resurface in its midst, and to discover that war was no longer a gentleman's business but an eruption of devastating violence. 1 The German military who occupied Belgium were fearful of snipers, in an echo of the War of 1870. This led to a wave of violence against civilians in the frontier villages, which were immediately ravaged and set on fire. The historians John Horn and Alan Kramer have counted 6,427 civilian victims during the first weeks of hostilities in France and Belgium. 2 These events fueled a Franco-British campaign against German atrocities, embellished by rumor and myth, but based on a kernel of unchallengeable fact. The violence of the Prussian army crossed a threshold previously unknown in the conduct of warfare, which now became right away a war against civilians. It was not a question of reactive measures that could be ascribed to an unforeseen situation, but of preventive actions decided on by the German General Staff. 3 Censorship, the restriction of individual freedom, intimidation, requisitions, the taking of hostages and forced labor became the everyday lot of the population of the occupied countries. By November 1914, 2 million Belgians, out of a population of 7.5 million, had sought refuge in France, the Netherlands, or Great Britain. 600,000 of them returned home only after the end of the conflict. 4 Similar practices were repeated the following year on the Eastern Front, this time undertaken by the Russian army, which decided, in the course of its retreat, to deport to the Russian heartland 300,000 Lithuanians, 250,000 Latvians, 350,000 Jews, and 743,000 Poles. 5. In 1915, a French Commission of Inquiry published its report on German war crimes, classified as acts committed by the enemy in violation of the law of nations. The accusations went far beyond the violation of Belgian neutrality. They concerned the use of chemical weapons, the bombing of cities, looting, rape, murder and arson. The Germans had adopted treacherous methods of warfare and inflicted cruel treatment on civilian populations. In short, they had transgressed the code of Jus Publicum Europaeum, thus proving their barbaric nature. This gave comfort to the instigators of French propaganda, whose denunciation of the brutality of the Huns was fundamental to their campaign. The Germans responded with a similar report on the World War and the collapse of the law of nations. Besides recalling that certain inhuman methods of war that they were accused of, such as aerial bombardment and the use of chemical weapons, were also widely employed by their enemies, they also stigmatized the Entente for imposing a blockade on the Central Powers. As proof of the fact that the British and French trampled over the traditional norms of war, they invoked the failure to respect customary usage towards German diplomats and, above all, the use of uncivilized peoples in a war between Europeans. 6. These reciprocal accusations, which bear the mark of their culture and time, both indicate facts and convey myths. They also attest to the shock produced by the systematic violation of the laws of war, and herald the shift underway towards a total war that in many respects resembled a civil war. This was expressed very lucidly in October 1915 by Sir Henry Orrell Richards, opening the academic year at All Souls College in Oxford. If the indiscriminate murder of the civilian population and the general destruction of civilian property is to continue, then in future wars we shall have every belligerent equipped with a fleet of airships, and the inhabited portions of every enemy country will be ravaged by bombs dropped from the clouds. The aim of the laws of war has been to alleviate as much as possible the calamities of war and to confine the military separation of belligerents to the weakening of the military forces of the enemy, to spare non-combatants in the interest of humanity. But this kind of warfare is a complete reversal of that policy. 7. From this point of view, the First World War was only a beginning. The war crimes mentioned by Richards in 1915 were quite minor in comparison with those that would mark the Second Global Conflict. The real turning point here was neither the invasion of Poland in 1939 nor the rapid success of the Blitzkrieg on the Western Front the following year, which destroyed French defenses in a few weeks. It was the German invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941. From this point on, the conflict underwent a change of nature, and began to be waged on the Eastern Front as a civil war, a war in which the only rule accepted was that of terror, hatred, and limitless violence. On June 22, 1940, representatives of France and the Third Reich signed an armistice, in the same railway carriage in which the capitulation of the German army had been signed on November 11, 1918. This highly symbolic act had a number of meanings. It indicated not simply Hitler's desire to take revenge on one of the parties responsible for the German humiliation of Versailles, but also the survival of a last vestige of the Jus Publicum Europaeum. Defeated France remained a civilized European nation, capable therefore of integration into a Europe dominated by Nazism. Even as a vassal, it could preserve a simulacrum of sovereignty on part of its territory. Its culture would be muzzled but not destroyed, and its elites encouraged to embark on the path of collaboration, from which they might hope to benefit. Publishing houses, cinemas, and theaters were not closed, but simply brought under control, and the receptions given in Paris by Otto Abetz attracted high society. The war in the East, on the other hand, had a completely different configuration. Hitler conceived it as a war of conquest and extermination, conquest of German Lebensraum, colonization of the Slavic world, destruction of Bolshevism and extermination of the Jews. Right from the start, it differed from all wars that had preceded it on the continent. It was initiated as a colonial war with no distinction between combatants and civilians, in which whole peoples were to be made into slaves, while others were exterminated by the use of special arrangements, first of all the ghettos and Einsatzgruppen, subsequently gas chambers in camps specially conceived as human slaughterhouses. In the Nazi view of the world, the symbiosis between Jews and Bolsheviks was so close that their destruction constituted one and the same objective. During the first year of this war, several 100,000 political commissars of the Red Army were shot on the spot by the Einsatzgruppen that followed the advance of the Wehrmacht. The orders were clear from the start: the Russian soldiers did not merit respect, they were not comrades. 8 out of 3,350,000 Soviet prisoners of war captured by the Wehrmacht during Operation Barbarossa in 1941, more than 2 million were either executed or failed to survive the end of the war, on account of the atrocious conditions in which they were detained. 9 Simply comparing military and civilian victims, the differences between the Western and Eastern fronts leap to the eye. The total number of deaths, including soldiers who fell in battle, civilians killed by bombing, and victims of conflicts between the resistance and the occupying forces, as well as Jews and political deportees, shows an impressive gulf between the two theaters of war. 10 France mourned nearly 600,000 dead, and Italy a similar number. Great Britain also counted over 400,000 victims, and the Netherlands some 300,000. Compared with the ravages of the war in the East, these figures do not seem very high. In the East, the numbers were counted in millions: 23 million Soviets, and 6 million Poles. Similar proportions were seen in the Balkans, with 2 million dead. The gap is equally marked if the respective rates of mortality for the British and Soviet armies are compared, around 5% for the British and 25% for the Soviets. 11 During the final phase of the war, Hitler even complained of the stupid Geneva Conventions, which considerably limited the ferocity of German soldiers on the Western Front. 12 Where surrender did not pose a threat to the soldiers' survival, they showed themselves less bellicose. Distinctions should also be made among the German losses, according to the different theaters. Out of 3.5 million soldiers of the Third Reich who fell in the course of the war, the deaths on the Western Front between spring 1940 and the end of 1944 were only 128,000, or 3.2% of total German losses. Recalling the extraordinarily ferocious character of the war in the East, Peter Legros stresses that the total number of civilian victims of the bombing of German cities, some 600,000, was still less than those of either Leningrad or Warsaw alone. 13. The German soldiers themselves noted the ferocity of the war in the letters they wrote from the front: here war is pursued in its pure form, any sign of humanity seems to have disappeared from deeds, hearts, and minds. The scenes which one observes border on insane hallucinations and nightmares. 14 In short, the Second World War was essentially fought on the Eastern Front, where its various dimensions, ideological, colonial, and racial, were fully developed. In this respect, it differed from the First World War, in which, since it was an interstate conflict in the sense of international law, the number of victims was proportionally comparable on all sides. 15 Once this character of classic warfare was lost, it was that much more deadly wherever its character as an ideological, colonial, and exterminatory war was more openly displayed. The unbreakable link between these different dimensions of the conflict was hammered home by the propaganda designed for the German armies on the Eastern Front. The historian Omer Bartov has drawn up an inventory of the privileged themes of this ideological war, pointing out that these were developed in bulletins, documents, and orders emanating from officers, which in the great majority of cases were not subject to the control of Goebbels's ministry. The dehumanization of the enemy, defined according to the categories of the Nazi lexicon, was the distinctive element here. Everyone who has looked at the face of a Red Commissar knows what the Bolsheviks are like. We would be insulting animals if we were to describe these men, who are mostly Jewish, as beasts. They are the embodiment of the satanic and insane hatred against the whole of noble humanity. The shape of these commissars reveals to us the rebellion of the undermentioned against noble blood. 16. The extirpation of Bolshevism was a legitimate demand of Germany, according to the orders of the commander of the 37th Panzer Corps. It is now our task to destroy the Red Army and thereby eradicate forever Bolshevism, the deadly enemy of National Socialism. We have never forgotten that it was Bolshevism which had stabbed our army in the back during the World War and which bears the guilt for all the misfortunes which our people have suffered after the war. We should always remember that. 17. The aims and methods of this war were summed up in an order from the commanders of the 16th Army, Walther von Reichenau, Erich von Manstein and Hermann Hoth, transmitted to the troops in November 1941, at the time of the great German advance towards Leningrad and Moscow. The essential aim of the war lay in the destruction of Judeo-Bolshevism, and the eradication of the Asian influence on the European cultural sphere. Consequently, the soldier in the East is not only a fighter by the rules of war, but also the carrier of an inexorable racial concept and the avenger of all bestialities inflicted upon the Germans. For this reason the soldier must have complete understanding for the necessity of harsh, but just measures against Jewish subhumanity. Only in this manner will we do justice to our historical task, to liberate the German people for once and for all from the Asiatic Jewish danger. 18. According to Bartov, this propaganda contributed to the creation of a new conception of heroism, in the conditions of a savage war. 19, a heroism, we may add, whose ultimate source was no longer the mystique of patriotism but the advent of nihilism. If liberating Europe from Bolshevism and the Jews was a redemptive mission, then the soldiers entrusted with it were transformed into heroic warriors. In the actual conditions of the Eastern Front, this ideological crusade took the form of a combat of extreme cruelty. The soldier no longer perceived war, after the model of 1914, as a confrontation between military apparatuses. He grew accustomed to living everyday life as a brutal, fanatical, and amoral affair, in the context of an army that stood for an ethic of annihilation. 20. Conceived in Darwinian terms, this war acquired the features of a struggle for existence. We can indeed speak, in this case, of a regression from the norms of the civilization process. As rejection of the traditional rules of war was consubstantial with the Nazi war, seen as ideological and racial, and waged as a colonial war, changes were introduced into the conduct of the conflict that affected all the actors in it. The air raids of the British and Americans, as we shall see later on, aimed at destroying German cities and terrorizing the civilian populations. The savagery of the conflict brutalized the language on all sides. After the German raids on London of spring 1941, Churchill spoke in the House of Commons to proclaim his support for the desire of revenge that was rising among his fellow citizens. Give it them back. 21. In an interview, he further radicalized his statement, there are less than 70 million malignant Huns, some of whom are curable and others killable. 22. On the battlefield, words were still more clear. At the time of the landings in Sicily, in July 1943, General George S. Patton addressed the officers of the 45th Infantry Division in the following terms, when we meet the enemy, we will kill him. We will show him no mercy. He has killed thousands of your comrades, and he must die. No matter, Patton spelled out, if he tried to surrender, oh no. That bastard will die. You must kill him. 23. If the American war in Europe was not characterized by the racist language and practices that marked the war against the Japanese in the Pacific. 24. The laws of war were certainly forgotten for the duration. On the Eastern Front, the brutalization of the war inevitably had a deep effect on Soviet troops. Defense was organized. Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad could not be allowed to fall. In the territories occupied by the Wehrmacht, Stalin decided to respond to Nazi aggression with a partisan war. Soviet soldiers were not allowed to surrender. Prisoners of war were regarded as deserters. Two famous orders issued by the Red Army High Command in August 1941 and July 1942, signed by General Zhukov and Stalin himself, described as deserters liable to execution all officers and political commissars of the Soviet Army who were captured by the enemy. 25 In his radio broadcast of July 3, 1941, Stalin had launched his call for a great patriotic war, whose aim was not only to defend the threatened USSR but also to contribute to the liberation of all the European peoples groaning under the yoke of German fascism. 26 As the months of an ever more barbaric war passed, the language grew more radical. In a booklet designed for Soviet soldiers, Ilya Ehrenberg refused to consider the Germans as human beings, and called for them to be killed. Do not count days, do not count versts. Count only the number of Germans killed by you. Kill the German, this is your grandmother's request. Kill the German, that is your child's prayer. Kill the German, that is your motherland's loud request. Do not miss. Do not let through. Kill 27. In 1944, when Soviet troops entered East Prussia, the walls were covered with posters calling for vengeance. Red Army soldier, you are now on German soil, the hour of revenge has struck. 28 In this vein, a leaflet incited the killing of soldiers and rape of women. Kill. Nothing in Germany is guiltless, neither the living nor the yet unborn. Follow the words of Comrade Stalin and crush forever the fascist beast in its den. Break the racial pride of the German woman. Take her as your legitimate booty. Kill, valorous soldier of the Red Army. 29 We know that the arrival of the Russians in Berlin was accompanied by an apogee of violence, with summary executions and plunder in the destroyed city. According to certain estimates, 90,000 women were raped. 30 There can certainly be no question of establishing a parallel between the Nazi war of aggression and the Soviet war of liberation, as certain historians have sometimes been tempted to do. 31 Stalin had begun a war of defense, which changed into a war of occupation, imposing his domination over a part of Europe, but the submission of the Germans to a state of slavery was not among his objectives, let alone their physical extermination. The violence and excesses perpetrated by the Red Army, which in many cases deserve categorizing as war crimes, along with the Allied air war and the US bombing of Japan, attest to the cruelty of the Second World War. They were the expression of a conflict waged by modern armies equipped with extremely powerful means of destruction, but also fought with the methods, sentiments, and passions of a civil war. This conflict proceeded under the sign of hatred. Fascism had prepared the ground for this by proclaiming the end of humanism, idealizing war as global hygiene and making force and violence into a cult. The Nazis prided themselves on this, Joseph Goebbels placing it at the center of his radio speeches. Europe, he proclaimed in June 1944, had never known such great and profound hatred. During these last months, the peoples of Europe have experienced this hatred and nourished themselves with the will to put an end to this terror, yes, to have this terror paid for. 32. Bombing. The air war proceeded as an escalation of actions and reactions leading to a blindly destructive wave, literally apocalyptic for the populations that experienced it. The systematic bombing of cities and civilian populations, begun in 1940 and ending in August 1945 with the atomic destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, illustrates the introduction of a new paradigm of war, which Peter Sloterdijk has described as atmo-terrorist. 33 Its principle, whose first expression this author saw in the gas attack conducted by the German army against French and Canadian forces at Ypres, on April 22, 1915, lay no longer in the intentio directa that aimed at the body of the enemy, as had always been the case since the wars of antiquity, but in the destruction of his ecological conditions of existence. The air war killed civilians. Hiroshima would be a macroscopic example, by eliminating their natural habitat, in the biological sense of the term. In his book on the natural history of destruction, W.G. Sebald gave a striking insight into the Itmo-terrorist war by describing the destruction of Hamburg on the night of July 28, 1943, in the RAF operation known as Gemara. 34. Within minutes of the first raid, fires were ignited throughout the city, rapidly growing into a gigantic firestorm. Flames rose from the eviscerated buildings, drawing in oxygen so powerfully that the air blew with the force of a hurricane. Those who had sheltered in the refuges were buried under the ruins, and those who had tried to flee were trapped by the flames, which burned them as living torches, or submerged in boiling asphalt. The next morning, the city was covered with a thick shroud of smoke which no light pierced through. The heat that this hell gave out was felt by the pilots in their cockpits. Aerial bombings had first been tried out during the First World War, but were initially confined to zones close to the front lines. Between January 1915 and December 1916, German Zeppelins bombed English cities, including the capital, but caused only a small number of casualties. In the wake of the conflict, the League of Nations established a commission of lawyers charged with drawing up a code of aerial warfare. Meeting at The Hague between December 1922 and February 1923, this commission laid down a set of rules that prohibited attacks on towns. Its conclusions were clear: aerial bombardment for the purpose of terrorizing the civilian population, of destroying or damaging private property not of a military character, or of injuring non-combatants is prohibited. 35 Despite these norms being violated quite flagrantly by Italy in its war against Ethiopia in 1935, the majority of political leaders continued solemnly to reaffirm them. In June 1938, the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain gave instructions to the RAF's Bomber Command to the effect that the bombing of cities and civilian populations was absolutely contrary to international law. 36 These rules, however, were quickly forgotten at the start of the Second World War. Despite the good intentions of heads of state, their violation was inherent to the very nature of modern weapons, just as total war was inherent to the conditions created by the Industrial Revolution. Ernst Jünger had very clearly drawn this conclusion as early as 1930, indicating that the motorized army that moves on the ground and in the air will not accept for very long that war should be restricted to battle, and the big cities will exert a growing attraction on the new armies as centers and neuralgic points of the technical world. 37. The first air raids took place in September 1939, striking Polish cities and preparing the German conquest of Warsaw. In May 1940, with the start of hostilities on the Western Front, it was the turn of Amsterdam. After the fall of France, the United Kingdom was isolated and, possessing no other means of combat, launched an air offensive against German industrial installations in the Rhineland, adopting the strategy of area bombing, dropping incendiary bombs in urban zones. The German response would be the intensive bombing of English cities. Between autumn 1940 and spring 1941, German raids killed more than 40,000 civilians. The industrial town of Coventry was razed. The escalation that ensued did not stop until 1945, with the more or less complete destruction of German cities. At the Casablanca Conference of January 1943, the Allies decided on a military strategy whose explicit aim was to strike German civil society as a whole, by the massive bombing of cities. 38 This is one of the factors that explain the incomprehension and indifference with which the world observed in August 1945 the atomic annihilation of the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In total, during the war, the British Bomber Command, headed by Sir Arthur Harris, launched 390,000 attacks against Germany, costing the lives of 56,000 pilots. On the German side, the estimate is more than 500,000 civilians killed, at least 100,000 seriously injured, and 3 million homes destroyed. 39 Hamburg was bombed between summer and autumn 1943, Dresden in February 1945. Millions of refugees were forced to flee from the burning cities. If the damage caused by German bombing was very much less than that of the Allied air war, This was essentially owing to the steady decline in the resources available to the Nazi regime. The V1s and V2s with which Hitler hoped to reverse the course of the war were imprecise, and never claimed more than a few thousand killed or wounded. The Second World War radically refuted the predictions of the Italian officer Giulio Douwerhead, who became famous in 1921 when he published his book on military strategy, Il Dominio dell'Aria. Though he correctly foresaw the destructive and deadly character of aerial bombing in a future war, he was seriously mistaken in thinking that this would provoke riots by civilians to impose a halt to hostilities, and that, at the end of the day, the cost of such a war would be more than states could bear. 40 Civilian populations stoically accepted their new role as rearguard combatants and enemy targets. The survivors cleared up debris, while the rulers called for revenge. The massive bombings of German cities even shored up the stability of the Nazi regime until its final fall, arousing in civilians, despite the collapse of the Hitler myth 41, a feeling of fear and hatred towards the enemy. They furnished arguments for Goebbels's propaganda, as he himself made clear in his diary. The hundreds of thousands in Hamburg bombed in autumn 1943 thus became the vanguard of revenge. 42 The British popular press, for its part, ironically declared that Hamburg has been Hamburgerized. 43. A paradoxical situation was thus created in which the Allied war to liberate the countries occupied by the Axis powers took the form of a war against civilian populations, who accepted the loss and destruction with resignation, as an inevitable consequence of the conflict. Collective memory retains the epic and ferocious battles of the Allied landings in Normandy in June 1944, which led in a few weeks to the liberation of Paris and began the final phase of the war in the West. And yet the number of civilian victims of the air raids that preceded and accompanied the landings was greater than that of the soldiers who fell on the Normandy beaches. 44 This paradox, however, was inherent to the logic of total war, a war that no longer distinguished between combatants and civilians. The excesses of these air raids reveal the perverse effects of a conflict without rules, in which hatred of the enemy develops into the desire for total destruction. It was the very idea of Europe as past, inheritance, and cultural tradition that was buried under the ruins of the destroyed cities. This unprecedented aspect of total war was well summed up in the English expression cultural bombing. On March 29, 1942, the RAF bombed the medieval town of Lübeck on the Hanseatic coast, destroying its historical monuments from the Marienkirche to the Renaissance palaces of the city center, including the town hall. Hitler then decided to strike English historic towns, launching the Baedeker raids, named after the tourist guide used to select targets. The medieval cities of Exeter, Bath, and York were targeted. German radio triumphantly announced, "Exeter was a jewel, we have destroyed it." The British air raids touched the symbols of Kultur, the architectural and artistic heritage of a past to which German nationalism, well beyond Nazism, devoted a genuine cult. They struck at the heart of the principle of protection of the homeland that had been made sacred by those in charge of German cultural policy since the First World War. 45 The response thus had to match the offense suffered. The Allied cultural bombing continued and intensified throughout the conflict, sparing scarcely any town, from Wuppertal, a major Rhineland industrial center, to Würzburg, a small historic town bombed in March 1945 even though its destruction did not offer any strategic benefit. On the night of March 10, 1943, the Munich National Library lost 500,000 books in the fire caused by the air raid. 6 months later, the University Library of Hamburg lost 625,000 volumes in the flames. Out of a total of 40 million books in German public libraries, 30 million had been stored underground to escape this destructive fury. Out of the 10 million volumes that remained on the shelves, 8 million were consumed by fire. 46 The bombs were supposed to bury German civil society under a mountain of ruins, and make a clean slate of its culture. This nihilism, which had made its first spectacular appearance with the book burnings organized by Goebbels in May 1933, thus found its epilogue at the apogee of the European Civil War. The destruction of cities, with their cathedrals, monuments, libraries, and works of art, struck many observers as a kind of ineluctable nemesis. In his talks to the German people broadcast by the BBC, Thomas Mann could not help lamenting the destruction of Lübeck, his native town, but he remembered Coventry, and concluded that everything has to be paid for. 47. In Great Britain, only a few voices opposed this policy of destruction of German civil society. These were above all representatives of the churches, including the Archbishops of Canterbury and York and the Bishop of Chichester, a number of Labour MPs, and certain intellectuals such as the playwright George Bernard Shaw, the philologist Gilbert Murray and the writer Vera Brittain, who described the bombings as a carnival of death. 48 When Sir Arthur Harris, in response to questions in both Houses of Parliament, delivered a lecture entitled The Ethics of Bombing, the Rev. John Collins, chaplain of Bomber Command, simply remarked that the bombing of ethics would have been a more appropriate title. 49 But these remained isolated voices. At Nuremberg, in order to deprive a possible German defense of any argument, the U.S. prosecutor Telford Taylor presented the aerial bombing of cities as a recognized part of modern war, thus integrating it into customary law. 50 In other words, the massacre of civilians was implicitly accepted as an inevitability of total war. If Allied silence about these crimes, seen as the price to pay in a just war, is not hard to explain, German silence has more complicated reasons. We may see it as a symptom of what Karl Jaspers called, as early as 1945, the question of German guilt. 51 It cannot be ruled out, as W. G. Sebald suggested, that quite a number of those affected by the air raids, despite their grim but impotent fury in the face of such obvious madness, regarded the great firestorms as a just punishment, even an act of retribution on the part of a higher power with which there could be no dispute. 52 In other words, it may be that the flames devouring German cathedrals recalled those that had risen from synagogues on the Kristallnacht of November 8, 1938, and that the lines of impoverished homeless evoked those, equally disciplined and marshaled, though with no solidarity from the spectators lining their route, of Jews being led to the stations from where they were deported to the death camps. Expulsion. The two world conflicts assumed features of civil wars, first of all, because they were waged as total wars. This term, which first appeared in 1915, rapidly spread in all Western languages long before it was consecrated by the booklet of that title by the German General Ludendorff, 20 years later. Total war, by definition, goes beyond the limits of a classic war, invading the space of a civil society traditionally excluded from military operations. Fighting takes place not only on the front lines but also in the rear. Submarines take the battle into the seas, and air raids strike cities. The whole continent becomes the theater of military operations. Civilians are involved in battles, not only producing for the army but also becoming the target of enemy bombs. War is thus transformed, writes Ludendorff, into a struggle for existence, which in his eyes constituted its real ethical justification. 53 During the First World War, economies were transformed into war economies, challenging the liberal postulates of laissez-faire. Workers became a labor militia active in the rear, while women massively entered production in the name of patriotic duty, replacing the men who had been enlisted. Culture was transformed into propaganda, the media subjected to censorship, the illustrated press and cinema placed under government control in order to defend the Union sacrée. Governments established propaganda bureaus staffed by intellectuals in uniform, such as the historian Arnold J. Toynbee in England, or Gioacchino Volpi in Italy. From 1792 onwards, the logic of war has been that of national mobilization. The Union sacrée, John Horne notes, is simply an attempt to secularize the idea of crusade. 54 But the 1914-18 war crossed a threshold in this nationalization of warfare, as the business of peoples and no longer of dynasties, as well as in the contamination of the civilian sphere by the military. In this sense, total war imposed itself on the whole of the continent as a civil war. Not because the opposing enemy forces belonged to the same political community, but because it deeply affected the civil societies of all countries involved. That is why Alexander Koyer saw modern war, given the social, economic, political, and demographic upheavals it provoked, as a kind of revolution. 55. It is in the very nature of modern means of destruction that they break the previously normative distinction between combatants and civilians. In 1914, the Central Powers were struck by an economic blockade that, by the end of the conflict, had cost the lives of a number of German civilians variously estimated at between 424,000 and 800,000. 56 cities close to the front quickly became military targets, subjected to intensive bombing and sometimes destroyed, as Ernst Friedrich showed in great detail in his pacifist pamphlet of 1924, War Against War. 57. The populations of the occupied territories were often compelled to do compulsory labor, while citizens of enemy countries were perceived as a potential fifth column and interned as undesirable foreigners. This led to the first forms of forced population transfer by the occupying armies in France, Belgium, and Austro-Hungarian Galicia. The war against civilians was a real war whose objectives were no different from those of the war waged on the battlefield. 58. By the end of the conflict, no one could be unaware of the degree to which European societies had been shaken by this tremendous trauma. A generation had been mown down in the trenches, nations had been pauperized, states indebted, aristocratic elites deposed, diplomatic and commercial relations destroyed, political systems profoundly shattered and, in many countries, the existing regimes challenged by movements of insurrection. It was in this climate of war that the Turkish regime of the declining Ottoman Empire undertook the genocide of 1 million Armenians suspected of acting as a fifth column. A long history of persecution found its tragic epilogue in the context of a total war that radicalized Turkish nationalism and transformed its hostility towards non-Turkish minorities into a project of extermination. The Armenians, as Christians, were accused of being allies of the Russian enemy, and of supporting their fellow nationals enrolled in the Tsarist army. The forms and methods of this first genocide of the 20th century were archaic, but its execution proceeded from the context of crisis, generalized violence, and habituation to mass death created by the total war. 59. By virtue of their social, economic and cultural role in the Ottoman Empire, the Armenians represented a major obstacle to the process of national homogenization launched by the Young Turk movement. This was the first genocide perpetrated in the name of modern nationalism, the active birth of a nation-state of the Western type in place of an old multinational empire. A similar logic was at work in the vast operations of ethnic cleansing that took place in Central Europe and the Balkans at the end of the war. As Hannah Arendt showed in The Origins of Totalitarianism, this gave rise to a new category of people deprived of citizenship and rights, refugees and the stateless. The legitimacy that the European order could claim before 1914 was not national but, in most cases, dynastic and imperial. The legitimacy of the states that arose from its collapse was far from corresponding to the religious, ethnic, linguistic, and cultural mixture of their populations. There were many minorities that found no place in the new political system based on the model of the nation-state. The breakup of the old system of international relations amplified the post-war crises, provoking an explosive mixture of civil wars and revolutions. As distinct from their forerunners in the age of the wars of religion, the Huguenots who found refuge in Protestant Europe, the stateless of the 20th century were well and truly alone. 61 Of the consequences of the peace treaties that, from 1919 onwards, confirmed the dissolution of the defeated empires, was the forced displacement of nearly 10 million people. 61 Around 1 million Germans were expelled from the territories detached from the former Reich or fled from the civil war in the Baltic states. Some 2 million Poles were displaced from their native lands and repatriated within the frontiers of the newly created Polish state. The civil war in the former Tsarist Empire led to the exodus of more than 2 million Poles and Ukrainians. Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, followed soon by Hungary, received several 100,000 of its nationals from the countries born out of the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire, while others left Budapest because of the civil war, a first wave fleeing the communists of Bela Kun, and a second seeking to escape the repression of Admiral Horthy. The cross-currents of population movement and forced exodus were equally substantial in the former Ottoman Empire. The Lausanne Treaty of 1923 decreed the expulsion of over 1 million Orthodox Greeks living in Turkey and 400,000 Turks living in Greece. Greece was overwhelmed by refugees, now forming a quarter of all its inhabitants and doubling the populations of Athens and Salonika. Under the terms of the New Ily Treaty, also of 1923, 52,000 people left Bulgaria for Greece, and 30,000 moved in the opposite direction. Over 300,000 Armenians who had survived the genocide left Turkey during the post-war years. Since many refugees had their nationality revoked by their state of origin, a practice begun by Germany, then followed by Soviet Russia in relation to the white émigrés, the League of Nations established in 1921 a High Commission for Refugees, presided over by the Norwegian Fridtjof Nansen, to grant papers to the stateless, which especially benefited those of Russian and Armenian origin. This mass of homeless was increased, after 1933, by Jews fleeing Nazi Germany, soon followed by those from Austria and Czechoslovakia, the total number of whom reached 450,000 by the start of the Second World War. 62 in 1939, a similar number of Spanish Republican refugees crossed the French frontier. 63 This tremendous upheaval was the product of a European crisis in which the redrawing of frontiers confirmed the result of political confrontations and civil wars. For Hannah Arendt, the appearance of the stateless, these individuals deprived of legal recognition and protection, revealed a paradox of modernity. They embodied the abstract humanity postulated by the philosophy of the Enlightenment, and at the same time were outlaws, not because they had transgressed the law, but simply because there was no law capable of recognizing them as citizens. The transformation of the state from an instrument of the law into an instrument of the nation, wrote Arendt, had created an unprecedented situation in which the stateless had not only lost their homeland, but were in no position to find a new one. The first great damage done to the nation-states as a result of the arrival of hundreds of thousands of stateless was that the right of asylum, the only right that had ever figured as a symbol of the rights of man, was abolished. 64 This circumstance, by an irony of history, seemed to vindicate the conservatism of Edmund Burke. In 1790, Burke had criticized the empty abstraction of the universal notion of humanity elaborated by the Enlightenment, with its natural rights, opposing to this the rights of the English, the very specific privileges of the British aristocracy, handed down as a legacy from one generation to the next. 65 In their capacity as outlaws, expelled from humanity and thus deprived of political rights, the stateless were often interned in camps. And this internment of a human group whose only fault was to exist without belonging to a political community, more precisely, to a state entity, Arendt saw as the first step, in 1930s Europe, in a process that led these superfluous individuals to the Nazi extermination camps. Before they set the gas chambers into motion, they had carefully tested the ground and found out to their satisfaction that no country would claim these people. The point is that a condition of complete rightlessness was created before the right to live was challenged. 66. This reflection of Arendt's on the fate of the stateless identifies the preconditions for the genocide of the Jews in the context created by the Great War and the dislocation of Europe. But the sudden appearance of this mass of stateless people on the historical stage was also a symptom of the European Civil War. As outlaws excluded from the political community, the stateless shared some features with the enemy in the Civil War, with the difference that, not being belligerents, their status of unprotected outlaw condemned them a priori to the role of victim. That is why they became an emblematic figure of the European crisis that began in 1914. It was clearly the Second World War that exposed to broad daylight its character of a war against civilians, who formed around half of its victims. On top of this, between 1939 and 1948 at least 40 million people were displaced as a result of deportation, terror, and border changes. The first forced transfers of population followed the division of Poland and the Baltic states between the USSR and the Third Reich in 1939. 2 years later, the German offensive against the Soviet state was seen by Hitler as a campaign of Germanic colonization of Eastern Europe, the conquest of Lebensraum, implying the deportation of several million Slavs and the elimination by famine of millions more. Poland was not just conquered, it had to disappear as a national entity, with the annihilation of its political, military, and intellectual elite. In this war, civilian victims did not count as collateral damage, but as targets whose destruction was planned. The reorganization of the conquered territories implied gigantic operations of ethnic cleansing, with forced transfers of Slav populations and the installation in their place of ethnic Germans. The extermination of the Jews, with its own specific features, fitted into this vast project, which also aimed to reduce the Slav population by way of starvation. In autumn 1941, when the German offensive against the USSR was in full swing, Goering predicted that famine would destroy between 20 and 30 million Soviet citizens in the coming winter. In the territories conquered by the Wehrmacht, 67 Soviet prisoners of war, for their part, were interned in camps that functioned as centers of slow extermination, when they were not executed right away. 68. If the peace treaties of 1919-23 had reshaped the political map of Europe, in 1945 the victorious Allies proceeded to a far more drastic redrawing of frontiers, in an attempt to homogenize vast territories on an ethnic basis. Versailles had registered the collapse of the multinational empires and given birth to a series of states that forcefully claimed their national character, but often possessed only a very weak national and linguistic homogeneity. At Potsdam, the victors sought to make ethnic and political boundaries coincide, by means of forced population transfers. The war fundamentally redrew not only the political map of the continent but also its ethnographic map, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. This great campaign of ethnic cleansing was expressed in the expulsion of 15 million Germans between 1945 and 1948, 7 million from Silesia, Pomerania, and East Prussia, 3 million Sudeten Germans, 2 million from Poland and the USSR, 2.7 million from Yugoslavia, Romania, and Hungary. This made possible the formation of a nationally homogeneous Poland, with East Prussia divided between Poland and the USSR. The exodus had begun in 1944, when the Red Army crossed into the territories of the German Reich. According to the U.S. diplomat George Kennan, who visited East Prussia in 1945, the site was that of a totally ruined and deserted country, scarcely a sign of life from one end of it to the other. 69 Poland, whose population in 1939 had been one-third non-Polish, became 97% Polish by 1948. In Romania, which had become a multinational state after the First World War, Hungarians were after the Second World War the sole surviving minority. Czechoslovakia, which had numbered 23% Germans in 1939, had scarcely any remaining in 1948. The end of Middle Europa was one of the consequences of the European Civil War. 70 This concept had always carried multiple meanings in the course of its history. First of all, it signified the geopolitical idea of a Großdeutschland as the dominant power at the heart of the continent, in the vision developed by Friedrich Naumann during the First World War. 71 It later denoted the idea of the cultural unity of the Germanic world, beyond political frontiers, based on language and the presence of German-speaking minorities in a vast space stretching from Königsberg to Trieste. Besides this form of cultural pan-Germanism, which Karl Jaspers defended in his correspondence with Hannah Arendt 72, there was a further variant, inevitably charged with a strong nostalgic connotation after 1918, that identified Middle Europa with the legacy of the Habsburg Empire, multinational and cosmopolitan, as opposed to a monolithic Germany based on the Teutonic Volk. This is the Habsburg myth, which found its literary interpreters in Joseph Roth and Elias Canetti, and its historians in François Fechteau and Claudio Magris. 73 From this perspective, Central Europe was seen as a space of plural identities, shared by the mosaic of peoples living between Russia and Germany. In other words, it was a crossroads not only of German and Slav cultures, but also of Latin ones, as well as various religions. None of these different conceptions of Middle Europa, however, survived the ravages of the European Civil War. The peace treaties signed at the end of the Great War made nations out of countries whose very identity came from their diversity. After 1945, the idea of Middle Europa was buried with the disappearance of its foundations, the division of East Prussia between Poland and the USSR, the expulsion of German minorities, the end of the multinational small nations of the Danube Basin and, above all, the extermination of the Jews, who had been its real cultural cement. Underscore 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 4. Judging the enemy. Debillatio. By the end of the Second World War, Europe was a heap of ruins. 1. The dead were counted in tens of millions, more than half of them being civilians. In certain countries, the population losses were devastating, 14% in the USSR, 18% in Poland, over 10% in Yugoslavia. The Nazis had killed 6 million Jews and 500,000 Gypsies. Prisoners of war also counted in millions, including 2.27 million Soviet soldiers and more than 1.5 million Germans. The number of displaced persons produced by air raids, destruction or deportation was close to 20 million. In Central Europe, massive population transfers would profoundly change the structure and identity of several countries, including Germany and Poland, Czechoslovakia and Hungary. The continent was divided into spheres of influence, and the social structures of some nations were deeply affected. On top of its minorities, Poland had lost a quarter of its urban population, 55% of its lawyers, 40% of its doctors and a third of its university professors. The material damage was also enormous. Urban centers had been ravaged by bombing, especially in Germany. The road network was seriously damaged, even in countries that had suffered far fewer human losses than the USSR and Poland. Photographs, literature, and films of the time recorded the continent's state of distress, where eating one's fill and finding adequate shelter were the fundamental concerns of the majority of the population. Even in the absence of epidemics, these basic figures give substance to the ritual comparison with the 30 Years' War. In 1945, Germany was not subjected to a state of belligerent occupation, as defined in the Hague Convention of 1907. In other words, it was not a defeated nation that was temporarily occupied by forces that recognized it as a belligerent state. After its unconditional surrender and the dissolution of the last Reich government under Admiral Dönitz, it lost its sovereignty, which was transferred de facto to the four occupying powers. There simply no longer was a German state. The USSR, the United States, the United Kingdom and France did not want to sign a treaty with their defeated enemy, but rather to decide on its future. After its unconditional surrender, Hans Kelsen explained in 1945, Germany has ceased to exist as a state from the standpoint of international law. To its status, he added, rather corresponded to that of Debillatio. 3 Since the occupying forces did not want to annex the country, they established a kind of condominium, comparable to that which Prussia and Austria had imposed on Schleswig-Holstein in 1864, the United Kingdom and Egypt on the Sudan in 1898, or Austria and Hungary on Bosnia. Herzegovina in 1908. In the first phase, the Allies did not rule out depriving Germany of its sovereignty for at least a generation. Henry Morgenthau, one of Roosevelt's closest collaborators, wanted to transform the Germans into an agricultural population of smallholders. 5 The fact that Germany regained its independence in 1949, after the outbreak of the Cold War, was the result not of a peace treaty but rather of the desire of the occupying powers to give birth to two distinct states. Emergence from a civil war involves the establishment by the victors of a new order, and the application of their justice. The defeated party does not survive as an institutional or political entity, but simply has to accept the victor's conditions. It is charged, judged, condemned, and punished by the victor. The fact that the trial of the enemy assuages a need for justice and appears morally well-founded, even necessary, in the eyes of international opinion, in no way detracts from the eminently political character of such a process. Far from standing above the disputing parties, the law acts in these circumstances as an instrument in the hands of the victors, whose victory is also measured in terms of the symbolic impact of their political justice. 6 Trying the enemy serves to consolidate their victory, to legitimize and sacralize it in moral terms, as well as to repress the desire for revenge, preventing a wave of uncontrolled and extreme violence impelled by passion or, if such a wave is already forming, containing and reversing it. Political justice appeases sentiments and diffuses the explosive potential, made up of emotions and hatreds, that the Civil War had built up. In short, political justice is both a necessity and a convenience. Political justice. In the specific course they took, the Nuremberg trials were rather improvised. So as to respect a certain balance, it was necessary to judge also those high officials captured by the Soviet forces, though these were fewer and far less important. The underlying logic of the Nuremberg trials, however, had been sketched out more than 2 years before. Stalin's preferred option, when he proposed the summary execution of some tens of thousands of Third Reich officials in March 1943, was opposed by Churchill, who suggested instead drawing up a list of 100 names. 7 In fact, the Soviets themselves soon realized the importance of a trial, and one that would have a more substantial character than the Moscow farces of 1936–38. In Kharkov, on the Ukrainian front, they had judged and executed in December 1943, before a crowd of 40,000, 3 German soldiers and a Russian collaborator captured after the Battle of Stalingrad and accused of having killed Soviet citizens with mobile gas chambers. 8 Pravda had given a high profile to this event, which sounded like a warning addressed to the Nazis and an announcement of the merciless nature of the justice that would await them in the wake of their defeat. Already during the war, this episode inspired a film made for propaganda purposes. It was this logic, the punishment of the defeated enemy by the verdict of an exemplary trial, that led to the creation of the International Military Tribunal. The idea of entrusting the organization of the trial to the justice of a neutral country had never been considered, since having remained neutral in this war scarcely seemed like a virtue. The IMT was therefore established by the victors, on the basis of rules that they had laid down during the war. In order for the project to succeed, the mistakes of the past had to be avoided. In 1919, the Versailles Treaty had provided for the bringing of several hundred German high officials accused of war crimes before an international criminal court, including Kaiser Wilhelm II, the Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg, Field Marshal Hindenburg, future President of the Weimar Republic, and General Ludendorff. But this trial was never held, owing not only to the German refusal to submit to such humiliation, but also to the refusal of the Netherlands to extradite the deposed Kaiser. A simulacrum of such a trial was finally held in Leipzig in 1921, featuring a few dozen war criminals, which ended in several acquittals and a few symbolic condemnations, followed by early release. 9 A solution of this kind was no longer imaginable in 1945, when the logic of civil war had fully imposed itself. As the product of long negotiations in London between representatives of the 4 victorious powers in the summer of 1945, the jurisdiction of the Nuremberg court that was to try some 20 high officials of the Nazi regime, including the German army and economy, covered 3 basic areas. 10 The first included crimes against peace, violations of international law, and conspiracy for a war of conquest. Second came war crimes, violations of the laws or customs of war by the inhuman treatment of prisoners of war or civilians, plunder of public or private property, wanton destruction of cities, towns, or villages, or devastation not justified by military necessity. Third and last were crimes against humanity, extermination, enslavement, deportation, and other inhumane acts, or persecutions on political, racial, or religious grounds. The 12 death sentences pronounced at Nuremberg, along with the long terms of imprisonment, immediately aroused a wide legal and political debate. The notions of crime against peace and crime against humanity had not existed before the war, and the defense lawyers protested vigorously against the application of such laws ex post facto, which contradicted the fundamental legal principle of non-retroactivity. As early as the investigation stage, French and Soviet lawyers expressed their perplexity at the notion of crimes against peace, including war of aggression. 11 For the French, the adoption of this legal principle risked reducing all German crimes to the plotting of a small group of Nazi hierarchs, and relegating to second rank the substantial crimes perpetrated during this war of aggression. Soviet opposition was based on different concerns. If this principle were adopted, the USSR could be condemned along with Germany for its aggression against Poland and the Baltic states in 1939. Almost simultaneously, France and the United Kingdom had declared a war of aggression against Germany, a country that had never threatened them, despite this war being justified because of the German violation of international law in invading Poland. Since no treaty placing war outside the law had existed in 1939, it was highly contradictory to accuse the defeated states of crimes against peace. It was true that the notion of war of aggression had already appeared in 1919, at the Versailles Conference, but it had never been made into law. Germany had been deemed guilty of initiating the war, but punished with heavy economic sanctions rather than criminal ones. It was also true that the Kellogg-Briand Pact of 1928 had sought to ban war from international relations, but this was no more than a moral commitment on the part of its signatories and not an act of law, since no concrete measure was indicated to be adopted in case of a war of aggression. From this point of view, it fitted into the logic of Versailles, which envisaged economic sanctions against aggressor states. At the Nuremberg trial, however, the IMT pronounced sentences on these charges on the basis of the individual responsibility of the accused. Telford Taylor, one of the Nuremberg prosecutors, and certainly the major memoirist of the trials, openly acknowledged that the principles of the IMT laid down ex post facto punishment. They could not have been adopted, he adds, without the political and emotional element that sustained the prosecution, the desire to condemn Nazism as expressed by international political opinion. 12 According to Hans Kelsen, the notion of a crime against peace was not needed in order to judge and condemn war crimes perpetrated by states in the course of a conflict, whose initiation might be the object of political condemnation, but not of penal sanctions against individuals on a legal basis. 13 Paradoxically, this legal innovation ran the risk of lessening the crime condemned, inasmuch as war of aggression was attributed to a conspiracy, which could only be the maleficent work of a small clique, and failed to challenge the whole chain of German responsibilities. 14. The notion of crime against humanity, another innovation of the IMT, did not raise objections, but remained marginal in a trial conceived above all for punishing those responsible for a conspiracy against peace. The majority of Nazi crimes against civilian populations were judged under the heading of war crimes. For the Americans, crimes against humanity had only a subsidiary character. 15 The crime of crimes, according to the prosecutor Robert H. Jackson, remained conspiracy against peace, since it was from this that all other Nazi offenses followed. 16 This secondary position of crimes against humanity contributed to the general acceptance of this charge. Even a rigorous normativist such as Hans Kelsen approved the exception represented by this criminal sanction introduced a posteriori. It punished crimes that undoubtedly constituted a violation of existing law when they were perpetrated, despite not being brought under a specific charge. The introduction of the criterion of individual responsibility for these crimes did not contradict previous legislation. Those responsible for them could not have been unaware of the criminal nature of their acts, and it was natural therefore that they should be punished, even if it was necessary for this to resort to an ex post facto law. 17 In other words, the principle of justice prevailed in this case over formal respect for the norm, the definition of crime against humanity apparently appealing to natural law as a kind of prior moral norm underlying positive law as historically established. Curiously, Kelsen's perspective on the notion of crime against humanity was shared, at least briefly, by Carl Schmitt, who was one of the first legal scholars to elaborate a critical analysis of the Charter of the IMT, which had been published on August 8, 1945. 3 weeks later, in the ruins of Berlin and in the uncertainty of provisional liberty between two arrests, first by the Soviets and then by the Americans, the former crown jurist of the Reich, made a study of the history of the idea of war of aggression. With considerations very similar to those of Kelsen, he raised doubts as to the pertinence of a concept that could have the paradoxical result of lessening that of war crime, which was already inscribed in law and had taken the cruelest forms in the conflict that had just ended. In this context, he took into consideration crimes against humanity, acts mala in se that he defined under the Latin appellation of salus infandum 18, for which justice required sanctions beyond any consideration of the question of non-retroactivity. In Schmidt's words, the inhumanity of these acts is so great and so clear that it is enough to demonstrate the facts and their perpetrators to justify their punishment without regard in each instance to the criminal law as specified in positive legislation. Here, all the arguments of natural perception, human sentiment, reason, and justice converge in so elementary a fashion that they justify a guilty verdict without any positive norm in the formal sense seeming necessary. Here again, it is not necessary to raise the question of knowing how far the perpetrators had a deadly intention, a criminal premeditation, as this does not need to be explained. Point 19. A few years later, after 2 arrests, interrogation, confiscation of his library and a ban on teaching, Schmidt would change his mind on the definition of crimes against humanity. In 1949, for example, he waxed ironic on the notion of genocide and presented himself as a victim on the grounds of having suffered the eradication of Prusso-German functionaries. Point 20. But it was precisely because of his status as a former Nazi that his writings of 1945 are particularly significant. They attest to the perception of Nazi crimes by German opinion at the time, and support Telford Taylor's remark on the importance of the emotional context in which the Nuremberg judgments were delivered. Despite the consensus on it, the new notion of crime against humanity was handled clumsily and imprecisely by the prosecution. The lack of exact information, combined with mental habits, psychological attitudes, and political calculations, contributed to leaving the Nazi genocides in shadow, at a time when the concept of genocide struck several jurists as a crime against the English language. Point 21. The Soviet prosecutors particularly emphasized political deportation, while the British and Americans never made the distinction between Nazi concentration camps and extermination camps, despite documentary proof of the latter's existence being provided at the tribunal's sessions in the form of film. Point 22. Jews were never considered as such, only in the context of the various nations to which they belonged, despite proof of their systematic extermination being presented to the court. The camps of Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka were scarcely mentioned. Since the distinction between political deportation and racial extermination had not yet been made, Nuremberg appears today to reflect the world's silence and incomprehension in the face of the show. It is true that the figure of 6 million Jewish victims was brought up in the trial, but according to the historian Donald Bloxham, this was in an atmosphere where statistics were hurled around with abandon and where false equivalences were regularly drawn, both unconsciously and willfully, between victim groups. The press coverage of the trials served only to magnify the distortions of the courtroom. 23. In his comments written during the trial, the French judge Henri Dundieu de Vabrez noted that the category of crimes against humanity which the Charter had let enter by a very small door evaporated by virtue of the tribunal's judgment. Point 24. The U.S. prosecuting counsel, Robert H. Jackson, wanted a verdict for the future that could become a model of universal scope. The symbolic impact of the trial was immense, but the political justice of the victors could not have such an exemplary character. Its limitations were lucidly indicated by Hans Kelsen, who recalled that, despite its claim to pronounce in the name of the still embryonic United Nations, the preamble of the IMT Charter drew its legitimacy from the exercise of the sovereign legislative power by the countries to which the German Reich unconditionally surrendered. Point 25. According to this Austrian jurist, the judgment delivered by the Nuremberg court could not claim the status of a binding principle of universal value, for the simple reason that the principle of individual criminal responsibility for the violation of rules of international law prohibiting war not been established as a general principle of law, but as a rule applicable only to vanquished states by the victors. Point 26. He saw this as a privilegium odiosum that was bound to tarnish the image of the trial for posterity. The partition of Poland in 1939 was viewed as a crime against peace only on the part of the German Reich, and not of the USSR, whose occupation of Finland and the Baltic states similarly went unmentioned. Certain Soviet war crimes, such as the massacre of Polish officers at Katyn, were attributed to the Germans, despite the truth of this tragic episode being known to everyone involved in the trial. 27 The Allies would have preferred to overlook this altogether, but the Soviet prosecutors, some of whom had been involved in the Moscow trials of 1936–38, insisted on the lie being put down in the trial records. The IMT was not established to judge Allied war crimes, and neither the naval war nor the massive bombings of German cities were mentioned at Nuremberg, other than to recognize that these destructive acts conformed to the rules of customary law. As far as crimes against humanity were concerned, the contrast was striking between the very little attention directed at the genocide of Jews and Gypsies, and the prosecution's insistence on pursuing acts that seem of lesser importance not only with regard to the totality of Nazi crimes, but also in relation to the similar practices of the Allies during the conflict. The IMT treated as crimes against humanity the deportation of 1 million Poles from the Warthegau and that of 100,000 Alsatians to Vichy France. It did not mention the fact that, when this judgment was being delivered, more than 10 million Germans from Central Europe, and several million Soviet citizens belonging to nationalities accused of collaboration were being forcibly expelled from their lands. 28. The charter of the IMT, including the notion of crime against humanity, was made public on August 8, 1945, in perfect synchrony with the dropping of atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The German Jewish exile Gunther Enders wrote that the condemnation of Nazi crimes pronounced by the Nuremberg Court took place, from the very start, in the context of other crimes against humanity. 29 In his August 1945 editorial for the review Politics, Dwight MacDonald described the nuclear attacks on Japan as an atrocious action that put those responsible for it on the same moral level as the butchers of Majdanek. 30 And writing about the tribunals of victors organized at Nuremberg, Hannah Arendt even proposed the hypothesis that, if they had chosen to judge only a very limited number of Nazi criminals, the basic reason was a prudential concern about convicting the German defendants on charges that were open to the tu quoque argument. 31. Nuremberg, accordingly, was a political trial in which a highly dramatic presentation, what Arendt called a sensational spectacle. 32, served equally to satisfy a general demand for justice and to legitimize, even sacralize, the status of the victors as the new masters of the continent. After the model of all political trials in history, its verdict was known in advance, and its proceedings acquired the features of a liturgy addressed to international opinion, rather than mere respect for formal procedures. The victors spoke in the name of goodness, morality, and humanity. The plaintiff, Robert H. Jackson proclaimed, was civilization. While the prosecution were able to consult a substantial volume of documents, which would subsequently provide the foundation for the first wave of historical research on Nazi violence, these archives remained practically inaccessible to the defense, as Admiral Donitz's counsel, Otto Kranzberler, complained. 33 In many respects, Nuremberg belongs to the category of political trials that Max Weber described as cutty justice. In such trials, he wrote in Economy and Society, the parties acted on the judges by way of pathos, tears, and the insults of the opponent, following a score written in advance, in which a magistrate appointed a judex to whom he gave binding indications on the conditions for the condemnation of the accused. 34. Besides the sacralizing of the victors, Nuremberg had a fundamental consequence in redefining the post-war political order. Its verdict established and punished individual responsibility. This eliminated the notion of collective guilt that still weighed on Germany, a necessary condition for ending the condominium born from the defeat of Hitler's Reich and re-establishing a German state. When the Nuremberg judgment was delivered, the alliance between the victors was beginning to crack, and the first disputes that heralded the Cold War were already being heard. The trial made it possible to integrate the greater part of Germany into the Atlantic political and military alliance, and for its eastern part, by way of reaction, to be annexed to the Soviet bloc, so that each was rehabilitated, one in the name of anti-communism and the other in the name of anti-fascism. In a certain sense, the Nuremberg judgment drew a line under and made obsolete all the questions raised by Karl Jaspers in his essay on the question of German guilt, published in Heidelberg in April 1946.35. As this philosopher defined it, the metaphysical culpability that derived from a community of existence and weighed on the whole German nation well beyond the criminal responsibilities of its leaders, had lost its rationale. Nuremberg had cleansed Germany of its fault, and it could cease to appear as a pariah nation. 36 Jaspers's essay remains a major text in moral philosophy, but it did not arouse any debate in the Germany of year zero. During the 20 years that followed the fall of Nazism, Germany lived rather in the sentiment of a collective innocence. 37. Purging. At the close of the conflict, Europe was not just caught up in dressing its wounds. It was also faced in dramatic fashion both with the rifts between the continent's great powers and with those produced within each country. Millions were accused of collaboration with the occupying forces of the Nazis and their allies. According to the historian Istvan Dayok, these amounted to between 2 and 3% of the total population. 38 If they were not executed by the resistance, like Mussolini in April 1945, leaders such as Marshal Pétain, the Hungarian Selassie, the Norwegian Quisling, the Slovak Tiso and the Romanian Antonescu were often condemned to death for high treason. The purges that followed the defeat of Nazism and its allies took a varied character, depending on the country in question and its geopolitical situation. In the USSR, which was not a Reichsstaat, it led to the deportation of whole peoples accused of collaboration. 39 Under decrees that treated all soldiers captured by the enemy as deserters, the majority of the 2.27 million prisoners of war returned to the USSR were deported to labor camps. In the countries now included in the Soviet bloc, the anti-fascist purge coincided with the establishment of people's democracies and ended up eliminating all the former elites, economic as well as political. Popular support for these profound transformations varied considerably, depending on the influence of the communist parties and the relationship that the resistance movements had had with the USSR, but they were always achieved through measures decided from above and imposed by force. Where the German occupation had been particularly ferocious, and the War of National Liberation had taken on the aspect of a civil war against collaborating regimes, the purging was often wild, with the establishment of popular tribunals and a large number of extrajudicial executions. Yugoslavia saw a real massacre of this kind, with the killing of some 60,000 individuals charged with involvement in the crimes of the Croatian Ustashi. 40 But the purges also reached a considerable scale in Western Europe. In France, between 8,000 and 10,000 collaborators and officials of the Vichy regime were executed extrajudicially in 1944.41 In Italy, during 1945, the resistance executed between 10,000 and 15,000 representatives of the Republic of Salo. 42 The violence of these brutal and spontaneous purges was a function of the suffering and resentment built up during a year and a half of occupation. It was due to the power vacuum already mentioned, resulting from the mistakes and weaknesses of the new authorities seeking legitimacy, or the inertia and corporate loyalties of administrations that continued under the new political regime. A sadly famous episode of extrajudicial purging was the lynching of the Rome director of prisons, Donato Caretta, in September 1944, during the trial of the former chief of police of the Italian capital. The city had only recently been liberated, and minds were still strongly marked by the massacre of the Fosse Ardeatine, in which 335 civilians had been executed in March by the Germans in reprisal for an attack by the resistance. The crowd outside, who had been unable to attend the trial, mistook Caretta for Pietro Caruso, the real accused, and threw themselves on him to prevent his escape. A number of attempts to prevent his murder failed in the face of the angry mob. 43 In March 1945, Albert Camus presented as the last and most long-lived victory of Hitlerism, the shameful scars made on the hearts of those who fought Hitlerism most vigorously. Pleading for a justice of reason against blind revenge, he criticized the wild purges while explaining them as an inheritance of Nazi occupation and collaboration. We were left with hatred. We were left with the impulse that the other day in Dijon made a 14-year-old child fall on a collaborator who had been lynched and disfigure his face. We were left with the rage that consumes our souls at the memory of certain images and certain faces. The executioner's hatred engendered the victim's hatred. And once the executioners had gone, the French were left with their hatred only partially spent. They still look at one another with a residue of anger. Well, this is what we must overcome first of all. Our poisoned hearts must be cured. And the most difficult battle to be won against the enemy in the future must be fought within ourselves, with an exceptional effort that will transform our appetite for hatred into a desire for justice. 44. In several countries, legal purging was the result of a tension between the demand for political sanction raised by public opinion and the reticence of the judiciary to apply retroactive justice. But this became inevitable in the context of a political transition that imposed on justice an exceptional role, beyond mere respect for legal norms that were themselves in the process of undergoing a profound change. Norway, the Netherlands, and Denmark, which had abolished capital punishment in the 19th century, decided to re-establish it, in the first two countries by decision of their governments in exile, in the third by a decree issued on June 1, 1945.45 in Belgium, where there had not been an actual civil war, owing to the rapid liberation of the country by Allied forces in September 1944, the Public Prosecution Service opened 400,000 files on charges of collaboration, and brought 57,000 individuals to court, 2,940 of whom were condemned to death and 242 actually executed. 46 In France, 311,000 cases were opened and 124,000 verdicts delivered, including 44,000 guilty ones. Between 1,500 and 1,600 death sentences were carried out, 50,000 individuals were sentenced to national degradation, and at least 22,000 civil servants punished. 47 In Belgium, the Netherlands, and Norway, the judicial system could not cope with the large number of cases, and decided to proceed by way of negotiated settlements. 48. In Italy there was a striking contrast between the scope of the spontaneous, wild purging carried out at the time of liberation, and the virtual absence of legal purging by the judicial institutions. The High Commission charged with purging, which had been established in May 1944 by the Bonomi government, was dissolved in March 1946, following nearly 2 years of paralysis in which it had confined itself to sanctioning a posteriori the repression carried out by the resistance in the center and north of the country. The origin of this anomaly, including the collapse of any project of an Italian Nuremberg 49, clearly lay in the unique position of the Kingdom of Italy, which had been an aggressor during the first phase of the World War, then an occupied country from autumn 1943. On the one hand, Italy should have had to pay for the war crimes committed by its army as a member of the Axis. On the other hand, it had obtained from the British and Americans the status of co-belligerent, which enabled it to demand justice for the crimes of the German occupation and the Republic of Salo. In the name of the continuity of the state, and with the complicity of the Allied forces, which increasingly viewed the resistance as a source of social and political subversion, the Italian government forbade any investigation of the big companies that had supported fascism, and refused to hand over the major war criminals guilty of crimes perpetrated by the fascist army in Yugoslavia, Greece, and Albania. Those members of the ruling elite of the fascist regime and the Salo Republic who had escaped the wild purging were able to benefit from an amnesty as early as 1946. The majority of them returned to their professional activity, or in many cases a senior position in the civil service. The change of regime took place in the context of a substantial continuity in the judiciary, state administration, and bureaucratic personnel. Only a few leaders of the Salo collaborationist regime, such as its interior and defense ministers, Guido Buffarini and Augusto Graziani, as well as a few infamous torturers, were condemned for high treason, while the War Crimes Commission for Italy set up by the British condemned those with highest responsibility in the German occupation, General Albert Kesselring and the police chief Herbert Kappler. Out of 20,000 cases examined by the extraordinary court set up in April 1945, less than a third led to a conviction, and only 91 death sentences were carried out. 50. Amnesty. In an article published anonymously in 1949, Carl Schmitt, who had himself been purged by the Americans, formulated a demand for amnesty. He saw this claim, which was widely shared in Germany at this time, as the only means to put an end to civil war in a human way. 51. He returned to this question in a note in his diary, writing that a civil war cannot be ended by the verdicts of a political justice, it can only be ended by an amnesty. 52. It would be more appropriate to say that it generally finishes with both things: first of all, the exemplary and symbolic punishments of political justice, then, once popular resentment is appeased and solid foundations laid for the transition to a new power, when the vanquished have accepted their defeat and are no longer in a position to cause damage, an amnesty that aims at reconciliation. In France, the legal purge was followed by several waves of amnesty, between 1947 and 1953, which reduced the number of people imprisoned for acts of collaboration from 70,000 to a few hundred. 53. The most emblematic case of an amnesty following on the heels of an extensive unofficial purge, and in some sense acting as a substitute for the absence of a political justice, remains that of Italy. In June 1946, Palmiro Togliatti, the communist Minister of Justice, promulgated an amnesty that granted liberty to 219,481 accused, followed by a measure of sentence reduction for 3,000 fascists guilty of serious crimes. 54. The amnesty covered all crimes perpetrated for political reasons, with the exception of those individuals with greatest responsibility for the policy of collaboration, the authors of massacres and particularly atrocious exactions, although many torturers also benefited from this, often arousing popular anger. As the Minister of Justice saw it, these limitations of the amnesty decree were aimed at satisfying a demand that is not only legal and political, but also moral, a demand for justice, since leaving those responsible for national betrayal unpunished would not have helped reconciliation but exacerbated resentment. 55. Fiercely contested for its wide scope and extremely precocious character, scarcely a year after the country's liberation, this legal act followed the referendum that had brought the Republic into being a few days earlier, and coincided with the elections for a new constituent assembly. Italy had turned the page, and the new state aimed to reconcile its citizens by way of this act of clemency. In fact, however, the amnesty was total. Almost all those responsible for collaboration were released, from the leaders of the state, army, and fascist party to the petty torturers of the provincial squadristi, not forgetting the instigators of anti-Semitic persecution. Born as an act of clemency and reconciliation, the amnesty became, even before the eruption of the Cold War, the first step in a process of restoration. What had been proclaimed as expressing the virtues of a renascent democracy very soon became a sign of its weakness, and a revenge of defeated fascism. In 1947, the historian, jurist and resistant Carlo Galanti Garrone bitterly noted that the judiciary of the New Italy wiped out everything, or almost everything, and covered everything over with an indulgent veil of pardon and forgetting. Everything, including the gravest crimes and greatest responsibilities. 56. In the early 1950s, when the fascist criminals had all regained their liberty, a new wave of trials commenced, seeking to prosecute acts of violence perpetrated by the resistance. All the countries of Western Europe, if in a less abrupt and decisive fashion, set free, with or without a formal amnesty, almost every prisoner accused of fascism and collaborationism, often reintegrating them into the state administration. In Italy, in 1960, 62 of the 64 prefects had been senior civil servants under the fascist regime. 57. In France, many high officials of the Vichy regime went on to brilliant careers under the Fourth and Fifth Republics. In West Germany, where the constitution envisaged the reintegration of former civil servants of the Hitler Reich, one of the authors of the Nuremberg Laws of 1935, Hans Globke, could even fill a ministerial post in Adenauer's government. 58 The secondary place that the show occupied at this time in Europe's historical consciousness attests to the wish to turn the page by putting an end to the purges and reintegrating the enemies of yesterday. It was not until the 1960s that the notion of infeasibility gradually entered the jurisprudence of various European countries, making possible the belated prosecution of crimes that had remained unpunished. These actions that put a legal closure to the Civil War fitted into a long historical tradition. Amnesties that were more or less summary, more or less hasty, depending on the particular case, always marked the end of civil conflicts and wars. In 1598, the Edict of Nantes proclaimed that the recollection of everything done by one party or the other, remain obliterated and forgotten, as if no such things had ever happened. 59 In England, after the restoration of the monarchy in 1660, Charles II decreed a free and general pardon, indemnity, and oblivion, which covered the whole epoch of the Cromwellian Revolution, apart from those directly implicated in the regicide of his father. Louis XVIII did the same, in the form of an oblivion commanded to the courts and citizens, by which he magnanimously agreed to pardon Frenchmen who went astray. 60 And in 1865, U.S. President Andrew Johnson ended the War of Secession by a proclamation of pardon and amnesty which aimed to reintegrate into the Union the former Confederate states that had so violently challenged it. The paradigm of these amnesties, conceived and applied as policies of national reconciliation, remains the ancient Athenian democracy. In 403 BCE, when the democratic order was restored after the bloody oligarchy of the 30 tyrants, the new authorities led by Thrasybulus decided to decree an amnesty in order to pacify the divided city. Every citizen was summoned to swear an oath, "I shall never recall the misfortunes." 61 As Nicole Laurence points out in La Cite Divise, this oath, by containing the hostility that was cancelled by its expression, could and should by the same token renounce memory, since the memory of misfortunes was the memory of hatred. 62 This political prohibition of remembrance, transgression of which was punished, was indissociable from the commitment to defend democracy, and for this reason the 30 tyrants were excluded from this denial of memory. They remained solely responsible for the stasis that had torn the city apart, and their condemnation enabled the community to find a new unity after a fratricidal war. The political prohibition of remembrance thus acquired a fundamental character. It was a pact that sealed reconciliation and prevented revenge. In other words, politics was born from forgetting, from the deliberate effort to overcome the past with its conflicts and divisions. In the first phase of the Third Republic, only a few years after a belated amnesty put an end to the persecution of the communards, Ernest Renan repeated from his own perspective this view of forgetting as a foundational pact for the nation. In his eyes, it was an essential ingredient of the daily plebiscite that enabled a nation, despite its past, to live in the present as a community of fate. In the course of a reflection whose implicit focus was the Paris Commune, i.e. civil war, Renan added to his praise of forgetting an important corollary, distrust of history. Forgetting, and I might even say historical error, is an essential factor in the creation of a nation, and this is why the progress of historical studies is often a danger to the principle of nationality. Historical investigation, in fact, brings to light the deeds of violence that took place at the origin of all political formations, even those whose consequences have been most fortunate. 63. In other words, nations are born out of violence and massacre, wars of religion and civil wars, but in order to build themselves, they must learn to forget. As Renan concludes, it is good for everyone to be able to forget. 64. This dialectic of amnesty and forgetting often characterizes the aftermath of wars. It may well have belated manifestations, as in Spain after 1975, with the death of Franco and the transition to democracy. Here again, the political forces in place sealed a pact of forgetting. This was not an official pact, like that of Athens in 403 BCE, but rather a tacit and surreptitious pact, symbolic but just as binding. There can clearly be no official prohibition of remembrance, and it was at this same time that a new historiography of the Civil War began to take shape in Spain, superseding the stereotypes of Francoist propaganda and breaking the isolation of the anti-fascist historiography in exile. But the fear of falling back into civil war, and the desire for reconciliation, underpinned the demand for an amnesty that could only lead to a collective amnesia. According to the historian Ismael Sáez Campos, this Pacto de Olvido, which arose from a social demand, was legitimate since it was conceived as a means to bury Francoism and permit the transition to democracy. It would be another quarter of a century before Spanish society voiced a demand for memory, often under the impulse of a new generation. 65 This is expressed today not just in a deepening of historical research, but in a campaign for the recognition of the victims of Francoism, the creation of sites of Republican memory in the public space, and the challenging or at least redefinition of the symbolic dimension of the monuments and vestiges of the Caudelos regime. What neither Renan nor Nicole Laurence take into consideration in their analyses of the dialectic linking amnesty and forgetting is the partial erosion of historical awareness that it inevitably brings with it, sometimes leading to a denial of the memory of the victims, who find themselves abandoned to a perpetuated sense of injustice, and deprived forever of public recognition. Although the two things are often seen as synonymous, amnesty is not the same thing as pardon. The latter presupposes the remembrance of crime and injustice, which it inscribes in a pacified memory, redeemed from the temptation to violence. Amnesty, on the other hand, prescribes a forgetting that consists in wiping out the traces of the crime, since it demands acting as if nothing had occurred. 66 If we seek to make more rigorous distinctions, we should add that amnesty, because it cancels the criminal character of the contested facts, should not be confused either with mercy, which does not cancel the verdict but limits itself to dispensing with the application of the penalty, or with negative prescription, which suspends the penalty at the end of a defined period. 67 Amnesty can prove very effective in the short term as a policy of reconciliation, but it anesthetizes memory only by creating conditions for its subsequent resurgence, with the expression of a long-stifled suffering and an unaccomplished justice. In short, if the dialectic of amnesty and forgetting is established before justice is delivered, this memory will resurge later, often charged with resentment. A resentment born from a wounded memory may translate into hatred or engender a new explosion of violence, as shown by the war in Yugoslavia. The virtues of a non-amnesic amnesty, a reconciliation concerned for an effort towards truth and an administration of justice, were experienced in South Africa in the 1990s. We may well believe that it was by reflecting on the bad uses of memory current in Europe in the course of the 20th century that the heirs of apartheid discovered the political virtues of a reparatory justice that avoided both forgetting and revenge. Underscore 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 5. Eruption. Prefigurings. Few events in the history of the modern world have had so deep an impact on European culture as the Great War, and rarely have there been major historic turning points that were so unforeseen, destructive, and traumatic. Some observers, as we saw, had envisaged the possibility of a new war. A few clear-eyed minds had even put forward the hypothesis of a continental conflagration, evoking the memory of that triggered a century earlier by the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, which changed the face of Europe. Predictions were not wanting, but no one could imagine that this would be a total war, nor how it would transform the old world, changing not only its social and political structures but also its mentalities, cultures, ways of life and perceptions. The cultural pessimism that spread across Europe in the late 19th century, when the idea of progress was challenged in favor of a view of modernity as decadence, did not arouse the fear of a new war. The catastrophes of the modern world, as the enemy of both man and nature, were attributed to many other factors: the advent of mass society, the age of the crowd and democracy, the physical and intellectual degeneration of nations bound up with urbanization and the revolt of the dangerous classes, racial degeneracy produced by crossbreeding, the Malthusian growth of world population, and so on. Of the various catastrophist scenarios that were presented as imminent, scarcely anyone foresaw the millions of dead in a total war. Or else the prognosis was so abstract as to neutralize horror, as in the case of the social Darwinists and eugenicists, who welcomed the invention of chemical weapons and saw a new war as the occasion to eliminate the world's demographic surplus by selecting the most fit. Such was the point of view of two British scientists, Reginald Clare Hart and Karl Pearson. In an essay of 1911, the former of these wished for a relentless war of extermination of inferior individuals and nations, while the latter offered a biological justification of war as a means of strengthening national virility. 1 But despite appearing legitimate in the scientific debate of the time, and certainly revealing an intellectual predisposition to the worst nationalist and racist deliriums of the following decades, these theories were never translated into a concrete project of extermination. The optimism of Comte and Spencer, who had seen industrial society as a vector of peace and progress, still prevailed. The European imaginary, with its many fruitful aspects, proved incapable of foreseeing the Great War. Intellectuals give us an image of this blindness. Prefigurings of catastrophe came not from the social sciences but from literature and the arts, as privileged sites of utopian imagination. At the end of the 19th century, the science fiction novels of H.G. Wells showed considerable premonition, particularly The War of the Worlds, which heralds a dark future of decadence. Wells describes the invasion of England by an army of Martians who test on it their mechanical weapons of mass destruction, mobile cannon that anticipate tanks, and chemical weapons that prefigure not only the gas attacks of Ypres but also the atomic weapons of the Second World War. Meanwhile, the earthly epidemics that finally destroy the Martians proclaim the fear of a bacteriological war. The connection between technology and modern warfare is present also in Émile Zola, who in the same decade published La Bête Humaine, a novel in which he offers a metaphor of progress as a catastrophe by describing the blind and mad course of a train pulled by a driverless engine. In his preparatory notes, Zola considered filling this train with merry soldiers, unaware of danger and singing patriotic songs, adding that this train would then be the image of France. 2. Zola was far from alone in detesting technology. In a realist style that aimed to describe not the future but a tendency of the present, Giovanni Papini, an avant-garde writer and critic who would later join the fascist movement, devoted a prophetic essay to modern war. There is certainly no harm here in recalling that this appeared in 1913, the same year that the first mass-produced automobiles emerged from the Ford factories in Detroit. The new century, Papini noted, would not be happy, but rather a century of industrial extermination in which human life would definitively lose its value. His essay is a rather strange mixture of pre-fascist existentialism and Weberian resignation in the face of a modernity perceived as inhuman and oppressive mechanical rationality. The entire life of our age is an organization of necessary massacres, visible and invisible. Those who rebel in the name of life will be crushed by life itself. After the model of warfare, industrial civilization will feed on carrion. Cannon flesh and machine flesh. Blood on the battlefield and blood in the street, blood under the tent and blood in the factory. Life only raises itself up by leaving part of itself behind it as ballast. 3. The eclectic and paradoxical fusion between a romantic revolt against the disenchantment of modernity and a vitalist exaltation of technology was the premise of the conservative revolution, or, as the historian Geoffrey Herf calls it, reactionary modernism, which spread across Europe in the interwar years. But this tendency had already appeared before 1914, prefigured by avant-garde tendencies such as futurism. In his famous manifesto of 1909, Marinetti invoked war as the hygiene of the world, wishing for it as a confrontation of technological forces. His aesthetic cult of the machine and speed did not yet have the existentialist accents of Ernst Junger's essays of the 1920s, but appealed to a bellicose irrationalism that established a continuity between pre-1914 nationalism and fascism, which the futurists adhered to almost spontaneously. Basically, futurism anticipated the aestheticization of politics that characterized fascism and a good part of European culture between the wars. It is not surprising, therefore, that the Italian futurists were interventionists in 1914, and that when the country did join the war, a year later, they established a motorized battalion that drove to the front shouting Zangtim to UM.5. But it was the whole avant-garde, no matter what its political divisions at the start of the conflict, that had expressed during the previous decade the symptoms of a deep historic fracture in the perception and representation of the world. The cubism of Braque and Picasso decomposed forms in painting, just as Arnold Schoenberg, Alban Berg, and Anton von Webern broke down classical harmonies and laid the foundations of atonal and 12-tone music. For the historian Modris Ecksteins, the first performance of Stravinsky's Rite of Spring, at the Théâtre des Champs-Élysées in May 1913, marked the beginning of a new age. 6 This piece, which critics denounced as a massacre of spring, radically challenged the traditional view of the world. By its ferocious and savage primitivism, it rejected the forms of civilization; by its vitalism, it broke away from rationalism; and by its rejection of musical conventions and social norms, it expressed a revolt of subjectivity. The scandal that Stravinsky aroused simply heralded the collapse of the old order a year before it happened. Nor was it by accident that the painter Fernand Léger saw the ruins of Verdun as the expression of a decomposed reality, fragmented into 1,000 pieces. War appeared in his eyes as a kind of convergence of reality with the representations that Cubist painting had already made of it in recent years. Fascinated by this landscape of destruction, which authorizes every pictorial fantasy, Léger abandoned abstract art and turned to the recreation of mechanical figures. 7. Chauvinist fever. In August 1914, the declarations of war aroused an amazing wave of collective enthusiasm in all European capitals. The nationalistic fever suddenly took hold of culture and won over all minds, with few exceptions. 8 In Paris, the Union sacrée extended well beyond the supporters of Action Française. 9 The French president, Raymond Poincaré, launched an appeal to the members of the Académie Française to contribute to the patriotic effort with their pens. The voices of Barres and Maurras now mingled with those of the Dreyfusards. From Gide to Proust, Anatole France to Claudel, Durkheim to Bergson and Pigalle, all greeted the war as a deliverance. The Jacobin historian Albert Mathies saw it as a continuation of the Levée en Masse of 1792. In Belgium, the medievalist Henry Piron broke off his friendship with his German colleague Karl Lamprecht. Across the Rhine, the Berliner Tagblatt published a celebrated manifesto in October 1914, in which 93 scholars of world renown, including several Nobel Prize winners, defended the German cause as that of Kultur. It was signed by such prominent individuals as the biologist Ernst Haeckel, the physicist Max Planck, the historian Karl Lamprecht, the political scientist Friedrich Naumann and the psychologist Wilhelm Wundt. The philosopher of history Ernst Troeltsch wanted to transform words into bayonets 10, while the phenomenologist Max Scheler attributed to Germany the mission of regenerating civilization. 11 The economist Werner Sombart contrasted the heroic spirit of the Germans with the commercial spirit of the British. 12 As for Thomas Mann, he idealized the Hohenzollern Empire as a receptacle of the values of German Kultur against the corrupting tendencies of modern civilization, mechanical and soulless. The ideas of 1914 confronted the principles of 1789, the starting point of an age of progress that had exhausted minds and distanced men from the most authentic values of existence: courage, virility, sacrifice, combat, glory. In his famous Reflections of a Non-Political Man, Mann proclaimed his disgust for the principles of the Enlightenment, borrowing this expression from Nietzsche. He saw war as the continuation by force of arms of a struggle that had begun long before in the field of culture. 13 In Austria, all the great scholars, from Wittgenstein to Freud, were caught up in the wave of chauvinism. In Russia, such enemies of Tsarism as the libertarian Kropotkin and the socialist Plekhanov joined the crusade against German barbarism, as did poets such as Bloch, Yesenin, and Mayakovsky. Italian nationalists, from the socialist Mussolini to the imperialist Enrico Corradini, the futurist poet Filippo Tommaso Marinetti and the decadentist Gabriele D'Annunzio, called for an end to their country's neutrality and its entry into the war against the Habsburg Empire in order to liberate the Erd lands of Trentino and Trieste. 14 As Noberto Bobbio has written, no Italian man of letters with the authority of Romain Rolland had the courage to place himself above the melee. 15 England rediscovered a political passion that had not been seen since Cromwell's Puritan Revolution, and was now unleashed against Germany. H. G. Wells, Thomas Hardy and the popular writer G. K. Chesterton all served as propagandists for the anti-German crusade. 16 Only a few figures of the intellectual world managed to escape the chauvinist wave: Karl Kraus in Vienna, Bertrand Russell in London, Henry Barbusse and Romain Rolland in Paris, and Gramsci, still very little known at that time, in Turin. But the patriotic intoxication evaporated as the war went on, soon showing a very different face from the mythology that had invaded the streets of European capitals in August 1914, and that the leaders of the great powers, all victims of the illusion of a short war, had entertained. In the face of this reality, a large number of intellectuals abandoned nationalism to join the cause of humanist pacifism. The trajectory of Siegfried Kracauer, later one of the leading figures of Weimar culture, was quite exemplary in this respect. After enlisting as a volunteer at the start of the conflict, he published in the Preußische Jahrbucher in 1915 an article entitled War as Lived Experience, which perfectly summed up the intellectual climate of the time. In an exalted tone, Kracauer welcomed the war as an end to the routine and boredom of the Wilhelmine age, describing patriotism in Nietzschean terms as a kind of vital force that would enable Germany to free itself from the materialist values of a soulless world, with neither God nor prophets. He praised war as a redeeming experience, in which the spirit is strengthened by the joy of combat. 17 For the young Kracauer, war needed no social or political justification, satisfying as it did an existential demand and offering a mystical and almost religious experience. In 1917, however, Kracauer had already abandoned this patriotic rhetoric, writing an article for Das Neue Deutschland in which he acknowledged his deception. The war had shown its true nature, that of a horrific butchery in which the ever deeper decomposition of European humanity was displayed. 18 This change in perspective was no more than a condensed version of a path followed by many other European intellectuals. The Viennese writer Stefan Zweig, who witnessed the joyous demonstrations of the fateful summer of 1914, left the most striking description of the nationalization of the masses that reached an apogee with the Great War. Although skeptical about a fratricidal war, he could not remain unmoved by the burgeoning of this mystical communion. In his memoirs, he emphasizes the striking difference between this atmosphere and that in which the outbreak of the Second World War was received, 25 years later. A rapid excursion into the romantic, a wild, manly adventure, that is how the War of 1914 was painted in the imagination of the simple man, and the young people were honestly afraid that they might miss this most wonderful and exciting experience of their lives. That is why they hurried and thronged to the colors, and that is why they shouted and sang in the trains that carried them to the slaughter. Wildly and feverishly the red wave of blood coursed through the veins of the entire nation. But the generation of 1939 knew war. It no longer deceived itself. It knew that it was not romantic but barbaric. 19 The illusion, then, was short-lived. As early as 1916, in his anti-patriotic pamphlet Above the Battle, Romain Rolland denounced the conflict as a carnage from which only a mutilated Europe can emerge. 20 The strongest writings against the massacre came from the pen of one of the rare individuals within the international socialist movement who opposed the voting of war credits. Rosa Luxemburg, the Polish revolutionary transplanted to Berlin, in no way experienced the demonstrations of August 1914 as an explosion of contagious joy. To her they appeared as a wave of collective hysteria, in which could be detected the atmosphere of ritual murder. The Kishinev air. 21 The war had revealed the true face of bourgeois society, shamed, disinured, wading in blood and dripping with filth. Once the facade of civility and morality, peace and law, had fallen away, it showed its true nature, that of a roaring beast dancing an orgy of anarchy and exuding a pestilential breath, devastating culture and humanity. 22 Despite not expressing the same indignation, Franz Kafka remained equally immune to the nationalist virus. On August 6, 1914 he noted in his diary, "Patriotic Parade. Speech by the mayor. I stand there, with my malignant look. These parades are one of the most disgusting accompaniments of the war." 23. From field of honor to slaughterhouse. Between 1914 and 1918, sentiments swung from blind idealization and boundless enthusiasm to terror and horror. On the one hand, the war marked the triumph of a conception of honor and heroism expressed in the phrase "dying for one's country," and culminating in August 1914. It was with the memory of these intoxicated days in his mind that Ernst Kantorowicz, many years later, would retrace its genealogy in medieval Europe. On the other hand, the First World War destroyed the myth of death on the field of honor by revealing the horrors of technological massacre and anonymous mass death. The legend of heroic war was symbolized, in the first months of combat, by the Flanders village of Langmark, which German soldiers had conquered in November 1914 at the cost of enormous losses, singing the national anthem. 24 The Langmark soldier was the perfect embodiment of the hero, good-looking, idealistic, virile, generous, courageous, and ready for sacrifice. Such a hero cannot fear death, on the contrary, it glorifies him. According to the code of honor inaugurated by the Homeric warriors, death is the price to pay in order to attain glory. But this glory obtained at the price of the supreme sacrifice is a value that transcends life itself, being eternal and conferring the status of immortality on the martyr. 25 The fatherland recognizes this and cannot forget him, it erects monuments to him and evokes his memory in ceremonies. Max Weber, whose sociology did not prevent him from being carried away by the chauvinist wave, was certainly one of the last European scholars to adhere to the myth of death on the field of honor. He sought to conceptualize it in 1915, at the very moment when it was in the process of collapsing. In his essay on religious rejections of the world, he noted first of all the pathos and sentiment of commitment that war created among combatants, pressing them to make the gift of themselves and realize an unconditionally devoted and sacrificial community. Grasping the nature of war as a secular crusade, he emphasized the irresistible force of such sentiment. The essential element that welds this warrior community together lies in the sacralizing of death, by which the soldier can give his existence a unique and profound meaning. Irreducible to ordinary, natural death, which belongs to the continuity of societies and permits the transmission of the experiences of one generation to another, death on the field of battle possesses a particular and sublime sense, entering into harmony with the vocation of the soldier. According to Weber, religions can show comparable achievements only in heroic communities professing an ethic of brotherliness. 26. These words were written a few months before the Battle of the Somme, which claimed 1 million victims. Inaugurated with the myth of heroic death, the Great War finished with commemorations of the unknown soldier. This image represents the countless victims of a conflict in which the act of killing is transformed into a mechanical operation, and where death acquires the character of a collective experience, anonymous and lacking any specific quality, in short, that of a mechanically reproducible death, whose aura was forever stripped away in the mud of the trenches. Drawn by lot among so many disfigured and unrecognizable corpses, the unknown soldier, according to Roger Cale Lewis, embodied the end of heroic war. 27 Monuments dedicated to him proliferated in Europe in the post-war years. They mark a break with the romantic view of death cultivated by 19th-century nationalism, abandoning the notion of heroic individual sacrifice for that of collective holocaust. The Great War, therefore, marks a watershed between two antinomic images. The figure of the hero is replaced by that of the unknown soldier, death on the field of honor by death in the slaughterhouse. The delirious episode at the start of the Battle of the Somme, in which British soldiers fell by the thousand, mown down by German machine guns as they advanced in compact ranks with no protection to the sound of bugles and kicking a football, indicates the unbridgeable gulf that had emerged between the traditional view of war and the reality of total war. This was a gulf between the modernization of society and the persistence of old mentalities that were particularly tenacious among military hierarchies, formed by aristocratic elites and placed at the head of mass armies. As Dan Diner writes, war was not only a conflict between armies, but had become a war between man and machine. 28 From the field of honor to the slaughterhouse, that was the real anthropological mutation that took place within Europe. 29 Kantorowicz draws this conclusion very clearly at the end of his genealogical essay on the idea of dying for one's country. This seems to have triumphed in 1914, when the Christian view of self-immolation of the warrior for God, king, and country found its secularized form in the sacrifice of the soldier on the altar of the corpus mysticum of the nation. With the advent of total war, however, the state imposed death on the soldier without offering him either an emotional substitute or a glorious posterity for the gift of his life. The Second World War, with its impersonal mechanisms of technological extermination, completed the disenchantment of death. As Kantorowicz concludes, deprived of any idea of encompassing humanitas, be it God or king or patria, will be deprived also of the ennobling idea of self-sacrifice. 30. This metamorphosis can be illustrated with the help of two singularly antinomic passages written during and after the war, by the historian Mark Bloch and the writer Louis Ferdinand Céline. The first is a patriotic plea inspired by a tragic and solemn sense of honor, the second a rejection of war that leads to a sarcastic apology for cowardice. On June 1, 1915, just before returning to the front after a period of convalescence in Paris, Bloch wrote a letter to his family anticipating his death. I died voluntarily for a cause that I loved. In leaving, I made the sacrifice of myself. It's the finest of endings. I would lie if I said that I don't regret life. I would be unfair to you who have been so sweet to me, but you have taught me to place certain things above life itself. For my part, I die certain of victory, happy, yes, truly happy, I say so with all the sincerity of my soul, to spill my blood. 31. After the war, this kind of rhetoric aroused mockery on the part of Céline, who made Ferdinand Barthélemy, the hero of his journey to the end of the night, the perfect antithesis of the soldier ready to die for his country. Interned in a psychiatric hospital, Barthélemy delivers himself to an outrageous praise of cowardice. Oh, Ferdinand! Then you're an absolute coward? You're as loathsome as a rat. Yes, an absolute coward, Lola. I reject the war and everything in it because I'm the one who knows what I want. I don't want to die. But it's not possible to reject the war, Ferdinand. Only crazy people and cowards reject the war when their country is in danger. If that's the case, hurrah for the crazy people. Look, Lola, do you remember a single name, for instance, of any of the soldiers killed in the 100 Years' War? Did you ever try to find out who any of them were? No. You see? You never tried. As far as you're concerned, they're as anonymous, as indifferent, as the last atom of that paperweight, as your morning bowel movement. 32. The view of war as a slaughterhouse was also sketched by Churchill in the early 1920s, in a lecture that is striking for its clarity and force. Here he describes the First World War as a horrible wound inflicted on European civilization, in a passage that is all the more significant in coming from a conservative politician who had a military career behind him, a representative of imperialism who reflected on the state of the world that he had helped to bring about. The Great War differed from all ancient wars in the immense power of the combatants and their fearful agencies of destruction, and from all modern wars in the utter ruthlessness with which it was fought. All the horrors of all the ages were brought together, and not only armies but whole populations were thrust into the midst of them. No truce or parley mitigated the strife of the armies. The wounded died between the lines, the dead mouldered into the soil. Merchant ships and neutral ships and hospital ships were sunk on the seas and all on board left to their fate, or killed as they swam. Every effort was made to starve whole nations into submission without regard to age or sex. Cities and monuments were smashed by artillery. Bombs from the air were cast down indiscriminately. Poison gas in many forms stifled or seared the soldiers. Liquid fire was projected upon their bodies. Men fell from the air in flames, or were smothered, often slowly, in the dark recesses of the sea. The fighting strength of armies was limited only by the manhood of their countries. Europe and large parts of Asia and Africa became one vast battlefield on which after years of struggle not armies but nations broke and ran. When all was over, torture and cannibalism were the only two expedients that the civilized, scientific, Christian states had been able to deny themselves, and these were of doubtful utility. 33. The apocalyptic landscape that emerges from this description is no longer that of a classical war, a war between states. It is that of a total war that engulfs nations, in which armies destroy civilian populations, and where there are quite simply no longer any rules but that of the complete destruction of the enemy. In short, it genuinely was a civil war on a continental scale. 6. Imaginaries of violence. Fear. A giant with a frightened face, the sister of death, fear is our queen and nobody can escape her power. Those in the rear have said so many foolish things about fear that we must remind them that the intrepid squatty is a myth. In 1929, the historian Jean Norton Crew quoted this testimony by the soldier Jean Moreau in his extraordinary investigation of the memory of the Great War, as proof that heroic death did not exist. Despite responding to an impersonal and mechanical threat rather than to an enemy in flesh and blood, fear of violent death was always present, and no one could elude it. Then he opens his eyes. He must have been able to hear me, and he looks at me with an expression of absolute terror. His body does not move, but in his eyes there is such an incredible desire to get away that I can imagine for a moment that they might summon up enough strength to drag his body with them, carrying him hundreds of miles away, at a single leap. The body is still, completely quiet, there is not a single sound, and even the gurgling has stopped, but the eyes are screaming, roaring, all his life has gathered in them and formed itself into an incredible urge to escape, into a terrible fear of death, a fear of me. 2. With those words Eric Maria Remarque described the fear of a dying enemy soldier in All Quiet on the Western Front, his famous autobiographical novel on the Great War. Violence and death, he added, dominated our lives and destroyed the reflexes acquired in civil society. We cannot recognize ourselves when the enemy's faces appear in our regard as hunted beasts. Soldiers had become insensitive living dead who, through a stratagem and dangerous sorcery, are still able to run and kill. 3. You can be a virgin in horror the same as in sex, says Ferdinand Bartomeu, the hero of Journey to the End of the Night, realizing that the war in which he has joined up as a volunteer is a real apocalyptic crusade. 4. In his Storm of Steel, Ernst Junger describes the fear of the soldier in his trench as a curious coldness, not physical but emotional coldness. In the face of danger, he remarks, soldiers shudder with fear, and if you cross the wire entanglements, and set foot in no man's land, the shivering intensifies to a faint, teeth-rattling unease. 5. A huge literature of testimonies indicates a major feature of the shared experience of soldiers of the Great War, the terrible and overwhelming feeling of the presence of death in their everyday lives. In his major work on the First World War as it was experienced by the subaltern classes, Antonio Gibelli quoted the letter of an Italian soldier, written on Carnival Day 1916, in which he remembered the dances of this traditional festival, 1 year earlier. Now, on the contrary, he had the feeling he was dancing with death. I am near to death here, it passes beside me all the time. 6. Attacks were synchronized. In each tranche, an officer conducted a countdown, and at 0 soldiers climbed into no man's land. Thousands of them could be killed in a few hours by the enemy's machine guns. Awaiting the order to attack, the soldiers experienced terrible moments of growing anxiety, trembling hands, and shaking knees, while the blood rose to their heads. Those who were paralyzed by fear and could not find the strength to go over the top were threatened and often shot by the military police, a necessary punishment in order to impose respect for authority and prevent any possible mutiny. According to the testimony of an English soldier, they were literally terrified, some were coughing, some were vomiting, some were singing, and some were screaming. It was terrible. The horrific wounds inflicted by mechanical weapons were well known to all the men living in the trenches. The technological massacre produced thousands of corpses that were completely unrecognizable, the unknown soldiers who were to become the symbolic figure of total war. The experience of soldiers in the trenches and on the battlefields was shared by a generation. But such a traumatic experience was not transmissible, it could not be integrated into a historical continuum linking the generations and consolidating the feeling of a common culture. Walter Benjamin took individual lived experience as the starting point of his reflections on the decline of the figure of the storyteller in modern societies. The storyteller narrative, Benjamin observed, presupposes a transmissible experience, a founding experience for the tradition of a community that is able to find in the past the elements that weave together the framework of its present existence. 7 The violent, industrialized and anonymous death of modern warfare contrasts greatly with the experience of death as a natural event in traditional societies, where it is seen as a natural fact and can have a high exemplary value in the eyes of living human beings. Benjamin recalls the representation of death in medieval paintings, where the bed of the dying becomes a real throne room, towards which everyone comes via the open doors of the house, thereby indicating that this perception of death is the source of the storyteller's authority. It is, however, characteristic that not only a man's knowledge or wisdom, but above all his real life, and this is the stuff that stories are made of, first assumes transmissible form at the moment of his death. Just as a sequence of images is set in motion inside a man as his life comes to an end, unfolding the views of himself under which he has encountered himself without being aware of it, suddenly in his expressions and looks the unforgettable emerges and imparts to everything that concerned him that authority which even the poorest wretch in dying possesses for the living around him. This authority is the very source of the story. 8. Benjamin continues his analysis by characterizing the Great War as a moment of rupture in which the bodily experience of death in the battle of Material can no longer be restored by narrative nor evoked in an epic form, thus leaving its witnesses abandoned to themselves. A generation that had gone to school on a horse-drawn streetcar now stood under the open sky in a countryside in which nothing remained unchanged but the clouds, and beneath these clouds, in a field of force of destructive torrents and explosions, was the tiny, fragile human body. 9. The experience of violent death in modern war was not only impossible to transmit but also impossible to depict, as many art historians stressed when analyzing the painting devoted to the Great War. Philippe Daguin notes the deep hiatus that exists between the testimonies of painters mobilized on the front lines, often crude and terribly realistic, and their works, almost always incapable of representing the horror of lived experience. Their paintings sketch the contours of a cubist war dominated by technology, machines, and steel, or else show a landscape of ruins to offer a pacifist message that is far from showing the violence of wholesale massacre. That is why the Great War marks a rupture between contemporary history and painting. 10 Among the rare exceptions are the watercolors and a few canvases painted by Otto Dix during the war years that show soldiers dying in the trenches. They are far more impressive than the conventional and epic war triptych that he finished in the late 1920s. The photography and cinema of the war years also fail to escape this rule. Though imposed in these cases by the censorship of the General Staff, this was often internalized by soldiers as a duty of decency and modesty to preserve their dignity. In the photos Marc Bloch took in the Argonne in 1915, there are neither dead nor wounded, simply life in the trenches and landscapes eviscerated by mortar shells. 11 Blood flowed far more freely in the melodramas of the silent films than in cinema devoted to the war. In 1919, the Italian critic Pier Antonio Gerazzo drew attention to the seclusion of violence on the screen, always evoked by metaphors, allusions, or watered-down sublimations, but never presented in its crudest reality. We see our heroic soldiers leaping from the trenches, we see bayonet assaults. We never smell the pervasive and constant stink of corpses, inescapably filling the air on all sides, mixed with the rather rancid smell of kitchen slops. 12 Similarly, he wrote with a cold and excoriating humor, just as patriotic rhetoric exalts a fine death on the field of honor and not a fine double amputation, films remained very discreet on the concrete forms of soldiers' physical and psychological suffering. We never see on the screen the terrible fear compelling a simple man to live awaiting imminent death in a lair dug into the earth, or in a hole in the rock, or behind his machine gun 13 immediately used by governments as a propaganda weapon. Cinema would become in the course of the conflict the privileged refuge of an army and civilian population that sought to escape, for the duration of a film show, their everyday preoccupations. According to Gian Piero Brunetta, cinema halls were places where people tried to exorcise death. 14. After the First World War, death would no longer be depicted or represented by narratives or images of mourning that inscribed it in the uninterrupted flow of a natural history. Here again, the Great War marks a historical turning point, breaking the continuity of life experiences and transforming the mental landscape of European societies. Landmarks become confused, tradition seems destroyed, and the old order collapses. For the soldiers, the violence of war remains the source of a lived experience in many respects not transmissible, but the feeling of fear produced by such an experience seems to invade the world after the war. This is certainly, as George Moss analyzed it, a symptom of the brutalization of European societies subjected to the trauma of the Great War. 15 Curiously, few writers have studied the traces left by the feelings and emotions that accompanied the eruption of violence into political struggle and language. The fear that arose in the 20th century in a world devastated by total war, industrial massacre, and bomb towns has not yet found its historian. In this field, there is no comparable research to the work of Jean de Lumière on the Christian fear of the besieged city, when life was dominated by fear of Satan, the Last Judgment, and wars of religion. 16 Attempting to address this historiographical lacuna, Joanna Bork suggests that we turn to aesthesiology, the study of feelings and emotions in a secularized world that tends to privilege anesthetic treatments for neutralizing sentiments. Thus, we should analyze the culture of post-war societies by reconstructing a history of emotional and bodily reactions to the external world. 17 This applies above all to the fear of death, in particular the fear of violent death, which so deeply marks the European mental landscape of the 1920s and 1930s. In some respects, this analysis reveals the deep contradictions of the civilizing process, leading both to the rationalization of social practices and to the self-control of individual instincts. On the one hand, we have the modern rationality of destructive technologies and mass armies, on the other hand, the hidden emotions of a social world disfigured by violence. This feeling of fear is not always explicit. In most cases, it affects mentalities in the form of a widespread and elusive anxiety, without appearing on the surface. It remains latent in a world that conserves an appearance of civility and whose history, as Lucien Febvre explained in 1941, is that of a more or less slow suppression of emotional activity by intellectual activity. 18 In these circumstances, it is the hidden face of the countless monuments commemorating the fallen that were erected throughout the continent, from the majestic memorials of the capital cities to the small statues and plaques in village squares. These were the symbols of a popular memory that recognized the sacrifice of the vanquished. A common aspect of these monuments in all countries, as Reinhard Koselleck has pertinently remarked, lies in their tendency deliberately to elude the concrete phenomenon of death. 19 They convey moral values, celebrate the fatherland and glorify the heroism of the combatants. Sometimes, as in the monument created by Kathy Kollwitz for the German war cemetery of Wieladsloo, in Belgium, they represent mourning, showing parents weeping over the tomb of their sons. Exceptionally, as in the monument at Casamassima, an Italian village near Bari, they more explicitly evoke death by showing a corpse over which an angel with a crown descends, a winged Mater Dolorosa. But the image of violent death, the most universally shared experience of the soldiers, remains invisible. It is a sort of taboo constantly exorcised and sublimated by the romanticized image of heroic warfare. Even in the most anti-militaristic films, death is evoked by metaphors and transcendent images, as in the closing scene of Abel Gantz's J'accuse, when the fallen soldiers rise from their graves to denounce those responsible for their useless sacrifice. Historiography, notably the works of Philippe Aries, often emphasizes the tendency towards the privatization of death in modern societies. No longer accepted as a natural and inevitable aspect of existence, a salient moment that punctuates the ritual life of a community, death is now regarded with horror as an irreparable loss, a source of suffering and mourning, outside the public space and withdrawn into the intimate sphere of individuals. 20 A major consequence of this privatization of death lies in its isolation. It is first of all medicalized in the family space, then relegated to closed cemeteries outside the center of towns. The result is that mourning becomes an individualized practice. Clearly, the Great War was a historical turning point which challenged this tendency that had developed throughout the 19th century. The modern intolerance of death was suddenly replaced by its public appropriation in the form of ritualized commemorations unifying national communities around their fallen soldiers. Collective practices of mourning belong to the process of the nationalization of the masses, and the transformation of nationalism into a civil religion of the secularized world, which George Moss has described so well. The millions of dead in the Great War thus appeared as sacrificial victims of a Holocaust in the name of the fatherland. But such collective appropriation of death always supposes the exorcism of its modalities, forms and phenomenology. It is impossible to show death in war in the same manner as old paintings represented a person on his deathbed. The traces of violence, however, were visible everywhere in post-war societies. German artists of the Weimar period depict a society devastated and disfigured by violence. Max Beckmann, Ludwig Meidner, Otto Dix, and George Grosz paint scenes of murder, towns inhabited by human wrecks, bodies consumed by sickness, mutilated men in the streets, reminiscent of the photographs of the Gules Cassis. In a perspicacious essay on Grosz, Gunther Enders recognizes his genius in reinterpreting still life after the war, creating a new pictorial genre that Enders calls murdered life. In the history of painting, still life always depicts lifeless and cold objects, objects removed from the framework of human life. Grosz's drawings and paintings of the 1920s, on the contrary, illustrate a murdered life, landscapes dominated by horror in which death can never be natural. Perhaps we should use the adjective natural in its Hobbesian sense, designating death in a world where to be killed becomes the most natural and current modality of being. 21. Figure 1. Ernst Friedrich, Gules Cassis, broken mugs of the First World War. In order to understand the change produced by the Great War, one could compare two famous pictorial representations of death both created in Germany, one before and the other after 1914. Death in the Sick Room, painted by Edward Munch in Berlin in 1893, is a canvas dominated by silence. The various figures depicted show the pain and affliction of a family gathered around a sick woman stretched out on her bed, attending her in her agony. Some of them are praying. The feeling this composition evokes is that of a resigned and internalized suffering, an austere scene of dignity, honor, and respectability typical of a bourgeois Protestant family of the 19th century. 22 Far from shaking the community, this death seems to strengthen its unity and exalt its values. If we compare this canvas with Night, painted by Max Beckmann between 1918 and 1919, the contrast is striking. He represents a scene of murder in a loft. Three criminals are strangling a man seated on a table reminiscent of a torture instrument. One murderer tightens a knot around his neck while another restrains him. His wife, near to him and half naked, seems hung by the arms, with her legs splayed apart, as if she has been raped. A terrified little girl looks upon this spectacle of violence, along with another woman dressed in red, probably an accomplice of the murderers. Various objects lie in confusion on the ground. Death here is no longer natural or peaceful, but belongs to a context of chaos and violence. Like many others of the same period, this expressionistic painting recreates the atmosphere of Germany following the defeat of 1918, the collapse of the Reich, and the suppression of the Spartacist uprising. One might see it as an allegory of the killing of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, whose body was thrown into a Berlin canal after she was murdered at night by a Free Corps gang. It could also be seen as a transfiguration of the painter's own memories of war, as he was demobilized in 1915, after less than a year of combat, suffering from mental collapse. Figure 2. Edvard Munch, Death in the Sick Room, 1893. Figure 3. Max Beckmann, The Night, 1918-19. Presented in allegorical form, fear and horror in the face of violence, destruction and death are the ingredients of Guernica, an icon of 20th century culture that requires no description here. Picasso's painting had been inspired by the bombing of this small Basque town by German planes allied to Franco, and was displayed in the pavilion of the Spanish Republic at the Paris Universal Exhibition of 1937. In this allegory of the Spanish Civil War, violent death crushes human beings, animals, and objects, acquiring a tragic, choral dimension that transcends the various elements in its composition to capture the essence of a whole epoch. The movies of the years between the two world wars are likewise an interesting mirror of a traumatized culture. Among many other films, I draw attention to one of the masterpieces of German expressionistic cinema, Fritz Lang's Metropolis. This film depicts a totalitarian, modern, mechanized universe in which industrial workers live like slaves, incorporated into a machine evoking a pagan divinity, Moloch. In his famous book From Caligari to Hitler, Siegfried Kracauer interpreted this movie as a prefiguration of National Socialism, stressing that the audience were disturbed by a futuristic representation that appeared as a synthesis of Wagner and Krupp, mythology and technology, on the one hand, the pathos and the grandiosity of the Romantic composer, on the other, the mechanized world of modern factories. This suggestive interpretation is, of course, anachronistic. When he shot this film, Lang was not thinking of a future totalitarian society, he was thinking of the Great War. Though perhaps, in realizing a post-dramatic movie, he prefigured Nazism. The crucial scene in which the machine explodes, engulfing its workers, ritually sacrificed to Moloch, is a depiction of the bombings of total war. The stretcher bearers gathering the dead and wounded workers after the explosion clearly evoke a landscape after a battle. The slaves engulfed by this mechanical monster were the allegorical representation of the Great War as a Holocaust, a sacrificial massacre. 23. Trauma and hysteria. During and after the Great War, fear of violent death became the object of a new branch of medicine and psychology that tackled the traumatic neuroses afflicting soldiers. From the first years of the conflict onwards, psychoanalysis investigated these war traumas, with Sandor Ferenczi, Carl Abraham, and Sigmund Freud himself devoting major studies to them. 24. The scientific lexicon was enriched with new words such as shell shock, war hysteria, neurasthenia, battle fatigue, and so on. The French psychologist André Larrey, one of the first analysts of these war traumas, described this phenomenon precisely: after a severe and emotional shock, accompanied or not by physical commotion or wounds, the brave soldier becomes a coward. He is shorn of his warrior courage. When he hears the guns he is afraid, trembles and can neither conquer nor hide his confusion. 25. Giving evidence to the commission established by the British War Office in order to study shell shock in 1921, the officer J.F.C. Fuller observed that the soldier exposed for a long period to the violence of combat became obsessed by fear, prey to a nervousness that was more akin to a kind of mental terror than a physical fear in the traditional sense of the term. 26. The director of Moscow's psychiatric hospital, I. Orekhovskij, quoted a testimony that gave other details of the syndrome. After the battle, I could not sleep, I was extremely sensitive and was startled by the smallest noise, I had the feeling of always hearing gunfire, my nerves were particularly affected by the fear of battle, the spectacle of blood and the lamentations of wounded soldiers. 27. For his part, the German military psychologist F. Pick thought that the sexual impotence observed among many traumatized soldiers could be the consequence of a suppressed fear of death. 28. A diagnosis that coincides with that of the psychoanalyst Carl Abraham. 29. In his Social History of the First World War, the social historian Frederic Rousseau established a detailed phenomenology of this censored fear: weak knees, legs giving way, trembling hands, paleness, acceleration of the rhythm of the heart, small imperceptible tics, stomachache, buzzing in the ears, etc. 30. After summarizing the various pathologies linked to war neurosis, Eric Lead observes that they share a single basic diagnostic: cowardliness, shell shock, combat exhaustion, anxiety, depression, terror, trauma, neurasthenia, loss of identity are all terms which suppose fear as an internal, invisible, and hidden state of mind. 31. After affecting the body, fear penetrated into the mind and broke down the wall protecting the inner self from external threats. In the hospitals, traumatized soldiers reproduced the same postures they had adopted in the trenches to protect themselves from enemy fire, curled up in a fetal position, with arms folded over the stomach. Some kept silent, others suddenly emitted terrified screams. Many of them were paralyzed, overcome by uncontrollable trembling, amnesia, stammering, and the desire to run away. The phenomenology of fear was extremely varied. 32. The tendency was very widespread among the doctors, psychiatrists and anthropologists of that time to reduce all these symptoms to a unique modern sickness already investigated well before the cesura of the Great War, hysteria. 33. The manifestations of war neurosis all seemed to coincide with the features of hysteria that had been detected by Charcot at the Paris hospital of La Salpêtrière, in the late 19th century. This phenomenology was subsequently systematized into a negative view of the outsider, most commonly identified with the figure of the Jew or the homosexual, ideal type embodiments of degeneration in the modern world. Effeminate, nervous, fearful, cowardly, psychically disturbed, both physically and morally weak, inclined to abstract intellectualism rather than to action, these outsiders anticipated the pathologies of the soldiers afflicted by shell shock. From now on, the war was not the result of a pre-existing degeneration but only its revealer, with the virtue of cleaning up society by eliminating its human scraps. War was the supreme test of manliness, George Moss wrote in summing up this view, and those who were the victims of shell shock had failed this test. 34. For pacifists, strongly opposed to this nationalistic stigmatization, the madness of war was often an object of compassion, even becoming a source of inspiration for artistic avant-gardes attracted by anarchism and communism. One of the founders of the Dada movement, Jean Arp, had himself simulated madness and been discharged from military duty. André Breton, who had served during the war as a doctor in a military hospital, was fascinated by the tales of traumatized soldiers, which led him to invent the surrealistic principle of automatic writing. 35. In contrast with these stereotypes of the weak and degenerate, there arose that of the heroic combatant forged by the trenches. As the antipodal figure to the traumatized soldier, for the hero the conflict was an occasion to express his virility and strength. In his essay War as an Inner Experience, Ernst Jünger described battle as an original, cathartic moment of life. It hammered, engraved, hardened us and transformed us into what we are today. This war formed us for fighting and we will remain warriors for the rest of our lives. 36. The experience of the Arditi, the assault troops created by the Italian army in 1917 to carry out the most dangerous military operations and terrorize the enemy, illustrates this metamorphosis of fear into hatred. These were volunteers, originally united by a search for adventure rather than by ideological affinities. Immediately idealized by the poet Gabriele D'Annunzio, who viewed them as the incarnation of the Nietzschean Superman, they shared a quasi-mystical cult of combat based on the exaltation of physical courage and contempt for death. D'Annunzio presented them as an aristocracy of courage devoted to struggle and fulfilling themselves through the expression of their most aggressive instincts. Their songs celebrated youth and idealized death in combat as both an existential aim and a patriotic sacrifice. I am young and strong / my heart does not tremble in my chest / I go to death smiling / rather than to dishonour. 37. After the war, the Arditi did not disarm, and experienced great difficulty in reintegrating into civilian life. They became major actors in the civil war that shook Italy between 1919 and 1925, from the Turin factory occupations to the consolidation of the fascist regime. The vitalist and aggressive nationalism of the Arditi forged both the style and the practices of nascent fascism, subsequently becoming one of its foundational myths. The vision of fascist militiamen as a class of warriors, always ready to die, capable of storming the offices of left-wing parties and trade unions as they would storm an Austrian trench, became a commonplace of fascist rhetoric. After embodying the traits of the nationalist soldier, the Ardito would be celebrated as the forerunner of the fascist new man, the model of a superior man born in battle and building the new civilization that the Duce desired. 38 Fascism had transplanted the myth of the Bolshevik threat onto the anxiety and insecurity widespread in European societies since the Great War. It had transformed anxiety, which psychoanalysis defines as a generic feeling of fear, not focused on any particular object, into fear of a concrete enemy. 39 Communism and revolution. But its ambition did not stop there, as this fear had to be transformed into hatred, to mobilize crowds against the enemy. Such, according to Carl Schmitt, was the secret kernel of politics. 40 Once it came to power, fascism institutionalized this hatred through propaganda and terror, as Franz Neumann would note later on. 41. The anxiety born out of total war was thus mingled with the fear that, like a terrible frisson, had shaken the ruling class of Europe after the October Revolution of 1917. This fear could feed itself on rumors, treason, the stab in the back, plots, that exacerbated tensions and impelled violence. In this climate, myths such as that of the German gold supply to the Bolsheviks, or of a Jewish conspiracy to dominate the world, as peddled by the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which many press organs seemed to credit, could find a very wide echo. 42 The propagation mechanisms of these myths and rumors were similar to those of the Great Fear of 1789 analyzed by Georges Lefebvre. 43 But this time the wave of violence that this triggered was not directed against an aristocratic plot, but against the revolution. Instead of burning the chateaus, witch hunts against Reds took place in Berlin, Munich, and Budapest. In what way was the internal state of mind of the survivors of the trenches transmitted to society as a whole? This question arises because the neuroses bound up with the traumatic experience of the war that affected the generation of ex-combatants were only the visible aspect of a fear that spread beyond these memories to invade the social and mental space of Europe, following a total war that had broken down the frontier between combatants and civilians, in which civil society was simply the rear of the battlefield. In other words, fear became a general feeling suffusing the collective unconscious. The German-language Czech writer Ernst Weiss, in his novel The Eyewitness, tells the imaginary story of Hitler, an Austrian soldier who suffered from hysterical blindness following a gas attack on the Western Front, and was cured by a Jewish doctor treating him with hypnosis. When he understood the extraordinary power of this method, he learned to believe blindly in himself and managed to hypnotize a whole nation, submitting it to the will of a fanatical and anti-Semitic nationalist. 44 War, shell shock, madness, hysteria, nationalism and anti-Semitism are the ingredients of this novel, which illustrates the tendency of fascism to transform the anxiety generated by the war into hatred of the enemy. In his classic book From Caligari to Hitler, Siegfried Kracauer detected the traces of this fear in German films of the 1920s, a privileged realm of mass culture where people's internal dispositions find expression on the screen. The movies were visible hieroglyphics that could be analyzed. 45 Let us leave aside disputes over aesthetics and try to see whether this fear of violent death, so rigorously censored in commemorations and monuments, finds expression on the screen. Some years ago, Carlo Ginzburg drew attention to a forgotten movie by Ernst Lubitsch, Broken Lullaby, a love story that takes place in a context marked by the horror of war, in the era of post-war reconciliation between France and Germany. We are in Paris on November 11, the anniversary of the armistice. In an atmosphere of popular festival, a band opens the military parade, attended by ex-servicemen, and among them on the pavement are many mutilated men. The camera fixes on their wooden legs, showing the effects of the war on a generation, subtly indicating the suffering hidden by such a joyful facade. Then the procession passes a hospital. A sign on the door asks visitors to be silent. The camera enters the wards of the hospital, where we see confined in an endless set of beds the war wrecks showing their pain, horrified expressions, and silent suffering. Suddenly, triggered by a close-up of the clock on the wall, the silence is broken by a cry of terror, uttered by one of countless crazy men who have returned from the trenches. Such a scene, observes Ginsberg pertinently, is worth more than any anti-war treaty. 46. Collective fear is the subject of M, the classic film by Fritz Lang. It depicts the fear that spreads through a town ravaged by a child murderer. The fear also grips the murderer himself, victim of an uncontrollable impulse to kill. He is a schizophrenic with a double personality who discovers with horror his own crimes, as he confesses after his capture. Krakauer presented the hero of M, played by Peter Lorre, as a regressive rebel, symbol of a collective psychology created by the war and pushing society to accept the National Socialist order as a protective authority. Krakauer emphasizes a permanent oscillation, in this film, between the notions of anarchy and authority. 47 The connection between M and the traumatic experience of the war is suggested by a scene in the first part of the film, in which the murderer walks the city streets in search of a victim. On a wall is clearly visible a poster for G.W. Pabst's West Front 1918, a movie produced by the same company as Lang's Nero film. This fleeting allusion is not just a mere advertisement, but provides a key for interpreting the movie. 48 The violence that takes innocent lives, and the fear that surrounds it, were a legacy of the war. The murderer is invisible, hidden within the town, just as the enemy during the war, hidden in his trench, was both close by and invisible. Lang had thought of starting the film with a war scene, in order to show the origin of his character's deadly impulse. He would then have defended himself at his trial by evoking the trauma he had suffered at the front. In the end he abandoned this explicit reference, no doubt for fear of giving an apologetic tone to his portrait of the murderer. 49 The whole film, however, is bathed in an atmosphere of fear and terror typical of post-war Germany. The mobilization of the population in search of the murderer is reminiscent of the total mobilization of the war year, while the head of the criminal gang is reminiscent of Goebbels, in both his style of dress and his voice. Fear and violent death continue to impregnate Fritz Lang's first American film, Fury. This tells the story of a lynching in a small town, Strand, where an honest citizen, interpreted by Spencer Tracy, is imprisoned and condemned for a crime he did not commit. When the rumor of his arrest begins to circulate, the crowd outside decides to set fire to the prison where the innocent man is held. As a transposition onto the screen of the pack analyzed by Elias Canetti in Crowds and Power, this hysterical mob becomes uncontrollable and murderous. The message transmitted by this movie deepens the diagnosis suggested by M. The civilizing process is not irreversible. Regression to a primitive, literally Hobbesian state of nature dominated by the law of violence is a permanent possibility. If, as Lang's biographer Lottie Eisner suggests, M showed us that any one of us might turn a murderer, Fury added an indispensable corollary: any one of us can be killed. 50 The Ku Klux Klan's lynching campaigns in the South of the United States were probably the events which inspired this movie, but the Great War remained in the background. Produced in 1937, it presaged the Kristallnacht of the following year. War deaths were not absent from the photography of the 1920s and 1930s. The images in illustrated magazines of that time would often become authentic icons of the 20th century, for instance, the death of a Spanish Republican soldier photographed by Robert Capa in 1937. Death also appears in the photographic books devoted to the Great War by the anti-militarist propagandist Ernst Friedrich, the author of War Against War, as well as in a nationalist writer such as Ernst Junger, a virulent critic of pacifism and abstract humanism, in his preface to Das Antlitz des Weltkriegs. 51 The fear of violent death, however, is never really represented by the photography of the interwar period. Suggested or indirectly revealed, it is not always detectable with an iconography-oriented interpretation that focuses on the values embodied in the images. We can detect it only by an iconology-oriented reading that, concentrating on the images deprived of their aura and analyzed in their context, reveals their intrinsic meaning. 52 Traces of it have therefore to be sought out as evidential paradigms. 53 Such a method, already anticipated by Krakauer when he suggested we analyze photographic documents not only as works of art but also and above all as indexical imprints of reality, can offer many surprises. 54 The cultural historian Susan Buck-Morzes, for example, has interpreted a famous set of Hitler postcards as visual testimonies of the form that fear took at that time. Taken in 1928 by Heinrich Hoffmann, Hitler's personal photographer, these pictures were widely distributed in Nazi Germany. As emblematic manifestations of the aestheticization of politics developed by Nazism, they show Hitler speaking at a mass rally. Presented as possessed by a form of mystic strength, his figure emerges out of a dark space, and we can imagine the pathos of his voice. In any case, the meaning of his words is summarized by the captions at the bottom of the pictures. His gestures, the arm raised towards the sky, the hands touching his chest as a sign of sincerity, the focused look, the staring eyes, the mouth wide open in the fervor of his speech, are supposed to express a feeling of unshakable strength. The captions suggest nationalist fanaticism and the will for revenge. The energies of Germany had to be directed towards redemptive action. This was the aura conferred by National Socialism on the charismatic image of the Führer, onto which it sought to project the messianic hopes of the people. This secular icon embodies various elements, those on which the myth of Hitler was based in the 1930s, and those that today connote the demoniac image of totalitarianism, with all its symbolism and its negative power. 55 But when we remove this symbolic dimension, these images also appear as documents recording another aspect of the past. We know that these photos were not taken during a mass meeting, but rather in Hoffmann's Munich studio. 56 We also know from many testimonies that Hitler carefully cultivated his own image, his gestures and facial expression in front of a mirror, following the advice of the opera singer Paul Devrient. 57 Thus, Buck-Morzes suggests that we turn the traditional interpretation of these pictures upside down, seeing in them not an expressive but rather a reflexive effect. From this perspective, Hitler gave back to the crowds their own images and feelings, rather than stimulating an emotion through a symbol and a mythical transfiguration. Considered from this point of view, freed from their artificial aura, these images demonstrate neither strength nor aggressiveness but simply a feeling of fear. 58 This reading is also supported by certain observers of the time, such as the critic Conrad Hayden, who in 1936 denounced the factitious character of these images, proposing that they be seen as nothing but objective views of the Hitler material. 59 They perfectly correspond to the typology of the symptoms of fear elaborated by 19th-century scholars such as Dr. Duchenne, author in 1862 of a treatise entitled The Mechanism of Human Facial Expression, in which he proceeded to an electrophysiological analysis of the passions. 60 And Darwin, 10 years later, who studied fear with the help of several photographs published in the work of his French colleague. When fear grows and transforms itself into terror, Darwin explains, the nostrils dilate, the lips tremble, the eyes fix on the source of dread, the muscles stiffen, the hands open and close alternately, and the arms stretch out as if indicating a threat or spontaneously cover the face in a protective gesture. 61 If we forget the conventional factors that inevitably guide our reception of the pictures of Hitler, in other words, if we abandon an iconography-oriented interpretation of them and forget the historical figure that they portray, seeing him simply as a man, they appear as a representation of terror, or a fit of madness in a hysterical individual. They evoke the manifestations of war neurosis, and also summon up other images of the fear that gripped the society of this time, such as the pathos of Peter Lorre in M, when he evokes the murderous demons possessing him. Subjected to such an interpretation, these images of Hitler remain historical documents, but they are not evidence in the sense of the photographs or films exhibited at the Nuremberg trials, which constitute sources in a strictly historical sense of the word. They are documents that reveal, despite their aims, the essence of an epoch. Buck-Morzes could have referred to the artists of the 1930s who had prefigured her intuition. The photomontages 62 published in the German weekly Arbeiterillustrierte Zeitung by John Hartfield to demystify Nazi propaganda were based on the same principle. In the special issue devoted to the Reichstag fire trial in September 1933, he depicted Göring, the butcher of the Third Reich. Göring's stocky figure occupies the whole space, with the burning Reichstag behind him. He holds an axe in his hand and his uniform is stained with blood. His mouth is wide open, his eyes are bloodshot, he is screaming, and his face is suffused by hatred, but it could also seem an expression of terror, if seen in isolation. Fear, violence, and terror compose this image and suggest a new iconography, in complete contrast to that of Nazi propaganda. We must mention one final image, the Angelus Novus of Benjamin's Theses of 1940. Of course, fear does not explicitly appear in the clay canvas that the German Jewish philosopher transformed into an allegory of history. But it is nonetheless present in the portrait of the angel in Benjamin's famous ninth thesis. Borne away from paradise by a storm that prevents him from closing his wings and recomposing the ruins of history that spread across the earth under his eyes, the angel turns towards the past with an expression transfixed with fear. His aspect is not so different from those we have seen in the traumatized soldiers of the Great War or the heroes of the expressionist Weimar films. His eyes are staring, his mouth is open, his wings are spread. This is how one pictures the angel of history 63. He contemplates a landscape of ruins that we had called progress but that was revealed to be an uninterrupted chain of catastrophes. His fear is the fear of the vanquished of history who are threatened with being forgotten if fascism is not stopped. Thus, fear is a feeling intimately linked to the understanding of history, being interwoven with the image of the past that unexpectedly appears to man singled out by history at a moment of danger. 64. Such a fear obstructs any kind of empathy on the part of the vanquished with the enemies, and, finally, is correlated with a weak messianic power, a power to which the past has a claim, the hope of a revolutionary interruption of the catastrophic course of history. 65. Behemoth. In an essay of 1955 devoted to the writer Hermann Brock, Hannah Arendt put the experience of death at the center of the preoccupations of an intellectual generation that had passed through the Great War, notably in Germany. This generation, she emphasized, was able to restore to this theme the philosophical dignity it had lost since the time of Hobbes. According to Arendt, post-war philosophers drew inspiration from the experience of a conflict dominated by the fear of violent death in order to reflect on the anxiety of man facing inevitable mortality. 66. If we try to go beyond this general remark, it is clear that the new relationship to death created by the war could take different forms, from the pacifist humanism of Romain Rolland and Erich Maria Remarque to the aesthetic exaltation of mechanical violence of the Italian futurists. From the fascist contempt for death to the mystic nihilism of Ernst Jünger, who celebrated war as a nation's regenerating sacrifice. The existentialist approach to death found its deepest expression in Heidegger, a philosopher whose principal work, Being and Time, could well be interpreted in the light of the historical caesura marked by the World War. Heidegger devoted a chapter of this book to the fear of death, summarized in the following words: the being towards death is essentially fear. 67. This approach, Heidegger took care to point out, does not refer to death as the fulfillment of the cycle of life, as a physiological and natural phenomenon, and the fear he refers to should not be interpreted as simply the reaction to an ordinary death. In Being and Time, death is defined as a permanent existential condition, a possibility that dominates and crushes man at every moment. In other words, death is the natural modality of being thrown into the world, which consequently becomes a being for death. For Heidegger, the fear that derives from the awareness of this possibility of death as an ontological condition, the fear invading life that is reduced to a permanent wait for death, constitutes Eigentlichkeit, the most authentic form of existence. 68. In 1933, when he was appointed rector of Freiburg University and sought to give a political dimension to his existentialism, Heidegger cited Leo Schlesinger as an example of authentic existence. This young Free Corps militiaman had been executed 10 years earlier for organizing attacks on the French forces occupying the Ruhr, and was the object of annual celebrations by the Nazis, as a martyr to their cause. In his commemorative speech delivered in Freiburg, Heidegger celebrated Schlegelter as a national hero who had accepted death, as he could not escape his destiny, which was to die both the hardest and the greatest death, with a firm will and a clear heart. 69 His sacrifice had not been useless, finding its meaning in the struggle for the rebirth of Germany. Now, authenticity no longer lies simply in the understanding of death as an ontological condition, but above all in acceptance of the consequences of political commitment against an enemy, in both national and civil war. But fear of death is a major aspect of the political philosophy of the interwar period well beyond Heidegger's existentialism, and it triggered in particular a new reading of Hobbes. For the English philosopher of the 17th century, the state of nature is a kind of bellum omnium contra omnes, a permanent state of war in which anarchy and violence predominate, two effects of an original natural equality between men. In contrast, the political state is an absolute authority capable of imposing order and subjecting men to its sovereignty in exchange for protection, obedience against peace and security. Fear of death is a kind of leitmotif in Leviathan, latent in its theory of natural right and natural law. 70 In his reading of Hobbes, Carl Schmitt overlooks anything that might bring the author of Leviathan into a convergence with classical liberalism, and emphasizes his view of the political as an answer to the fear of violent death. Turning the Hobbesian perspective radically upside down, Schmitt no longer identifies violence with a pre-political state of nature, but transforms it into the very core of the political. The central topic of Hobbes, protection and submission, becomes for him the paradigm of the total state at the time of total war. According to Schmitt, the modernity of Hobbes's thought lies in the essential affinity between Cromwell's England and 20th century Europe. Hobbes elaborated his vision of the state in the terrible time of civil war, all the legitimate and normative illusions with which men like to deceive themselves regarding political realities in periods of untroubled security vanish. 71 Thus, the idea of a war of all against all should be considered neither as the monstrous product of a troubled and uneasy imagination nor as the description of nascent market capitalism, but rather as the foundation of a specifically political thought. 72 With an existentialist accent, Schmitt emphasized that Hobbes's thought was born in the midst of a civil war in which concrete human groupings were in violent confrontation. 73 It is on this basis that Schmitt builds his classic definition of the political as the realm of the conflict between friend and enemy, always implying the possibility of physical death. In his eyes, war is not the goal of politics but rather its ontological condition, this being the existentialist core of his thought. The young Leo Strauss shared this interpretation of Hobbes's philosophy in its main lines. In 1932, long before becoming a leading figure of American conservatism, he published his critical commentaries on Schmitt's The Concept of the Political in the journal Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik. Strauss perfectly grasped Schmitt's tendency to transfer to the political realm what Hobbes defines as the state of nature. Whereas Hobbes in an unliberal world accomplishes the founding of liberalism, Strauss explains, Schmitt in a liberal world undertakes the critique of liberalism. 74 This approach seems to him very pertinent in the present context, where the essential task of politics is not to hide but to develop conflict. The affirmation of the political, Strauss writes, is the affirmation of the state of nature. Schmitt opposes the affirmation of the state of nature to the Hobbesian negation of the state of nature. The state of nature simply is the status belli. 75. Some years later, when already exiled in the United States, Strauss published his first book, The Political Philosophy of Hobbes, in which he renewed in some respects his interrupted dialogue with Schmitt and reaffirmed his view of the fear of death as the core of Hobbes's political theory. Reflecting on Hobbes's semantic choices, Strauss concluded that the author of Leviathan was undoubtedly referring to violent death. The root of his rational construction of the state machine lies in the fear of being killed. Thus, all of Hobbes's political philosophy rests on a moral postulate: death, the primary and greatest and supreme evil, the only and absolute standard of human life, the beginning of all knowledge of the real world, originally only as violent death. 76 This fear, This fundamental desire for self-preservation in the midst of a hostile world, constitutes the anthropological basis for the entire political philosophy of the author of Leviathan, where, according to Strauss, it takes the place of the telos. 77. In 1938, it was Schmidt's turn to publish a book on Hobbes. 78. His emphasis here shifted to the opposition between Leviathan and Behemoth, the two famous Hobbesian allegories of the state and sedition. In other words, the notion of violent death now appears in its most political form, that of civil war. In Leviathan, the state is depicted as an anthropomorphic representation, and civil war is assimilated to a sickness. 79. In Behemoth, the book Hobbes wrote at an advanced age analyzing the English Civil War, this is reduced to a simple act of sedition by an illiterate and brutal mob, ignoring its social and political causes. Its roots lay in disobedience, and Hobbes hastens to add that a prompt suppression would have snuffed out the revolt before it could destroy the monarchy. 80. Hobbes does not consider either Behemoth or Leviathan, the two biblical monsters, with great philological attention. 81. For him they are simply political metaphors of anarchy and order, disobedience and sovereign authority, civil war and the state. Schmidt now reinterpreted this dichotomy by identifying Behemoth with democracy and Leviathan with dictatorship. The bellum omnium contra omnes corresponded to civil war, to anarchy and communism. Liberalism, for its part, tried to neutralize the conflicts by separating the state and civil society, but the only result it obtained was to promote a return to chaos by weakening the state and legitimizing, with its pluralism, a conflictual equality. The state, on the contrary, transformed wolves into citizens, and assured their security by their submission to its power. Under the Weimar Republic, Schmidt concluded, democracy had acted as a dangerous behemoth, while Nazism had rebuilt the Leviathan after 1933. Modern state and modern police, Schmidt concluded, came into being simultaneously, and the most vital institution of the security state is the police. 82. In this fascist reading, the critique of liberalism acquires a strong anti-Semitic connotation. Sketching a genealogy of liberalism as a mechanism for neutralizing the state, Schmidt dates the start of the liberal tradition from Spinoza's Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, and locates its apogee in the constitutionalism of Friedrich J. Stahl. In his view, this legal positivism of Jewish origin could only have led to the result, very visible under the Weimar Republic, of massacring a Leviathan overflowing with life. 83. During the Second World War, the metaphorical image of Behemoth was used in an opposite sense to that invoked by Schmidt, even implicitly arguing against him, by Franz Neumann, a political scientist affiliated to the exiled Frankfurt School, who had been Schmidt's student. Under this title, in 1942 he published a book in which this biblical monster designates National Socialism. Against the traditional vision of Hitler's dictatorship as a form of absolute power, monolithic and centralized, a sort of omnipotent Leviathan dominating a nation of obedient subjects, Neumann presented Nazi Germany as a modern behemoth. Of course, it was a totalitarian, racist and imperialist state, but under its monolithic facade it was corroded by deep internal contradictions that it failed to overcome. These derived from a charismatic power that could not dispense with the state as its essential instrument, profiting therefore from its prerogatives, such as the monopoly of violence, but suffering also from its constraints, in particular the coexistence of a series of bureaucratic and rational instruments that were incompatible with a purely charismatic domination. Neumann saw Hitler more as a mediator than as an absolute dictator. The polycratic structure of the Nazi regime reflected a conflict between the army, the Nazi party, the economic elite and the state bureaucracy. Though these all profited from the regime, each pursued its own ends, defending interests that in the end tended to enter into contradiction with a charismatic power for which law, economy, army, and bureaucracy were simply tools in the service of a project of racial domination. From these contradictions there arose, during the war, the Nazi behemoth, a non-state, chaos, the rule of lawlessness and anarchy. 84. In the 1930s, artistic imagination had anticipated Neumann's diagnosis. In 1933, John Hartfield recreated a famous canvas of the symbolist painter Franz von Stuck, Der Krieg, in which a young warrior with a lance rides his horse over ground covered by corpses. Behind him, Hartfield shows Hitler with a whip. Heroic war is a lie. In this landscape of death, Behemoth appears as a tired and pitiful horse. In 1939, the German artist Magnus Zeller painted The State of Hitler, a picture in which Behemoth takes the form of a gigantic, horrible divinity towering on a wagon drawn by a mass of slaves. Here, the multitude no longer forms, as in Hobbes's Leviathan, the figure of the sovereign. The latter is turned into a behemoth, a hideous fetish that oppresses and humiliates its subjects. Schmidt, Strauss, and Newman were not wrong in seeing Leviathan and Behemoth as two fundamental figures of modernity. They coexisted in spite of their antipodal nature. The period between the wars saw throughout Europe a strengthening of states up to the rise of totalitarianism. After the Great War, various Leviathans restored order in the various national contexts, often at the price of bloody counter-revolutions and the establishment of dictatorships, but this did not prevent the continent from drifting towards a new war still more devastating than the last. In short, between 1914 and 1945 the Old World took on the traits of a gigantic behemoth, a European civil war. Its mark was the eruption of violence and fear into culture, at a time in which death found once again its Hobbesian meaning, the permanent possibility of being killed. Young men. The actors in the European Civil War were for the most part young men, and the representations they formed of their time were strongly marked by a gender cleavage. It is worth pausing for a moment, therefore, on these two factors, age and gender. The massive eruption of youth into the foreground was bound up first of all with a demographic change. World population, which numbered around 1 billion at the start of the 20th century, had almost doubled by 1930. In Europe, several countries had experienced very strong demographic growth. Between 1880 and 1914, the German population rose from 45 to 68 million, the Russian Empire from under 98 to 161 million, Italy from 28.5 to 36 million, despite strong emigration, and the Habsburg Empire from 37.6 to 51 million. 85 Youth imposed itself as a historical subject by asserting its desire for change, its need for action, its dynamism, and often its rejection of tradition. It was celebrated as a value in its own right, idealized as a redemptive force with the ability to renovate European societies that had become frozen in an obsolete and outworn dynastic order. 86 In 1914, the collapse of this order, symbolized by its glistening uniforms and crowned heads, opened the prospect of a future that young people were called upon to design and build. During the interwar years, a new sociological view of youth was developed. In 1928, Karl Mannheim elaborated his concept of generation, a landmark in the social sciences. In his view, a generation cannot be reduced to an age class engendered by the natural renewal of the population. He defined a generation as a group possessing a particular identity, marked by a founding event around which new problematics and new political cleavages are sketched out, within a particular social and cultural space. Its members share the same experiences, and divide into groups, generational units, as a function of their social belonging, their culture, and their political options. 87. The protagonists of the European Civil War belonged above all to the front generation that emerged from the trenches of the Great War. In a letter to Elia Halaby of 1936, Marcel Mauss drew attention to the striking features of the active minorities born from the war, particularly the Bolsheviks in Russia and the Nazis in Germany, both formed of young males, structured as secret sects, and cultivating a passion for activism and violence. 88 This judgment did not display an imperturbable axiological neutrality, but it did grasp an important aspect of the European political context. The Bolshevik Party that conquered power in Russia in October 1917 was made up of young militants, whose average age fell further during the Civil War. Lenin, its founder and charismatic leader, was 47 when he headed the new Soviet government, and by far the eldest in its leadership. Trotsky, the most popular of the revolutionary leaders, was not yet 40, Zinoviev 35, Kamenev 34, Sverdlov 32, and Bukharin 29, while Frunze and Tukhachevsky, the two leading commanders of the Red Army under Trotsky, were respectively 29 and 21. In 1919, 50% of the Bolshevik activists were under 30, and only 10% or over 40.89. The enthusiasm with which the new Soviet regime sought to dissolve the old patriarchal bourgeois family was no doubt bound up with this age composition of activists ready to overthrow everything, in a conflict in which survival was at stake, and it was only possible to survive at the price of a total transformation of society. One of the party's slogans during the Civil War, "Down with the capitalist tyranny of parents," well expresses this mindset. 90. Similar considerations apply to the communist parties born in Europe from 1919 onwards. Bela Kun, head of the Republic of Workers' Councils in Budapest, was born in 1885, the same year as its People's Vice-Commissar for Public Instruction, György Lukács, while the secretary of the Communist Party, Matyas Rákosi, was born in 1892. In Italy, the first secretary of the Communist Party, Amadeo Bordiga, was only 32 when he split the socialists at Livorno in 1921. Antonio Gramsci and Palmiro Togliatti, who took over the underground leadership of the party in 1926, were born in 1891 and 1893 respectively. In Germany, the Spartacist uprising was led by Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, both the same age as Lenin, but those who took over the leadership of the party after their murder in January 1919 were far younger. Paul Levi was born in 1893, Ruth Fischer in 1895, Arkady Maslow in 1891. And the same could be said of the leaders of the Workers' Council Republic in Bavaria, such as Eugen Levine, born in 1881, or the playwright Ernst Toller, born in 1893. The KPD's leading figure in the 1930s, Ernst Thälmann, was born in 1896. In 1926, 80% of full-time KPD officials were under 40. Half the party's cadres and 70% of its activists had come into politics only after the fall of the Kaiserreich. The former members of the Spartacus League were now a small minority, to say nothing of those who had belonged to the SPD before the war. 91 Under the Weimar Republic, the KPD was a party of young workers, then, when the economic crisis broke out in 1930, of young unemployed, with the addition of a small but quite remarkable kernel of young intellectuals, such as Karl Korsch and Werner Skolem, both born in 1886. The fascist movements made up the other major current capable of attracting the political radicalization of young people. This explains both their revolutionary rhetoric and their desire to regenerate the world and build a new order, which had nothing much in common with the nationalism and conservative ideologies of the age before 1914. The founders of Nazism all belonged to the Front generation, from Hitler to Hermann Göring, Alfred Rosenberg, and Joseph Goebbels. Leo Schlesinger, the nationalist militant born in 1894 who died in 1923 fighting against the French occupation of the Ruhr, was their martyr and the emblem of the movement. The ranks of the Nazi Party swelled after 1930, with the arrival of a new generation too young to have taken part in the war, but which had been deeply marked by the terrors of defeat and economic crisis, as well as by the climate of civil war in the early years of the Weimar Republic. The economic and political crisis that the country fell into once more, with mass unemployment and the paralysis of the Grand Coalition led by the SPD, pushed these young people into a revolt that found its outlet in the Nazi mythology of national redemption, the construction of a thousand-year Reich, and the racial reshaping of German society. The student associations came under Nazi control in the mid-1920s. When the party came to power in 1933, the Nazis won the support of that fringe of young people who were called at this time the Lost Generation, and whom Ditlev Puckert refers to as the superfluous generation 92, struck by a strong sense of impotence and often tempted by nihilism. Several Nazi leaders belonged among them, including Heinrich Himmler, Hans Frank, Reinhard Heydrich, Albert Speer and Adolf Eichmann. Stressing the generational dimension of the Nazi movement, the historian Götz Ali analyzes the Hitler regime as a kind of dictatorship of youth, which indeed did not present itself as a dictatorship but as an extension of the youth movements, with their idealization of nature, community spirit, and thirst for adventure. 93. The political movement that most explicitly proclaimed its roots in the younger generations, however, developing a real myth of youth, remains Italian fascism. The fascist revolution that aimed to regenerate the Italian nation presented itself as the work of an aristocracy forged in the trenches, which reached adulthood by defying death, showing courage and fighting spirit. The myth of youth was all the stronger in that Italian fascism did not in fact possess, at least in its early phase, a view of the world completely centered on race. 94 Mussolini, the movement's leader, was 31 when he left the Socialist Party in 1914 and became a nationalist interventionist, and 39 when he was appointed head of government in 1922. In the post-war age, fascism managed to coagulate the heterogeneous magma of nationalist currents, from revolutionary syndicalism to futurism, but its central core was formed by militants from the front generation, such as Achille Starace, Roberto Farinacci, Dino Grandi, and Giuseppe Bottai. For 20 years, the fascist regime sought to maintain the myth of youth, by means of a wide network of sport and student organizations that offered their members the illusion of constituting its leading force. Fascist iconography always gave youth pride of place, their joie de vivre exalted by ditties that echoed the rhythms of everyday life. Giovinezza, Giovinezza, Primavera di Bellezza. The majority of fascist leaders were young people during the last war, Togliatti wrote in 1943, attracted to fascism in the hope of a social revolution and a renovation of national life. But these illusions evaporated, while many were transformed into bourgeois or bureaucrats. It was the bureaucratization of the regime, moreover, and the relative aging of its leading group, that favored the formation of a new generation from the mid-1930s, less susceptible to propaganda and even openly critical, within which the anti-fascist organizations dismantled by repression or hollowed out by exile reconstituted themselves, a generation that would be a nursery for the resistance after 1943. Once again, Togliatti concluded, we have arrived at one of those turning points that historians call a generational turn. 95. This generation waged the final stage in the European Civil War, with a conflict in which all the elements of the warrior imaginary, nationalist, and fascist, erupted in full force. This imaginary, which had taken shape after 1918, was described as follows by the secretary of the Fascist Party, Giuseppe Bottai, in his diary: "For me, making war and growing up were the same thing. And to make war, we need neither the will to power, nor solemn decisions, nor to overthrow norms. It is impossible to avoid adolescence. And war was our adolescence." 96. The ethos of this fascist generation was proclaimed by Ernst Jünger in the mid-1920s, in exalted tones that sum up the totalitarian rhetoric: it is war that has made men and times what they are. Never before has a breed like ours appeared on earth to settle its quarrels and proclaim the master of the century. For never before has a generation arisen through so grandiose and shadowy a gateway as this war proved itself to be. 97. Those who reached adulthood between 1939 and 1945 experienced not the blossoming of this mythology, but its crisis and collapse. The new world that had arisen from the trenches in which a generation were immolated was in the process of crumbling. The desire to turn the page and build a new society took a different direction. The resistance was the movement of a youth that no longer believed in the regimes that had idealized it, mythologized it, and cradled it in illusions. In the face of the Nazi domination of Europe, nationalism rediscovered its emancipatory dimension, the liberation of an oppressed homeland, and was often combined with a political commitment founded on universal values. In short, the imaginary of those who began the European Civil War, the generation of 1914, was very different from that of the generation who finished it, the generation of 1945. Female allegories. It is not enough to say that the First World Conflict propelled a new generation to the front of the stage. The hero who embodied this in his various characteristics, first of all those of the soldier, then those of the nationalist or revolutionary militant, and finally again those of the soldier, militiaman, or resistant, proudly proclaimed his gender, he was male. George Moss reminds us that the model of masculinity that emerged from the Great War drew on an older tradition. Back in the late 18th century, Winckelmann had laid down its codes by reference to the art of Greek antiquity, a kind of physical, aesthetic, and moral ideal, identified with bodily harmony, courage, and spiritual purity. At the end of the 19th century, the German youth movement, the migrating birds of the Wandervogel, developed this ideal and gave it a new content, well summed up in the myth of masculine fraternity, the Männerbund. From 1914, the nationalist character of this tendency was strongly emphasized, and identified with the image of the soldier. War became the arena for the realization of this male archetype, transformed into aggressive virility. Masculinity became synonymous with strength, courage, virility, energy, will to action and solid nerves, but also with moral uprightness, generosity, beauty, nobility of spirit and idealism. Summarized in this way, the masculine ideal was inevitably opposed, as an absolute and irreducible antinomy, to all symptoms of decadence, weakness, cowardice, immorality, ugliness, monstrosity. 98 These evil and despicable markers were then focused, as we have seen, on Jewish and homosexual outsiders. Effeminate features, an unbridled sexuality, an excess of nervousness and intellectualism at the expense of physical activity, were the characteristics of individuals outside the norm, who weakened the body of the nation and condemned it to inexorable decline. The new humanity forged in the trenches despised and abhorred them, they would no longer have a place in the world it was preparing to build. The worker described by Junger had muscles and nerves of steel, in the image of a technology that, freed from the calculating and anonymous coldness of civilization, could rediscover the shadowy enchantment of the elements. For the author of Storm of Steel, battle was a male experience of return to primordial nature, while for Robert Brazil Lach, Pierre Drew La Rochelle, Ezra Pound, and Julius Evola, it heralded the end of parasitism and bourgeois decadence. In its most radical version, that of German nationalism, this conception led to an extreme form of misogyny. As Klaus Thueleit points out in Male Fantasies, love of women and love of the country are at opposite poles. 99 The bouquet of quotations that he gives to demonstrate this makes eloquent reading. From Junger to Ernst von Salomon, no one doubts for a single moment that the pleasures of battle are incomparably more sublime than those of physical love. Evoking the Free Corps of 1919, for example, Salomon writes, Captain Flotow loved his cadets and his cadets loved him. In his memoirs, Captain Freiherr von Stinacker likewise explains his decision to leave for the Baltic in order to combat the Red Army. I had no second thoughts about tearing myself loose from wife and children and marching into the jaws of the Bolsheviks. 100 These jaws, Thueleit comments, seem to hide delights that women cannot provide. For Junger, as we have seen, the Great War was made up of sudden eruptions of sensuality, and its violence generated an exacerbated cult of masculinity, bringing about a change in relations between the sexes. 101 It was experienced by the soldiers, he adds, as a sensual experience, night after night, under the sign of an unrestrained eros. 102 The confrontation with the enemy was a source of ecstasy, i.e. an orgasm, a frenzy with no regard for limits, comparable only with the forces of nature. Man was then like the roaring storm, the sea in fury, the rumbling of thunder. 103. Misogyny and the eroticization of technology as a tool of destruction were the ingredients of Marinetti's futurist novel The Steel Cubicle, in which he told of his adventures in the Great War with his A-74 armored car, equipped with a machine gun installed as a spine in the rear. His relationship with his vehicle was one of love, a source of the aesthetic and sensual pleasures celebrated in the futurist exaltation of the machine. Battle, or entering a town, became forced coitus. 104 There can be no doubt, reading this literature, what the nationalist militant loves. He loves his people, his country, his native land, his uniform, his comrades, battle, the warrior community, his weapons, and his armored car. In short, the list of his love objects is rich and varied, but there is no room in it for women. 105 They are totally excluded from the soldier's masculine world. Total war challenged the traditional division between the front lines, where battle took place, and civilian society in the rear. The latter was ever more involved in the conflict, both as a site of military production and as a target of enemy weapons. Women entered production en masse to replace the enlisted men, or themselves enrolled as nurses or auxiliaries. But it was precisely this major participation in the war effort that created the need to restore a strict sexual division in both propaganda and collective representations of the war. There is a striking continuity in the view of women conveyed by the posters of the First and Second World Wars. They are strictly relegated to the home front, which they dominate in the same way that men have a monopoly of the use of weapons. The female body, maternal and procreative, becomes the symbol both of the nation and of the victim. 106 With their children in their arms, women see their husbands leaving for the front. 107 Summoning their compatriots to subscribe to the war loan or calling on soldiers to save them, as in the Soviet poster of 1942 that shows a mother with her son in her arms, threatened by a Nazi bayonet. While soldiers were always male and the aggressors were often shown with the features of brutes, even wild beasts, the victims, in contrast, were defenseless women and children. As godmothers of soldiers, they provided moral support for the fighting nation. Many posters and postcards show them as nurses occupied in comforting and caring for wounded soldiers. One poster from the First World War shows a nurse with an angelic expression and a blouse that sports rescuing wings. In an American poster of the same period, the greatest mother in the world, a nurse holds in her arms, like an angel, a wounded soldier lying on a stretcher. 108 Less dramatic, the cover of an Italian illustrated magazine presents a buxom mother with a reassuring smile offering her breast to a clutch of babies, whom her milk transforms into little soldiers ready to serve their country. 109 In times of great events, woman embodies the national imagery inherited from the 19th century. In France in 1944, the liberation assumed the features of a radiant woman draped in the tricolor. But the allegory is not always a happy one, as she exalts the country's tragedies as well as its moments of joy. Since the female body symbolizes the national body, her rape becomes a metaphor for the threatened and wounded nation. A famous poster of 1917 shows a gorilla advancing with big strides and open mouth, ravenous and menacing. It wears a Prussian helmet bearing the word militarism. Its right hand brandishes a sword on which a slogan of German propaganda can be read, Kultur, while its left hand grasps a horrified young girl, her breast exposed, trying in vain to repel this criminal embrace. 110 This image, however, underwent a change of tenor between 1914 and 1945, for which the logic of civil war was itself responsible. During the Second World War the female body was no longer a symbol only of the violated homeland, it also became a symbol of treachery, of understanding with the enemy and national indignity. In 1944-45, a new representation was added to the older one of the violated woman, that of the horizontal collaborator. From a profane sanctuary, her body changed into a source of sin and national shame, punishment for which inevitably involved both moral stigmatization and physical humiliation, head shaving as a popular spectacle. 111 Fascism inherited the traditional sexual divisions and pushed them to an extreme, with its aesthetic of virility and its view of woman as prolific mother, reproducer of the race and angel of the hearth. Communism seemed initially to break this stereotype, proclaiming the emancipation of women and the dissolution of the bourgeois family, promulgating equality between the sexes and legalizing abortion. Alexandra Kollontai theorized free love and announced the advent of the new woman, independent and mistress of her destiny. Many women enrolled in the Red Army, and pictures of the 1920s show them parading armed alongside men in the defense of Petrograd. But in the end this turned out to be only an ephemeral parenthesis, as the sexual division once more reimposed itself in communist culture. Eric Hobsbawm has even indicated a decline in the place of women in revolutionary iconography. Between the 19th and 20th centuries, the popular image of the revolutionary subject acquired a more strongly masculine image, Delacroix's liberty guiding the people giving way to the sturdy proletarians of the Bolshevik aesthetic. 112 The cover of the Comintern magazine, published in several languages from 1920 onwards, showed a heavily muscled blacksmith, with naked arms and torso, in the act of breaking with a gigantic hammer the chains of capitalist oppression that bind the planet. Revolution, like war, implied a sexual division. The combative or even paramilitary ethos of certain communist parties, the German Communist Party in particular, writes Brigitte Studer, led to a masculinizing of the forms of exhibition and stylization of Bolshevik identity. 113 Weak and oppressed, women were rescued by the action of the revolutionary movement, they very rarely appear as historical subjects. In contrast to the androgynous model championed by bourgeois feminism, the communist representation of the female body ended up reproducing the stereotype of woman as mother, relegated to the home, despite being reformulated in a strictly proletarian context. In short, like the godmother and the nurse during the war, woman had to assist the male proletarian in his enterprise of transforming the world. Michael Rohrwasser and George Moss have drawn attention to a novel by Karl Grunberg, Brennand Ruhr, published in 1929 in the KPD series of Red Novels for 1 Mark, which conveys in an emblematic fashion this proletarian cult of strength and virility. Alongside bourgeois women, elegant but frivolous and corrupt, presented as a kind of negative archetype, there appear proletarian women imbued with healthy and constructive values who support their husband's strike, waged victoriously under the slogan, "All will stand still if your strong arm commands it." 114 A Soviet poster of 1920 sums up very well the sexed view of history that dominated communist culture. The background shows factories and workshops. In the foreground there is once again the figure of a muscly blacksmith, striking down on an anvil. By his side is a woman who, with the help of large pincers, holds the piece of hot metal that he is in the process of shaping. 115 The allegory is explicit: if socialism is the goal of history, the task of building it falls to a male proletarian, woman is simply his assistant, confined to an auxiliary role. As in Russia in 1917, the sexual division that dominates representations of the European Civil War was put to severe test in Spain. George Orwell noted this in his descriptions of the Barcelona streets in the first months following the fascist levantamento of summer 1936, when behavior, forms of sociability and even dress codes underwent a sudden change. A new figure appeared in this context, that of the militiana, who took over such traditional attributes of masculinity as military uniform and weapons, courage and participation in battle. This overturned the Catholic view of woman as the angel of the hearth, powerfully conveyed by Francoist propaganda. But despite the myth that gathered around this figure, widely represented on Republican posters, the militiana remained an exception. Women dominated the civilian resistance, but gradually disappeared from the front lines. From 1937, a strict sexual division was also imposed in the Republican camp, with the traditional slogan, "Men at the front, women in the rear." 116 Republican propaganda now transformed women into weeping mothers and suffering victims. In her inflammatory speeches, Dolores Ibárruri, La Pasionaria, launched appeals for the whole world to hear the painful cry of our mothers and our women. 117 The warrior imaginary ended up imposing itself even within the POUM, the far-left party that had organized volunteer women's battalions in 1936. One photo shows these militants parading under a banner that sanctions the view of war as men's business, better the widow of a hero than the wife of a coward. 118. Women in arms reappear in photos of the resistance and in Soviet posters of the Second World War, alongside the more traditional iconography that shows them as producers, nurses and godmothers. This illustrates the tensions that marked the imaginary of the years 1914 to 45, without overturning traditional codes. The historian Claudio Pavoni notes that in France the resistance assigned women a role of godmothers of the fighters and partisans, while in Italy it enrolled them in an organization for the assistance of the freedom fighters. In Turin, on the day of liberation, the command of the Garibaldi brigades prevented women fighters from parading, for fear that they might be treated as whores. 119. This is the context in which we have to set the myth of the new man, who characterized this era both in the USSR and under the fascist regimes. If there is a common feature shared by the socialist new man and his fascist counterpart, between the labor hero Stakhanov and the Aryan athlete sculpted by Arno Breker, it is in fact their sex. 7. The critique of weapons. Combatant muses. In 1919, Paul Valéry delivered his diagnosis of the mortal character of civilizations, in tones reminiscent of Spengler. Meditating on the extraordinary frisson that had run down Europe's spine, he described the apocalyptic sentiment that had taken hold of culture. But his essay did not just seek to grasp the stimung of the age that was now beginning, he also indicated the dilemmas that faced intellectuals. He imagined himself, like a new Hamlet, contemplating an immense landscape of ruins from the terrace of Elsinore, inhabited by millions of ghosts and stretching from Basel to Cologne, from the Somme to Alsace. Like two frontiers, order and disorder marked out the space of this wounded continent, the disorder of war, and the order of what would later come to be called totalitarianism. The question that haunted this modern Hamlet was, what is to become of me, as a European intellectual? The cultural history of the interwar years is a matter of different attempts, irreducibly opposed, to answer this agonizing question. Between the end of the 19th century and the Great War, European culture had undergone an aesthetic turn, perceptible in music, in literature, in painting, and in architecture. 2 After 1918, there was now a political turn, affecting the art and literature of the Old World. One of George Orwell's last essays, Writers and Leviathan, is devoted to the relationship that took shape in Europe during the 1930s between intellectuals and politics. Starting from a broadly autobiographical reflection, he emphasized the almost inevitable nature of the eruption of politics into culture. Plunged into a political age, writers could no longer escape themes such as war, fascism, concentration camps, truncheons, atom bombs, even if they used literary metaphors without naming them explicitly. They could no longer enclose themselves in a world of aesthetic values, sheltered from the conflicts that were tearing the world. As Orwell wrote in one of his last essays, no one, now, could devote himself to literature as single-mindedly as Joyce or Henry James III. The Manifesto for an Independent Revolutionary Art, written in Mexico in 1938 by the writer André Breton, the painter Diego Rivera and Leon Trotsky, contains the following passage: "We believe that the supreme task of art in our epoch is to take part actively and consciously in the preparation of the revolution." For the same conclusion had already been drawn by Walter Benjamin 2 years earlier. The German critic, exiled in France, contrasted the politicization of art and culture, hence the commitment of artists and intellectuals, with the aestheticization of politics implemented by fascism. Fies ars, pereat mundus, says fascism, and, as Marinity admits, expects war to supply the artistic gratification of a sense perception that has been changed by technology. This is evidently the consummation of l'art pour l'art. Mankind, which in Homer's time was an object of contemplation for the Olympian gods, now is one for itself. Its self-alienation has reached such a degree that it can experience its own destruction as an aesthetic pleasure of the first order. This is the situation of politics which fascism is rendering aesthetic. Communism responds by politicizing art. 5. In other words, the intellectual has to confront the asperities of the present, militate in his own manner, if he does want to find himself anachronistic and useless, a man of letters living outside of his time. The notion of the intellectual, which definitively entered Western vocabulary during the Dreyfus affair, designates precisely this mutual interference between literature and politics that would profoundly mark the entire history of the 20th century. Of course, this figure did not lack illustrious precedents, from the philosophers of the Enlightenment to the revolutions of 1848, in which a number of men of letters participated. But it is only at the turn of the century that the phenomenon takes on new dimensions, until it becomes during the period between the two wars a major aspect of European and Western culture. In The Treason of the Intellectuals, Julian Benda tried to capture this image of engaged men of letters with an ideal type definition, men whose function is that of defending eternal and disinterested values, like justice and reason. 6 Upon close inspection, though, intellectuals' entry into politics was not always based on these values. The Dreyfus affair was already a dispute between intellectuals, Maurice Barrès against Émile Zola, Edouard Drumont against Bernard Lazare. In other words, nationalism against universalism, anti-Semitism against equality, militarism against the Republic. During the 1920s and 1930s, these conflicts were to become more pronounced. Besides the intellectuals who mobilized to defend democracy, there were others who worked to destroy it. With its brutalization of European societies, the war had polarized the intellectual field between hostile currents. The cleavage between Enlightenment and anti-Enlightenment, into which the Dreyfus affair gave an insight, now took on a more radical, even apocalyptic dimension, particularly in the defeated countries. It was superimposed on the confrontation between revolution and counter-revolution, Bolshevism and fascism. Now on the foreground of the stage was a new generation for whom the use of force and violence no longer posed a moral dilemma but was an almost normal fact, naturally inscribed in the course of history as a kind of anthropological law. 7 This generation of fire often sought inspiration from a galaxy of older intellectuals, themselves radicalized by the war, who metamorphosed the myth of decadence, whose prophets and ideologists they had been, into a bellicose appeal for national regeneration. Gabriele D'Annunzio, the Italian soldier-poet, was an emblematic case. His vituperations against democracy, the elective beast, escalated during the war into frenetic and subversive activism, marked by the discovery of a new political style that exerted a considerable influence on Mussolini. It was D'Annunzio who invented certain symbols of fascism such as the outstretched arm salute, the black shirt, and the bellicose shouts of nationalist gatherings, as well as audacious actions such as the dropping of propaganda leaflets on Vienna. The military adventure of the occupation of Fiume, where he proclaimed an ephemeral republic in 1919, gave the example of an intellectual for whom art and life, aesthetics and politics, the romantic exaltation of nature and the irrationalist idealization of technology, were indissociable, and for whom, quite coherently, nationalist commitment was translated into action. George Moss quite rightly sees D'Annunzio's trajectory as containing the ingredients of a new political liturgy, which Italian fascism would take up and develop. 8. Germany was the other country where the myth of decadence grew into a cult of regenerative violence at the end of the war. Among the writers who developed this mutation, the most widely read was Ernst Jünger. In his post-war writings, Jünger exalted combat as an inner experience made up of ecstasy and masculinity, going on to proclaim, in 1932, the advent of a new era, that of the worker, a metaphor by which he denoted a totalitarian dictatorship, the crucible of race, technology, and will to power. 9 Oswald Spengler, who had proclaimed the decline of the West in 1918, condemned to perish at the end of a life cycle that civilizations shared with biological organisms, discovered under the Weimar Republic the regenerating force of nationalism. He abandoned his Nietzschean pathos of decadence to adopt an idea of racial combat borrowed from social Darwinism. Meditating on the two revolutions that threatened Western civilization, the class struggle and the struggle of races 11, he had now found the force capable of saving Europe. The Germans, Spengler wrote in 1933, are still sufficiently young to live, shape and decide the destinies of world history, whereas other nations are now too old and rigid to put up more than a mere defense. 12. A large part of European culture in the interwar years adhered to values opposed to the tradition of 1789. Nationalism, anti-Semitism, the conservative revolution, anti-democratic elitism, and fascism all exercised a considerable attraction on a great number of intellectuals in Italy, France, Germany, and even a traditional seat of liberalism like England. 13 Maurras and Dreux La Rochelle were just as influential in France in the 1930s as Malraux and Gide. Under the Weimar Republic, Ernst Jünger was just as famous as Erich Maria Remarque, and Oswald Spengler was much more widely read than Walter Benjamin or Ernst Bloch. A literary prefiguration of this dichotomy, on the one hand, the democratic, rationalistic, anti-fascist intellectual, and on the other the romantic and apocalyptic nihilist rebelling against modernity, was portrayed by Thomas Mann in the early 1920s in The Magic Mountain. The two ideological protagonists of this novel, Settembrini and NAFTA, have often been interpreted as the two souls of the author, who had published, during the Great War, a manifesto of the conservative revolution under the title Considerations of an Unpolitical Man. Others have seen in this novel a literary transfiguration of the dialogue that Mann had begun with his brother Heinrich, whose philosophy was close to Settembrini's humanist positivism. More recently, this novelistic conflict, set by the author in the heart of the Swiss Alps on the eve of the Great War, has been evoked as the prefiguration of another famous philosophical dispute, this time entirely real, that took place in Davos in 1929. This was the controversy between the last representative of the German Aufklärung, the neo-Kantian Ernst Cassirer, and Martin Heidegger, the young author of Being and Time, founder of a new form of political ontology that would lead him a few years later to welcome the Nazi regime. 14. The trajectory of the European intelligentsia in the interwar years ran between these two philosophical and political poles, which though opposed were not always free of certain connections. Some critics have even advanced the hypothesis that Mann's portrait of the nihilist NAFTA was inspired by the young György Lukács, author of Soul and Form before he was drawn to communism, and appointed vice-commissar for public instruction in the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic led by Béla Kun in 1919. 15 NAFTA, as a romantic, is a kind of Janus figure, with a conservative face and a revolutionary face. This intimate contradiction reminds us how many intellectuals, often Jews and anti-fascists, who played a considerable part in the renewal of political philosophy after the Great War, met along the way figures and currents of conservative thought with whom they engaged in a dialogue that involved both criticism and appropriation. Not only were Hannah Arendt and Hans Jonas students of Heidegger, so were Marxists such as Herbert Marcuse and Gunther Anders. 16 The fact is that during the 1930s NAFTA would have had to choose. His rejection of civilization could fit equally into the Teutonic mythologies of National Socialism, even accepting its mystique of blood and soil, or into a radical critique of the face of modernity embodied by fascism. In this historical conjuncture, communism and fascism alone appeared capable of bringing a solution. There is a striking symmetry between Trotsky's terrorism and communism and Jünger's The Worker, likewise between Gramsci's prison notebooks and Schmidt's The Concept of the Political. This is not of course a political affinity or a similarity of content. Trotsky and Gramsci theorize the emancipation of the proletariat, Jünger and Schmidt the end of the age of discussion and the advent of the total state. One side prepares for revolution, the other for counter-revolution. If there is a symmetry between them, it bears on their common roots in the soil of civil war, where they were in merciless confrontation. After 1917, the theorist of the self-emancipation of the working class became the head of the Red Army, recognizing the imperative of a defense of Soviet power and even identifying the dictatorship of the proletariat with the power of a militarized communist party. Gramsci, for his part, conceived the revolution in the West as a strategy, in the military sense of the term, in which a war of position preceded a war of movement, just as, in the Great War, there was no offensive before a preliminary consolidation of lines by way of trenches. 17 Jünger sketched the profile of the worker as an expression of a new humanity forged by the experience of war. 18 While Schmidt described the emergence of the total state as an ineluctable consequence of the conflict. 19 The creative ontology of an emergent revolutionary subject, the proletariat as a force capable or reorganizing society, was translated, with both Trotsky and Gramsci, into a view of revolution as military confrontation, just as for Jünger and Schmidt the virtues of a warrior state had replaced the now obsolete values of liberalism. Marxists rejected both reformism and revolutionary spontaneity in favor of a reflection focused exclusively on the problem of force and coercion. In revolutionary iconography, socialism was no longer represented as the peaceful and confident advance of the working people, as painted in 1901 by Pelizzotta Volpetu in Il Quarto Stato 20. It was now embodied by a disciplined army of armed workers, as in the defense of Petrograd by Alexander de Inca, or the Republican propaganda photographs of the Spanish Civil War. Revolution and counter-revolution, communism and fascism, confronted one another in a mortal struggle, but sharing the awareness of belonging to an armed century, a century of war that has put an end to the age of peace, liberalism, parliamentarism, progress. Both conceived politics as an armed conflict, and the state as an instrument of war. Liberal democracy seemed to them a memory of a bygone age. In 1918, Lenin launched his thunderbolts against the reformist and parliamentary socialism of the renegade Koschei. 21. A few years later, Schmidt proclaimed the death of liberalism, an archaic expression of a class that discusses in an age that demand a sovereign who decides. 22. The Bolshevik critique of social democracy and the fascist critique of liberalism shared the same awareness of an irreversible cesura with the past. Their values were radically opposed, but both believed in a new society engendered by war and revolution. Legality and legitimacy. Faced with the deep crisis of the Rechtsstaat and parliamentarism, the actors in the post-war revolutions and counter-revolutions no longer believed in the Weberian diagnosis that saw legal domination as the modern form of power. It is not surprising, therefore, that Carl Schmitt referred to Lenin and Lukács as precursors of the opposition between legality and legitimacy, whose principal theorist he himself became in 1932, in the twilight of the Weimar Republic. 23. He refers here to two texts, both published in 1920, in which these two Marxists drew the balance sheet of the revolutionary wave that had shaken Europe after the Russian October. The first of these was left-wing communism, an infantile disorder by Lenin, directed against the leftist currents in the Comintern, in which Lenin defended the need to combine legal and illegal, parliamentary and insurrectional forms of struggle, according to concrete circumstances. 24. The second was an article entitled Legality and Illegality, written by the Hungarian philosopher in Vienna, where he had taken refuge after the crushing of Bela Kun's Republic of Workers' Councils, and subsequently included in his collection History and Class Consciousness. In this text, Lukács warns against the symmetrical pitfalls of opportunism, which adapts itself to legality and refuses to emerge from it, identifying the political struggle with parliamentarism, and romanticism, which idealizes clandestinity and rejects on principle any action in a legal context. Both attitudes are wrong, he concludes, as the choice between legality and illegality is purely tactical, and follows from the concrete circumstances in which the communist movement has to operate. The revolution is the bearer of a new legitimacy, which in order to impose itself has to break the old state apparatus and its legal mechanism. 25. The assumption behind this dialectic between legality and illegality is a critique of the liberal view of the state as an entity above classes and their conflicts. This was the basis of the Bolsheviks' conviction when they decided in December 1917 to dissolve the Constituent Assembly, a symbol in their eyes of a legality that was historically obsolete, and hence in contradiction with the legitimate power of the Soviets. In his pamphlet of 1918 against Koschei, therefore, Lenin saw it as completely natural that the interests of the revolution are higher than the formal rights of the Constituent Assembly. 26. Schmitt, for his part, believed that the Rechtsstaat no longer corresponded to an age of civil war, and was being progressively replaced by the total state. At the climax of the crisis of the Weimar Republic, in 1932, he published an essay entitled Legality and Legitimacy, in which he analyzed the now insurmountable contradiction that had opened up between the two concepts. 27. To his mind, legality was devoid of content, being simply a neutral procedure that adapted to different parliamentary majorities and found its achieved expression in the liberalism of the 19th century. Its deep essence consisted in a process of legal rationalization of power, whose ultimate culmination Weber had grasped very clearly, the modern bureaucratic state. State power became increasingly impersonal, since those who embodied it confined themselves to executing the law, which held them prisoner. In an epoch of economic and political crisis, however, such as that which had begun in Europe with the Great War, and still more so in Germany after 1930, liberalism proved impotent. In such an age, state power could no longer be limited to the application of norms, but demanded compelling decisions, which had necessarily to draw on a higher authority. This was the source of its legitimacy, in Schmidt's eyes. This amounted to personalizing power, rehabilitating the older forms of domination by way of their modern equivalents. In other words, the ethos of law had to make way for the pathos of action. This line of argument inspired Schmidt's view of the President of the Republic, a guardian of the Constitution who, in order to preserve its spirit, arrogated to himself the power to suspend its norms, in the name of a legitimacy of power that prevailed over its legal forms. In 1932, he approved the coup de force by which President Hindenburg dissolved the Prussian government led by the Social Democratic Party, subjecting it to the authority of Chancellor Franz von Papen. In the same spirit, he wanted the president to make use of Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution to suspend the law, ban subversive parties and establish a dictatorship. Faced with forces that wanted to use legality in order to destroy it, the state cannot defend itself by purely legal means. It has to move beyond the legality of its institutions and grant full powers to a sovereign authority capable of action. This was the meaning of the polemic between Schmidt's decisionism and Kelson's normativism, which began in 1928.28. It goes without saying that Schmidt's authoritarian solution did not aim at rescuing the Weimar Republic, but rather at demolishing democracy and replacing it with a sovereign dictatorship. 29 That this was the underlying meaning of Schmidt's proposal became clear in the light of his adhesion to Nazism just after Hitler's accession to power in 1933. The anti-democratic character of both Lenin's and Schmidt's contentions found attentive critics among the left. In her last essay, written shortly before her assassination by the Free Corps, Rosa Luxemburg reminded the Bolsheviks, "It is the historical task of the proletariat when it comes to power to create socialist democracy instead of bourgeois democracy, not to suppress democracy of any kind." 30 Otto Kirchheimer, a young left-wing political scientist who studied under Schmidt and went on to have a brilliant academic career in exile in the United States, devoted a critical essay to Schmidt's contentions in 1933. He pointed out that, even in the case of the democratic election of the highest state authority, if its plebiscitary and monolithic authority came to substitute itself for parliament, it could then no longer be termed democratic, since there is no democracy without the liberty, equality, and pluralism of its actors, and their right to participate and deliberate. 31. The turbulent post-war climate polarized the intellectual field, creating paradoxical figures of revolutionaries and conservatives who embarked on surprising dialogues, inevitably bound to fail. This was not a case of coincidentia oppositorum, as liberal critics of totalitarianism claim, ever ready as they are to detect symptoms of a red fascism and a brown Bolshevism. These extremes did not meet. Sought by a few isolated and paradoxical figures, such as Ernst Niekisch, theorist of National Bolshevism under the Weimar Republic, the path of convergence between revolutions of the right and the left proved a blind alley. 32 It is true that some people at the time saw it as the dominant tendency. Curzio Malaparte's coup d'état, the technique of revolution, in which he theorized the advent of an age dominated by Catalanarios 33 united by the same will to seize power by force, and even by the same distrust of the methods of parliamentarism, found a considerable echo across Europe. But Malaparte's brilliant prose clung to the surface of reality, and his attempt to include Trotsky as one of the main creators of the modern technique of the coup d'état, together with the Catalanarios of the right, the fascists and idolaters of the state, made his pamphlet, rather than a textbook of insurrection in the age of the crisis of liberalism, simply a textbook of mistakes. 34. The mistake was entertained for a short while in 1923, during the wave of nationalism that shook Germany after the French occupation of the Ruhr. Karl Radek, the Comintern emissary in Berlin, analyzed the Versailles Treaty as an attempt to reduce the country to the rank of a colony, in which revolutionary struggle should therefore place the nation first. 35 On the basis of this diagnosis, Radek developed the Schlegeter line, which paid homage to this young militant of the far right in the name of the struggle for the socialist liberation of Germany. The fate of this martyr of German nationalism must not be forgotten, or merely honored in a passing word. He has much to teach us and the German people. 36 Convinced that the working class was already won to the communist cause, Radek sought a way to win the pauperized petty bourgeoisie attracted by nationalism. This nationalism had made Schlegeter a wanderer into the void, while communism had to transform him and his like into wanderers into a better future for the whole of humanity. 37 This explains the contacts that the Communist Party maintained with the Nazis, a number of common meetings, and even a pamphlet in which the signatures of Radek and Paul Froelich appear alongside those of Ernst Graf Reventlow and Arthur Moeller van den Broek, though the Nazis soon cut short an initiative that was working to the Communists' advantage. 38 This ephemeral episode demonstrated the impossibility of a dialogue between revolutionaries of the left and of the right, but it revealed at the same time a strong impulse to extreme solutions in a catastrophic situation. The will to burn bridges with the past explains not only the attention that nationalist currents paid to the Soviet experiment, but also their own revolutionary language. Mussolini and Hitler both came to power legally, respectively appointed head of government by King Victor Emmanuel III in October 1923 and by Chancellor Hindenburg in January 1933. The transformation of the political system came later, taking a few years in Italy, and adopting a more concentrated and dramatic form in Germany. Both Italian fascism and German Nazism, however, saw these turning points as genuine revolutions. For Mussolini, his accession to power was an insurrectionary act, a revolution. 39 The fascist regime cultivated the legend of the March on Rome as an armed uprising that opened a new era. After the model of the French Revolution, it tried to introduce a new calendar. Year 1 of the fascist era was marked on October 29, 1922, in an event that continued to be celebrated as a national holiday until the fall of the regime. 40 In 1932, the 10th anniversary of the fascist revolution was commemorated with great pomp. German nationalism adopted the same language. In 1925, Ernst Jünger wrote a number of articles for the newspaper Standard designed to dispel the misunderstanding that presented the nationalists as reactionaries. After leaving the trenches, he admitted, they had to fight on the home front against the Spartacists, communist revolutionaries who confronted them as their own mortal enemy. 41 But this opposition to Bolshevism did not make the nationalists reactionary, since, while belonging to an old tradition that was equally valued by certain currents of conservative culture, they acknowledged the necessity of adopting revolutionary methods. 42 In a context in which political struggle meant the continuation of war by other means. 43 What matters for us, Jünger concluded, is not a revolution in the form of state, but rather a revolution in the soul, capable of creating amid chaos new forms that spring up from the soil. 44 In other words, this revolution was simply the culmination of the profound changes provoked by the war. In his speech inaugurating the Reichskulturkammer in November 1933, Joseph Goebbels, as Minister of Propaganda, described Hitler's rise to power as a total revolution. This was in his eyes a revolution from below that was beginning to forge the German nation into a single people. Like every genuine revolution, it aimed at a radical transformation of our cultural life and our spiritual creation. 45 Delio Cantimori, an unusual figure as a scholar and intellectual who passed from fascism to communism in the course of the 1930s, strongly insisted on the revolutionary nature of fascism. In 1931, he published an essay entitled Fascism, European Revolution Rather Than Reaction, in which he took care to make clear the meaning of this formula. In his view, it amounted to a new movement just as much as did communism, with which it competed for the conquest of the old world, the old Europe in need of reconstruction. Mussolini, he emphasized, was not a dictator in the sense of Primo de Rivera, an authoritarian and conservative military man, but rather the head of a great national revolution that was completing the work of the Renaissance and the Risorgimento. Its subversive character, however, had little to do with the Jacobin tradition, whose heirs were rather to be found in Marxism and communism. The fascist and communist revolutions were mutually opposed. That is why fascism appeared in his eyes as a dialectical synthesis of the demands represented by extreme revolution and extreme reaction. 46 On the same lines, Mussolini had defined fascism as a kind of revolution against revolution. For historians such as George Moss, Emilio Gentile, and Zeev Sternhell, fascism was at one and the same time a revolution, an ideology, a worldview and a culture. A revolution, since it sought to build a new society; an ideology, because it had reformulated nationalism within a perspective that, after rejecting Marxism, was equally opposed to both conservatism and liberalism, seeking an alternative way, a worldview, as its political project followed from a view of history, seeking to create a new man and presenting itself as the providential destiny of the nation, and a culture, since it sought to transform the collective imaginary, change lifestyles, and suppress any cleavage between private and public life. This was manifestly a revolution of the right. 47 Its social driving force lying in the middle classes and its ambition being to construct a new civilization, focused on the state, the nation, or the race. 48 In other words, a revolution both anti-liberal and anti-Marxist, spiritual and communitarian. 49 It located itself at the opposite extreme from that of communist revolution, which also carried an ideology, a worldview and a culture. As distinct from the communist revolutions that had radically changed forms of property, all variants of fascism integrated the old economic, administrative, and military elites into their system of power. The birth of fascist regimes always implied a certain degree of osmosis with authoritarianism and conservatism. No fascist movement came to power without the support, whether enthusiastic or resigned, as the case might be, of traditional elites. 50 In short, any reference to a fascist revolution should always be placed in quotes, to avoid sanctioning fascism's own rhetoric and aesthetic. Philippe Burin is correct in defining fascism as a revolution without revolutionaries. 51 The new man that fascism and communism respectively wanted to forge was not the same, but the desire for change that ran across the devastated Europe of this time followed the lines of a magnetic field whose two symbolic poles were Rome and Moscow. Dangerous connections. Extremes do not meet, but their opposition may proceed from the same starting point, that of the European crisis, the definitive collapse of a political order and the need to find a radical solution for the future. The age of constitutionalism and deliberation seemed passé, swept away by a wave of destruction whose only recognizable characteristics were those of nihilism. This was the context in which the dialogue between Walter Benjamin and Carl Schmitt took place, a dialogue compromised in advance. NAFTA could no longer escape a political choice. This figure from the Magic Mountain seems to unite in himself features of both the Jewish critic from Berlin and the Catholic lawyer from the Rhineland. Thomas Mann describes him as an apocalyptic philosopher simultaneously revolutionary and reactionary, an Orthodox Jew converted to Catholicism and trained by the Jesuits, a romantic socialist and an admirer of the Counter-Reformation, scathing about progress and prophesying catastrophes, for whom revolution and preservation found a meeting point in the dissolution of all worldly orders, and the reconstitution of society after the model of the ideal, the communistic city of God. 52. It was Benjamin who took the initiative to contact Schmitt, in December 1930, writing him a letter in which he announced that he was sending him his book on German Baroque drama. His interest in this right-wing, Catholic, and reactionary philosopher was not surprising, on the part of an intellectual who had always paid great attention to right-wing thought, from Ludwig Clausius to Stefan George and Marcel Johando. According to Gershom Scholem, who recalled his and Benjamin's friendship in Munich with the future Nazi philosopher Hans Heise, towards the end of the Great War, Benjamin knew how to perceive the rumbling of revolution in the most reactionary authors, and showed a great sensitivity towards what he called strange interferences between reactionary theory and revolutionary practice. 53 In a letter of June 1934 to Gretel Karplus, who was soon to marry Adorno, he confessed that his life and thought moved on extreme positions, taking shape as a result of the juxtaposition of antinomic points of view that his friends saw as dangerous relations. 54. Benjamin's book on the Trauerspiel, he explained in his letter to Schmidt, owed much to the writings of the Rhineland lawyer, particularly Schmidt's political theology and his book on dictatorship, and Benjamin's own studies of art history had only confirmed the postulates that underlay Schmidt's state philosophy. 55. Schmidt failed to respond. But he kept the letter, mentioning it many years later in an essay on Shakespeare that was sprinkled with references to Benjamin's Trauerspiel book. 56. What made for this affinity between two such different writers, in whom Jacob Taubes, one of the first to comment on this letter after it had long remained unknown, believed he detected one of the most promising constellations of the Weimar Republic. 57. Let us try to explore this dangerous relationship. In his writings of the early 1920s, Schmidt theorized dictatorship as an anomic regime involving the state of exception. The suspension of the legal state, accompanied by restrictions on personal freedom and the removal of certain fundamental rights, could be either a temporary measure designed to preserve the state and re-establish law, or else, in the case of the constituent power of modern dictatorships, to establish a new legal order. 58. In political theology, the state of exception was linked to a power of decision, which Schmidt saw as the ultimate foundation of sovereignty. In the formula with which he opens his book, sovereign is he who decides on the exceptional situation. 59. As distinct from the traditional dictator, constrained by law and possessing only a delegated and transitory power, the sovereign as defined by Schmidt possesses a power that is absolute, autonomous, and unconstrained. In sketching the genealogy of the concept of sovereignty, he detects its origins in absolutism, the first expression of a secularization of political theology that replaces God with the sovereign. The initial steps in this process had been taken by Bodin, but it was Hobbes, according to Schmidt, who completed the transition from theology to the modern conception of sovereignty, by theorizing the state as a leviathan that was both legislator and wielder of force, requiring the submission and obedience of its subjects. After the model of the Church, whose legitimacy is based more on the faith of its believers than on established rules, and whose action is inspired by an omnipotent God rather than just the application of the law, the sovereign power depicted by Schmidt is not subject to any higher authority, as it possesses in itself the sources of its own legitimacy. In the context of the Weimar Republic, and particularly in its death throes after 1930, this praise of sovereign and irrevocable decision sounded like an appeal to dictatorship, the imposition of which Schmidt called for by the application of Article 48 of the German Constitution. This was in his view the only power in a position to overcome the paralysis of a democracy hemmed in by legality and its parliamentary institutions, and riven by internal conflicts, incapable of generating a stable executive and condemned to impotence. Decision was thus opposed to normativity and public debate, two constitutive features of the liberal tradition that had been identified at that time by Kelsen, a tradition whose Jewish roots Schmidt would go on to emphasize. 60 This appeal to decision against parliamentarism followed in a particular anti-liberal tradition, that of the Catholic philosophers of the counter-revolution, Joseph de Maistre and Juan Donoso Cortés, who had understood the fundamental alternative posed in 1789 and 1848. Catholicism or atheism, absolutism or socialism. 61 Liberalism was no longer suited to an age that demanded another decisive choice, revolution or counter-revolution, socialism or the total state. In his writings of the 1920s, as we have seen, Schmidt laid down the theoretical premises for his future rallying to National Socialism. In his work on the origin of German tragic drama, Benjamin, for his part, interpreted the birth of Baroque allegory, with its images of melancholy sovereigns torn by insurmountable dilemmas, as the aesthetic reflection of an age of crisis. Contrary to the Renaissance, an age of cultural and artistic plenitude dominated by a harmonious ideal, in a context favorable to the rise of the sciences and arts, the Baroque age was dominated by crisis. Its heroes were haunted by the sense of an imminent catastrophe, as if driven towards a cataract. 62 The inner storm that troubled them was a function of an age of wars that made their dilemmas insurmountable. The hero of the Trauerspiel was indeed the prince who, like Hobbes's Leviathan, holds the course of history in his hand like a spectre. 63 But the drama stems from the fact that he embodies a sovereignty that is now empty. As prince, he possesses a supreme executive power that allows him to decree the state of emergency. 64 Yet the situations in which he finds himself implicated prove that he no longer has the capacity to take such a decision. 65. Benjamin borrows his categories from Schmidt, but he reverses the perspective. He sketches a portrait, in fact, of the Baroque age, in which it is no longer Hobbes's all-powerful Leviathan that stands at the center but a group of tragic figures who, like Hamlet, are the prisoners of their dilemmas, and thus unable to act. A cruel fate condemns them to be not loved princes, but either tyrants or martyrs. If, for Schmidt, the state of exception, as antithesis of uncertainty and passive discussion, follows from the ultimate and compelling decision of the sovereign, for Benjamin, on the other hand, it seems to denote a state of permanent crisis. Giorgio Agamben correctly notes this deep cleavage between a conception of decision as restorative miracle uniting sovereignty and exception, and that of the state of exception as catastrophe. 66 We must add, however, that this cleavage is deepened to the point of becoming unbridgeable when Benjamin interprets this catastrophe from the perspective of Jewish messianism, ascribing to it the characteristics of a redeeming apocalypse. In the view of the Baroque world, he writes, all earthly things collapse into a heap of ruins. But this fall also represents an allegory of resurrection. 67 Thanks to the Baroque transformation of death, hell is dialectically transformed into a divine world. The fall bears within it the premises of a redemption that, in the words of a poem by Lichtenstein, will finally give a death's head the countenance of an angel. 68. Benjamin's messianic nihilism corresponds here to Schmidt's decisionism. In his essay Critique of Violence, he drew inspiration from Sarl, another border figure, halfway between Marxism and fascism, to theorize a violence that was no longer restorative of order and law, but divine, law-destroying and irreducible to any external constraint. 69 He saw this unlimited and thus anomic violence as revolutionary, the highest manifestation of unalloyed violence by man. 70 It presented a double face, both theological and political. Theological, because it erupted onto the stage of history, breaking its continuity like a redemptory apocalypse, and political, because of its revolutionary nature, analogous to Sarl's general strike that destroys the bourgeois order and creates a new proletarian one. In an essay that was very likely written at around the same time, Theologico-Political Fragment, one of his most obscure and enigmatic texts, Benjamin gave this violence, both divine and revolutionary, the features of nihilism. 71. In this respect, Benjamin's theory is the very opposite of Schmidt's. It was precisely against this redemptory violence that the Catholic lawyer called for a state of exception. In the 1930s, Schmidt exhumed the Catholic concept of Katechon, of Pauline origin, which designates Christendom as a restraining power, a force preventing the advent of the Antichrist and thus permitting, in this delay wrested from the powers of evil, the unfolding of history. Between the Christian Middle Ages and the 20th century, this force had experienced, according to Schmidt, several incarnations. It was inevitably destined to resurge at the moment when the Antichrist appeared in the form of the civilization of the secularized West, or the extreme form of atheistic communism. The belief that a restrainer holds back the end of the world provides the only bridge between the notion of an eschatological paralysis of all human events and a tremendous historical monolith like that of the Christian Empire of the Germanic Kings. 72. The figure of the Antichrist also runs through Benjamin's writings, particularly his 1940 theses on the concept of history. Recourse to this image of Christian theology, in an argument permeated from start to finish by Jewish messianism, constitutes one of the many surprises of this text, but the sense of the metaphor is scarcely ambiguous. In the sixth thesis, where he refers to the images of the past that resurge at the moment of danger, when the ruling classes threaten to achieve a definitive victory by destroying the tradition and memory of the defeated, Benjamin designates the Messiah not only as Redeemer but also as subduer of Antichrist. 73 A genealogical study of this thesis seems to indicate that the reference to Antichrist is taken from Fritz Lieb, a Swiss Protestant theologian of socialist leanings with whom Benjamin had friendly relations and a fruitful intellectual exchange. In 1934, Lieb had presented Nazism as a modern secular version of the Antichrist, thus giving the anti-fascist struggle a strong religious dimension. For Benjamin, the proletariat, as historical subject of the struggle against Nazism, had to understand the theological scope of this apocalyptic confrontation, since the enemy, the Third Reich, did not flinch from presenting itself as a promise of salvation in a new millennial realm. 74. Benjamin and Schmidt thus display two political theologies, one Jewish, the other Christian and Catholic, one revolutionary and messianic, the other conservative and ultramontane. For both of them, Antichrist embodied the enemy, but for one this took the form of Nazism, for the other that of atheistic Bolshevism. One hailed the advent of the Messiah, the rupture of the historical continuum inaugurated by the proletarian revolution, the other appealed to the Kate Chan, buoyed up by a decisionist absolute power. One saw revolution as the concrete form of the apocalypse, the transition from the present historic time to the messianic time of the future. 75 The other saw the Kate Chan as the indispensable link between Christian eschatology and the life of Catholicism in a secular world. 76 These two political theologies faced each other on the basis of a common diagnosis of the crisis of the present, and the need to take a decision in order to escape from it, formulated moreover on the basis of the same analytical categories, but leading to opposite political therapies, revolution and counter-revolution. 77. Benjamin's letter to Schmidt of December 1930 did not have a sequel. If a dialogue between them still seemed possible at that date, Hitler's seizure of power 3 years later would dig an unbridgeable gulf. For Benjamin, the nihilism sketched in his writings of the early 1920s led on to Marxism, a Marxism that is certainly unclassifiable, strongly tinged with messianism and resolutely anti-positivist, but possessing nonetheless a coherent political profile. Schmidt's political theology, for its part, found a political home in National Socialism. In the eighth of his 1940 theses, Benjamin makes a final allusion to Schmidt, recalling the tradition of the oppressed for whom the state of emergency has now become the rule. To put an end to the catastrophic continuum of a history that unfurls as an uninterrupted triumphal procession of the victors, he proposes the establishment of a real state of emergency, the only one capable of waging properly the struggle against fascism, in other words, the revolutionary interruption of the course of the world. 78 Benjamin still uses Schmidt's concepts, despite distancing himself from them, but, as Taubes points out, he does so now with full awareness of having assimilated them and turned them into their opposite. 79 Far from being an example of coincidentia oppositorum, the relationship between Benjamin and Schmidt thus illustrates the polarization that the European Civil War exerted on the intellectual field in the interwar years. The year 1933 constituted a watershed in German political culture. It marked not only the rupture between Heidegger and his left-wing disciples, from Herbert Marcuse to Gunther Enders, but also between Schmidt and his own left disciples, likewise Jewish, such as Franz Neumann and Otto Kirchheimer. The latter believed they had seen a congruence between Schmidt's political theory and the Marxist critique of the liberal view of the state as neutral entity, identifying legality and legitimacy in a political power separate from society and standing above the class struggle. From this perspective, the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, the Journal of the Frankfurt School, had published very positive reviews of Schmidt's writings, in particular on his view of politics as a field of conflict. 80 This misunderstanding was now very rapidly cleared up. In 1934, in the same periodical, Marcuse undertook a thorough demolition of German political existentialism, whose main expression he saw in Heidegger's Recht oral speech and Schmidt's theses on the total state. 81 As for Kirchheimer, he now took his distance from Schmidt in emphasizing that his critique of liberalism led not to a defense of democracy but to a championing of plebiscitary dictatorship. 82 On all sides, Confrontation with Schmidt's work appears to have been an obligatory step. Mario Tronti was not wrong in asserting that in the 20th century, Marx incorporated Schmidt. 83. Moral dilemmas. In the aftermath of the Great War, European culture was a magnetic field traversed by high-tension currents. The confrontation between revolution and counter-revolution posed dilemmas of a moral order, the legitimacy of violence, the perpetual conflict between an ethic of values and an ethic of responsibility, but its actors very rarely shared a common public space in which to debate them. Despite being isolated and condemned to failure, certain attempts to do so deserve to be recalled here. There is Simone Weil's famous letter to Georges Bernanos of 1938, in which she expresses her admiration and solidarity towards the author of Diary of My Times. 84. Both were among the first foreigners to take part in the Spanish Civil War, in 1936, one impelled by her desire to fight on the Republican side, the other by his Catholic faith and conservative instinct. Both ended up disgusted by the spectacle of frenzied violence and a triumph of immorality that they saw as conflicting with the values of Christian morality. For both, this experience of bitter disenchantment marked a political turning point. After seeing the bloodbath perpetrated by the Francoists in Majorca, Bernanos broke with Moras, who had supported these Falangist massacres, and wrote a book that bears personal witness and offers implacable accusation. Simone Weil had gone to Barcelona in August 1936 and enrolled in an anarchist militia, an amazing mixture that absolutely anyone was allowed to join, and in which as a consequence immorality, cynicism, fanaticism, and cruelty rubbed shoulders with love, the spirit of fraternity, and above all the demand for honor that is so fine among humiliated men. 85. Her expectations, however, were very soon disappointed, after the first executions of priests and young people captured in clashes with the Falangist troops. In Bernanos's book she recognized this odor of civil war, blood, and terror that she had experienced herself, an odor that was now intolerable and that no cause could justify. Like the Catholic writer who broke with Action Française on his return from Spain, Simone Weil took her distance from the anarchists. The original ideas had given way to a cruel and brutal war, distinct from ordinary wars in its total lack of respect for the enemy. Almost no one, she wrote in her letter, had been able to resist the impetuous rush of this civil war and preserve the principles of humanity. Among the exceptions was Bernanos, monarchist and follower of Drumont, to whom she consequently felt closer than to her former anarchist comrades of Aragon, those comrades whom, however, I loved, she wrote. 86. The same themes lay at the center of a wider moral, political debate that arose on the margins of the intellectual scene, among outsiders of both communism and liberalism. This involved on the one hand the historic figure of Trotsky, on the other a writer and a philosopher who had each always played a discrete role away from power, Victor Serge and John Dewey. The Russian revolutionary was exiled in Mexico, where he analyzed the international situation and continued the battle against Stalinism, despite calling for intransigent defense of the USSR as a new war approached. After having taken part in the Russian Revolution and Civil War, Serge had been deported by Stalin to a Siberian gulag and was now in Brussels, freed as a result of an international campaign. Dewey, for his part, agreed, at age 78, to chair a commission of inquiry into the Moscow trials that would unmask their slanderous character and prove the innocence of Trotsky. 87. In issuing the conclusions of this counter-trial, the liberal philosopher and leader of American pragmatism took the opportunity to add his personal reflections on the crisis and bankruptcy of Marxism, manifest in his view of Vyshinsky's sinister productions. This aroused an immediate reaction from Trotsky, in the form of a pamphlet with a sharp and polemical style, Their Morals and Ours, published in New York in 1938. Though he did not explicitly mention Dewey, there could be no doubt that he was the real target. 88. The former head of the Red Army conducted with Dewey a polemical debate on the moral foundations of Marxism and the socialist revolution. The American philosopher's positions were supported by the anonymous writer of the preface to the French edition, very likely Victor Serge, who had translated it. Trotsky wrote a further response, aiming this time at the libertarian critics of the Russian Revolution. This series of texts offers an extraordinary mirror of the moral, political dilemmas that beset the age of the Second 30 Years' War. At the heart of this controversy lies civil war as a moral problem. In the background to the debate were the Moscow trials, which as yet appeared only to a small minority as a monstrous falsification, and the Spanish Civil War, whose violence already prefigured the horrors of the Second World War. These events, which Trotsky saw as part of an age of wars and revolutions, inevitably referred back to the Soviet experience and his own political choices, particularly during the Civil War of 1918-21. In this essay, he undertakes an intransigent defense of his chosen course, rejecting the complaints of his liberal, social democratic, and anarchist critics. At a time of triumphant reaction, he exclaims, these tend to emit more than the usual amount of moral effluvia, similar to persons who perspire doubly in fear. 89 The exiled revolutionary rejected the formal symmetries so dear to the intellectual petite bourgeoisie, unable to see the difference between communism and fascism, Bolshevism and Stalinism, Stalinism and Trotskyism. With his pen dipped in gall, but not devoid of humor, Trotsky takes up the defense of the Jesuits, attributing to them the aphorism that the end justifies the means, and recalls how selective they were in the choice of their weapons. He thus emphasizes the extremely debatable character of the methods employed by their Protestant enemies who, following Luther, called for the massacre of the rebel German peasants. He goes on to defend the morality of the Kafirs, a people often referred to as underdeveloped, detecting in them principles of justice that were far more human than those of their European colonizers. And he concludes his argument by reasserting his interpretation of Stalinism: its crimes were not the result of Bolshevik amoralism or atheistic communism, they were the historical product of a revolution isolated and strangled by imperialism in a socially backward country. After having dissociated Bolshevism from Stalinism, and thus revolutionary violence from the violence of a Thermidorian power that had in his view usurped the revolution, Trotsky championed the former, of which he had been one of the leading lights, and condemned the latter, in the name of a socialist morality aiming at human liberation. Defense of the revolution meant unconditional approval of all the political and military measures adopted by the Bolsheviks during the Civil War. Since morality had a class character, it was impossible to provide an abstract definition of it, suspended in the void and untouched by social conflicts. As a consequence, civil war explodes into mid-air all moral ties between the hostile classes. 90 Recalling the excesses that inevitably accompany any civil war, Trotsky thus justified the summary executions of the Cheka, the imposition of censorship, the outlawing of parties opposed to the Bolshevik regime, the taking of hostages, and even the execution of their family members. To give him his due, as a good disciple of the Enlightenment, Trotsky does not deny certain elementary moral precepts, worked out in the development of mankind as an integral element necessary for the life of every collective body. 91 But he rejects as naive illusion the idea that these can be translated in Kantian terms into a categorical imperative, which would be bound to break on the rocks of class struggle. Universal human morality can exist only in the concrete reality of a society divided into classes, and in each conflict it is embodied by one of the classes in struggle. The ideal of a universal morality could spread in the age of liberal and progressive capitalism, but when the world enters a new age of wars and revolutions, of civil war, its conflicts are bound to destroy, definitively, irrevocably, this morality valid for all. It is replaced by two opposing moralities, on the one hand that of fascism, on the other that of the proletarian revolution. 92 In other words, in the age of European civil war, universal morality is embodied by Bolshevism. Accused of championing a Machiavellian amoralism summed up by the formula "the end justifies the means," Trotsky replies that Marxism does not know any dualism between end and means, the two being connected by a link that is not technical or purely functional but eminently dialectical. This formula, he adds, only raises a new question: what justifies the end? And if the end is human liberation, overcoming the oppression of man by man, this does not mean that all means are acceptable in order to achieve it. Means that are incompatible with the end aimed at must be excluded, as organically the means are subordinated to the end. 93. After this essential clarification, one would expect Trotsky to go on to establish necessary distinctions, spelling out for example which means are unacceptable on the part of those fighting to defend an emancipatory revolution. On the contrary, however, he proceeds to an apologia for terror as the ineluctable corollary of any civil war. As he presents it, this war is an anomic space in which the moral rules are suspended or transgressed in the name of a higher morality possessed by one of the parties in struggle. Under conditions of civil war, assassination of individual oppressors ceases to be an act of individual terror. If, we shall say, a revolutionist bombed Franco and his staff into the air, it would hardly evoke moral indignation even from the democratic eunuchs. Under the conditions of civil war a similar act would be politically completely expedient. Thus, even in the sharpest question, the murder of man by man, moral absolutes prove futile. Moral evaluations, together with those political, flow from the inner needs of the struggle. 94. In their reply, Trotsky's interlocutors take up the contradictions in his argument. In a short but incisive text, Dewey, as a rigorous analytic philosopher, abstracts from any consideration of a historical nature in order to attack the logic of the Russian revolutionary. After having postulated the subordination of means to an ethically based end, the liberation of humanity, Trotsky confuses this end with its means, the class struggle. Then, making the latter an absolute norm, he ends up reversing his original position and thereby subjecting the end to the means. This logical reversal enables him to free the means from a higher end. If the class struggle is a kind of absolute law, then this means transformed into its own end no longer needs any higher justification, as it is automatically absolved from all need for critical examination. 95. Victor Serge's critique, far more tormented, proceeds not by a logical deciphering of texts but rather from lived experience. His difference with Trotsky, whom he defends against the slanders of the Moscow inquisitors, derives from a critical rereading of the first years of Soviet power, in which he now sees the germs of Stalinism. His defense of the revolution takes on a self-critical tone that leads him to believe that the degeneration of Bolshevism began when the Cheka obtained the right to sit in closed session and decide on the elimination of enemies as it saw fit. In his prefatory note to the French edition of Their Morals and Ours, he recalls the decision of the head of the Red Army to authorize the system of hostage-taking, and deduces that, for Trotsky, executing hostages takes on a different meaning according to whether the order is issued by Stalin or by Trotsky or by the bourgeoisie. In short, as a good disciple of Machiavelli, Trotsky had transformed ruse and violence into virtues. Placed at the service of a justified goal, these were perfectly legitimate means that became in the last analysis sources of good. 96. A serious doubt had arisen in Serge's mind as to the methods adopted by the Bolsheviks during the Civil War. Had not the extra-legal violence of the Cheka, the suppression of democracy and the repression of opponents, favored rather than obstructed the rise of Stalinism and the transformation of the Soviet regime into a totalitarian dictatorship? Were these means not politically and ethically illegitimate for achieving a goal of human and social emancipation? Serge had already given his response to these questions in 1933, in a letter written in a Siberian camp that he would later include in his memoirs. This sounds an impassioned plea for a libertarian communist ethic, defense of man. Respect for man. Man must be given his rights, his security, his value. Without these, there is no socialism. Without these, all is false, bankrupt, and spoiled. I mean, man whoever he is, be he the meanest of men, class enemy, son or grandson of a bourgeois, I do not care. It must never be forgotten that a human being is a human being. 97. Trotsky responded to these criticisms with biting irony. He proposed to appoint Serge and his friends to head a commission charged with drafting a moral code for civil war. 98. He would then have the leisure to prescribe a series of morally unchallengeable norms: public trials, press freedom, a ban on bombing, on taking hostages, on heavy artillery, and even, why not, on firearms that unquestionably exercise a baleful effect on human beings, fated to remain a dead letter as soon as hostilities erupt. This was a way of condemning oneself to wander in confusion between two camps, defending the cause of the oppressed without however being able to escape the morality of the class enemy. 99 Serge's unease is clear, as proved by his attempt to deny having been the author of the preface attacked by Trotsky. He had already shown this unease the year before, in an article he wrote on Kronstadt. He acknowledged that the rebel sailors, brutally repressed by a horrible massacre, were not counter-revolutionaries, but added that their victory would inevitably have opened a breach for the counter-revolution. 100 In short, he simultaneously condemned and approved the repression of Kronstadt as an inescapable tragedy, politically necessary but morally detestable. Serge's meditation, melancholy and luminous, charged with the weight of defeat, was inspired by the experience of revolution, civil war, and Gulag. Trotsky, for his part, perceived in it the vestiges of a humanism that had been felled in the trenches of the Great War and buried by a new age of tensions and conflicts. Today, we can see it as the witness of an anti-totalitarian spirit. And yet, beyond their apologetic character, Trotsky defending his own political itinerary, it is the arguments of the former head of the Red Army that best convey the spirit of civil war, with its morality and its excesses. At bottom, he was not wrong to ask what Serge wanted, to purge civil war of the practice of hostages, or to purge human history of civil war. 101 Like Machiavelli, whom historians have seen sometimes as an apostle of evil, sometimes as a representative of civic republicanism, and also like his French ancestors of 1793, Trotsky remains an enigmatic figure, both inflexible dictator and persecuted revolutionary. His prose is marked by the breath of an age of iron and fire. Underscore 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 8. The antinomies of antifascism. Enlightenment and counter-enlightenment. The committed intellectual, and situation, according to the definition that Sartre would give some years later, experienced a golden age in the 1930s. The great turning point that marked the politicization of intellectuals was not 1917, the year of the Russian Revolution, but 1933, the year of Hitler's rise to power in Germany. This commitment often placed them in the magnetic field of communism, though this was not the starting point of their radicalization but only its result. In 1917, John Reed, for whom the Russian Soviets shook the world, remained an exception. 1 In 1934, on the other hand, Heinrich Mann was far from isolated when he published his anti-Nazi pamphlet Hatred. 2 In 1924, Louis Aragon, the future official poet of French communism, saw the October Revolution as no more than a mere ministerial crisis. 3 No one could react to Nazism with the same levity. From 1933, the anti-fascist commitment of intellectuals was massive. In 1945, at the end of the war, anti-fascism was the hegemonic current in European culture. The anti-fascist mobilization was marked, between 1935 and 1937, by two international congresses, the first in Paris and the second in Valencia, in Republican Spain, with the participation of many of the most significant personalities in the culture of the time, for it reached its apogee during the Spanish Civil War, when the defense of the Republic was identified with that of European culture. Many writers enrolled in the international brigades, or traveled to Spain to support the Republic, including George Orwell and Ernest Hemingway, André Malraux and Arthur Koestler, W. H. Auden and Stephen Spender, Benjamin Parrott and Octavio Paz. It was the dramatic character of the situation that explained their commitment, a choice of which the literature of the time has left us many testimonies. As Orwell explains in Homage to Catalonia, I had come to Spain with some notion of writing newspaper articles, but had joined the militia almost immediately, because at that time and in that atmosphere it seemed the only conceivable thing to do. 5 Manuel, the hero of Malraux's El Espoir, and Robert Jordan, hero of Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls, are both intellectuals who sacrifice art for the struggle. Politics took the upper hand. Simone Weil hated war and violence, but could not remain passive in the face of a conflict that touched her profoundly. When I understood that, as much as I tried to believe otherwise, I couldn't ethically refuse to participate in the war, she explained, that's to say, I couldn't wish every day, every hour, victory for some and defeat for others while doing nothing myself. I told myself that I must put Paris behind me, and I caught a train to Barcelona with the intention of enlisting. 6 Eric Hobsbawm has shown very well the founding role played by the Spanish Civil War in the political identity of his generation. At that time, he wrote, in the age of extreme 7, Spain was the central front of their battle for all who wished to defeat fascism. In perfect symmetry, it likewise formed the central front for those who sought to defend the fascist cause. In the eyes of Robert Brazil Lach, this was a terrible struggle that had broken out on one of the noblest European lands, opposing fascism and anti-fascism. Far more was at stake here than just the fate of one nation. Spain, he wrote, has transformed into a battle that is both spiritual and material, into a veritable crusade, the long opposition that was brewing in the modern world. 8. The Spanish Civil War also assumed a decisive symbolic dimension by drawing new frontiers and clarifying positions. The triangle between liberalism, communism, and fascism that had been in place since the end of the Great War, with the various systems of alliance that followed from it, and the possibility, for a large part of the intelligentsia, of confining themselves to a neutral observer position, was now reduced to a single confrontation between fascism and anti-fascism. The choice became unavoidable. And the presence of many European writers in Spain, on both sides of the front, clearly shows the polarization of the intellectual field. The European Civil War involved the militarization of politics and produced a deep metamorphosis in the world of culture, the transition from intellectual to fighter. The notion of intellectual was enriched by a meaning unknown at the time of the Dreyfus affair, as the attributes that defined its status were no longer simply pen and speech, but also weapons, even if only symbolically. It is true that the Great War had been an essential precedent from this point of view. But it was no longer a matter of responding to a patriotic appeal or putting one's talent in the service of a national cause. The challenge now was to justify the choice of arms, sometimes to take up arms oneself, in order to defend a supranational cause in which the essential stake, far beyond the future of Spain, was the future of Europe. Writers and poets put on uniform, not only Republican but also Francoist. Henry Massis and Paul Claudel wrote odes to the glory of Franco. Massis saw the reconquest of Spain from the Reds as a fever of creation mingled with the work of blood and death, while Claudel paid homage to the warriors for the Christian faith, heralds of a regenerated Spain. 9 Brazil Lach and Drew La Rochelle each devoted a novel to the Spanish Civil War, respectively Les Sept Coups and Gilles. Their heroes crossed the Pyrenees to flee from bourgeois decadence and participate in the battle that was underway to forge the fascist new man. Falangist writers such as Ledesma Ramos and Garcia Serrano discovered for themselves the myth of death in battle proclaimed by Ernst Jünger, in a conflict in which men worthy of the name carried a rifle and did not fear to face the enemy at the risk of their life. 10. Republican poets responded to this aesthetic of combat by the politicization of their art, a politicization that involved the apology for anti-fascist violence as necessary. 2 poems show this in an exemplary way. The first, Spain 1937 by W. H. Auden, postpones love until later, to make way for struggle. Tomorrow the rediscovery of romantic love. Tomorrow the bicycle races through the suburbs on summer evenings, but today the struggle. Today the deliberate increase in the chances of death. The conscious acceptance of guilt in the necessary murder. 11. The second, Spain in Our Hearts, by Pablo Neruda, is a hymn to embattled Republican Spain. Generals. Traidores. Marad mi casa muerta. Marad España rota. Pero de cada casa muerta sale metal ardiendo. En vez de flores. Pero de cada hueco de España. Sale España. Pero de cada niño muerto sale un fusil con ojos. Pero de cada crimen nacen balas. Cos hilaran un dia el sitio del corazón. 12. Treacherous. Generals. Behold my dead house. Behold Spain destroyed. Yet instead of flowers, from every dead house, burning metal flows. Yet from every hollow of Spain, Spain flows. Yet from every dead child rises a rifle with eyes. Yet from every crime bullets are born, that one day will find the target of your heart. This atmosphere in which commitment became crucial also explains the isolation of those intellectual circles that, despite seeking to anchor their reflections in the present, refused to be caught in the cleavage between fascism and antifascism. This was the case with Georges Bouteille and the Collège de Sociologie who, on the basis of their anthropological interest in the sacred, subjected the myths and symbols mobilized by Nazism to a very subtle critique, but remained skeptical towards antifascism, as an ideology that in their view hid a new form of power. 13 In the context of the time, such a position could hardly find political expression. It risked being confused with the gray zone of the undecided and detached observers, or with an inherent self-restraint. Culture was polarized between fascism and antifascism. On the other side of the barricade, Drew La Rochelle, Brazil Lach, Celine, Papini, Junger, Gottfried Benn, Wyndham Lewis and Knud Homsen were not isolated. What became untenable was an attitude of indifference. The sense of paralysis, emptiness and impotence that invades Roquentin, the hero of Sartre's Nausea, had to give way to the ethical and political imperative of commitment that Sartre was to dramatize in The Roads to Freedom and proclaim in the first issue of Les Temps Modernes, recalling that the writer had to be in situation in his time. 14 In 1945, European culture stood under the sign of antifascism. Several elements lay at the origin of the intellectual's political turn. 15 First of all, Hitler's coming to power in Germany, followed by Dollfuss's clerical, fascist state in Austria, then Franco's pronunciamento in Spain, produced a veritable trauma. If Italian fascism had remained a national phenomenon, isolated, little known and poorly understood, to which a large sector of Italian culture had rallied, from D'Annunzio to Gentile, and even part of the avant-garde, the advent of National Socialism in Germany gave fascism a European dimension. Suddenly it appeared as a terrible threat not only to the workers' movement but more generally to democracy and culture on a continental scale, a threat that went beyond the political sphere and seemed to challenge civilization itself. One needed only to listen to the declarations of the Nazi leaders to understand that the legacy of the Enlightenment was in danger. Goebbels proclaimed, 1789 will be erased from history. 16 Hence the need to preserve a threatened cultural legacy. The Philosophy of the Enlightenment, written by Ernst Cassirer in the last days of Weimar, became a manifesto of German humanism in exile. 17 Fundamentally, the Spanish Civil War only gave the European Civil War a concrete and tangible expression that no one could escape. It was a political conflict in which values, ideologies, views of the world and conceptions of culture battled one another. The immediate motives that pressed intellectuals to join the anti-fascist movement and later the resistance might have varied, with the predominance of a moral, political, or class choice from case to case, but they converged in the necessity of combat. What explains the spread of antifascism during the 1930s is neither the seductive power of an ideology nor the irresistible force of a propaganda machine, but its capacity to impose itself as a collective ethos on all those set on combating the dictatorships of Mussolini, Hitler, and Franco. 18 As early as 1924, in his paper La Rivoluzione Liberale, Piero Gobbi presented antifascism as a moral and existential choice, an instinct even before taking the form of an ideology. 19 The historian George Moss stresses in his autobiography that antifascism was both a political and cultural movement, to which one could commit oneself by investing in it a strong emotional charge. 20 But it was by Albert Camus, a writer who was never a communist, that the moral wellspring of this commitment was most clearly asserted, when he defined the resistance in 1944 as an ethical rediscovery of politics. We do not want a politics without an ethic, as we know that only ethics justifies politics. 21 The fate of Willy Munzenberg. the master of Comintern propaganda who broke with the German Communist Party in 1939 in protest against the Nazi-Soviet pact, well shows how, without such an ethic, the Moscow apparatus would not have been able to control its own functionaries. Point 22. The pure and simple assimilation of anti-fascism to communism is a retrospective projection of anti-communist history, rather than a judgment formulated on the basis of a contextual analysis. The chronology of the genesis of anti-fascism is enough to refute the notion that its origin was communist. Italian anti-fascism had begun to organize in the émigré communities of France and the United States by 1925, at the time that the special laws were promulgated that completed the transformation of Mussolini's government into a fascist regime. It was the leading representative of Italian liberalism, Benedetto Croce, who took the initiative of publishing in Il Mondo, on May 1, 1925, a manifesto of anti-fascist intellectuals. 2 years later, the Exile Concentrazione Antifascista Italiana united the majority of the democratic parties outlawed by Mussolini, from socialists to republicans, but without the communists, in thrall to the sectarianism that dominated the Comintern's political orientation at this time. Point 23. In 1935, with the adoption of the Popular Front policy, the communist policy did no more than adapt to a turn that had already been begun 2 years previously, among the left as well as in the intellectual world, under the shock of the Nazis coming to power in Germany. In France, the first appeal for united action against fascism came a few days after the riots of February 6, 1934. It was signed by leading surrealists as well as writers attracted by communism such as Jean-Richard Bloch and André Malraux. A few days later, the philosopher Alain and the ethnologists Paul Rivet and Paul Langevin established a Komitee de Willigenste Intellektuels Antifascists. Point 24. In Germany, Die Weltbühne, the left weekly paper edited by the independent socialist Karl von Ossietzky, had launched a campaign for a united front of the left against the Hitler menace as early as 1930, in response to the Nazis' first electoral breakthrough. At this time, the German Social Democrats still placed their hopes in Hindenburg, while the Communist Party persisted in denouncing social fascism. Point 25. In short, far from being a byproduct of the Communist Party's adoption of the Popular Front policy, the anti-fascism of the intellectuals preceded it. Anti-fascism was also identified with the struggle for peace, in a continent where the wounds of the First World War were still open and the political balance seemed ever more precarious. Italian aggression in Ethiopia, the remilitarization of the Rhineland, the war in Spain, the Sino-Japanese War, then Munich, the occupation of Czechoslovakia, and finally a new world war, the escalation aroused a growing anxiety in Europe that was echoed in art and culture. Nor should we forget that fascism made intellectuals a target of choice, as Goebbels had shown with the Autos da Fe of May 1, 1933, and was evidenced by the thousands of writers, journalists, scientists, academics, and artists forced into exile. Anti-fascist culture, moreover, was to a very large degree a culture of exile, borne by a crowd of pariahs who wandered from one country to another, ambassadors of a humanist Europe threatened with annihilation. Anti-fascism was expressed in a constellation of magazines in German, Italian, and Spanish, published by exiles in Paris, London, Prague, Zurich, Amsterdam, Moscow, New York, and Mexico. In the words of the historian Peter Gay, it was here that the Weimar spirit found its true home. Point 26. If it is beyond debate that anti-fascism contained a plurality of currents and did not present a unitary profile, it remains true that its different components all laid claim to the Enlightenment heritage. This basis of values was universally accepted, even by the communists, who sought to reconcile the defense of democracy in the Western world with the dictatorship of the Soviet regime in Russia. In the final analysis, it was fascism that cemented the unity of its enemies. Anti-fascism opposed its pacifism and a certain cosmopolitan spirit to the mysticism of nation and war. It opposed the principles of equality, democracy, liberty, and citizenship to the reactionary values of authority, hierarchy and race. Against the vitalist and anti-humanist irrationalism of the apologists for a totalitarian order, it inscribed itself forcefully in the tradition of the Enlightenment, in its universal conception of humanity, its rationalism, and its idea of progress. To fascist anti-liberalism, with its cult of leader and mass, it opposed the state of law, with its pluralism and individual liberties. In short, beyond its ideological and political cleavages, anti-fascism had the common objective of the defense of a threatened civilization. Fascism and anti-fascism confronted one another by each mobilizing their own values, their founding myths, their commemorations, their flags, their songs, and their liturgies. Against the fascist political religion of force, anti-fascism championed the civil religion of humanity, democracy, and socialism. 27 Such was the shared ethos that, in a historical context that was exceptional and necessarily transitory, made it possible to hold together Christians and atheist communists, liberals, and collectivists. This convergence rested on a minimal but essential foundation, which relegated to the back burner conceptions that in other circumstances would be irreconcilable. In the mid-20th century, however, this return to the Enlightenment and the values of 1789 took on a new dimension, drawing the main lines of a European public space defined by cultural, ethical, and political frontiers. Antifascism included all the constitutive elements of a public sphere in the most traditional sense of the term: literature, science, the arts, the press. The anti-fascist cause was defended above all by a constellation of writers, including the most celebrated writers of France and Germany, joined by scientists such as the Nobel laureates Albert Einstein and Enrico Fermi, and artists such as Picasso and John Heartfield. It was expressed in a broad network of magazines and duplicated bulletins, side by side with certain mass circulation press organs, and sometimes entering the world of film, with movies such as Chaplin's The Great Dictator, Fritz Lang's Hangmen Also Die, and Sam Wood's For Whom the Bell Tolls. This public sphere clearly fitted differently into each particular national context, but it also developed internationally. The fascist threat was the cement enabling an exceptional coexistence of very divergent currents within a single movement, and antifascism was a public space in which choices crossed paths that were inevitably fated to come into conflict once this threat had dissipated. If, as Jürgen Habermas explains, the public sphere was born in the 18th century as a network of debate and critical exercise of reason, thanks to which civil society was able to differentiate from and in due course express its opposition to absolutism. 28 Antifascism organized and articulated the resistance of the democratic societies of the 20th century to the advent of the modern dictatorships. It effected a union, temporary but real, between the workers' movement and an intelligentsia that sought to give voice to the protest of a democratic public opinion. It is not accidental that anti-fascist intellectuals should often have seen themselves as philosophers of the 20th century, whose essential function was to show the way to a public use of reason. Stalinism. A complex dialectic between fascism and communism lay at the root of the culpable silence of a large number of intellectuals towards the crimes of Stalinism. First the threat of fascism, then the immense prestige and historical legitimacy gained by the USSR during the Second World War, led a large section of their number to ignore, underestimate, excuse or legitimize Soviet totalitarianism. Many critics have stressed the limits of anti-fascist commitment, which was often both generous and myopic. It was not just the organic intellectuals and fellow travelers of communism who refused to see the tyrannical aspects of Stalinism. André Gide's return from the USSR, George Orwell's Homage to Catalonia, Victor Serge's Midnight in the Century and Arthur Koestler's Darkness at Noon, all published between 1936 and 1940, were exceptions, which either remained unnoticed at the time they appeared, or, like Gide's book, were soon forgotten after a momentary flurry of attention. In general, antifascism viewed the Soviet regime with a certain complacency, sometimes even with blind admiration. At the Paris Congress of 1935, Magdeleine Paz and Henri Palail had great difficulty reading out an appeal on behalf of Victor Serge, who had been deported to Siberia. 29 The prevailing attitude towards the Soviet Union was not that of Gide or Orwell, but rather that of the Fabian socialists Sidney and Beatrice Webb, intellectuals who were fundamentally removed from communism in terms of their background, culture, and temperament, but who nonetheless published a book entitled Soviet Communism. A New Civilization, 30, or that of the German writer Leon Feuchtwanger, who attended the Moscow trials and approved them enthusiastically in Moscow 1937. And yet it was not absolutely necessary to sacrifice to the cult of Stalin in order to defend the USSR in the 1930s. The argument of François Furet, who sees the entirely negative idea of anti-fascism as a trick by which communist totalitarianism extended its influence by disguising itself as a defender of democracy. 31 simplifies historical reality in at least two ways. First of all, it forgets the non-Stalinist and even anti-Stalinist tendencies present within anti-fascist culture, in which very different individuals rubbed shoulders. These included Christian intellectuals such as Jacques Maritain, Luigi Sturzo, and Paul Tillich, left liberals such as Carlo Rosselli and Raymond Aron, socialists such as Leon Blum, Rudolf Hilferding, and Pietro Nini, Trotskyists such as Pierre Navali, and the surrealist writers André Breton and Benjamin Perrot. Besides, this argument seems to ignore the fact that in Western Europe it was impossible to combat fascism without the contribution of the Communists and the Soviet Union. Mental repression of Stalinism was proportionate to the severity of the fascist threat. Following Malraux, Leon Blum chose to hold back his criticisms of the Soviet Union until 1938, while the pacifist Romain Rolland and the president of the Ligue de Droit de l'Homme, Victor Bache, decided in the end to accept the Moscow trials. Even Gide, attacked by the communist press after his return from the USSR, recognized the necessity of an alliance with the Soviets. 32 The psychological roots of such attitudes were grasped very well by the American writer Upton Sinclair, who, in an essay on the Moscow trials, used the metaphor of the besieged city. The people in besieged cities are simply not permitted to intrigue, or even to agitate, against the regime which is defending the city. 33 Few anti-fascists in Europe were prepared to denounce the crimes of Stalin, in the belief that, if the communists were indispensable allies in the struggle against fascism, this did not justify silence about the Stalinist dictatorship, and that the anti-fascist combat itself risked losing legitimacy if Soviet despotism, with its trials, summary executions, deportations, and camps, was accepted, to say nothing of the forced collectivization, which was not mentioned at this time even in the most bitterly anti-communist literature. The latter included the Surrealists, who denounced the Moscow trials of 1936 as an abject police setup, and the intellectual milieu around Partisan Review in New York, on whom Trotsky exercised a very strong influence. We could add the names of those communist intellectuals who broke with Stalinism, including Paul Nizan and Manis Sperber, Arthur Koestler, and Willy Munzenberg, not to mention the Italian liberal socialism expressed in the movement Giustizia e Libertà. At his intervention at the Congress for the Defense of Culture in 1935, Gaetano Salvemini, exiled at this time in the United States, expressed his reservations. "I would not have the right to protest against the Gestapo and the fascist overa," he maintained, "if I tried to forget that there is a Soviet political police. In Germany there are concentration camps, in Italy there are islands converted into places of detention, and in Soviet Russia there is Siberia." 34 To Palmiro Togliatti, spokesman for Communist Orthodoxy, Carlo Rosselli replied that his antifascism stood for self-management and a libertarian communism, not a new form of cult of the state. 35 These examples prove that it was possible to be both anti-fascist and anti-Stalinist, and that the fascination exercised by Stalinism at this time over the anti-fascist intelligentsia was not irresistible. But these were exceptions, in a context in which the USSR was generally viewed with a favorable or indulgent eye. This context also explains the great reticence with which the intellectual world received the first formulations of a theory of totalitarianism that presented Stalin's Russia and Hitler's Germany as twin forms of a new absolutism. Whether from the pens of ex-communists, liberals, or Catholics of conservative orientation, these theories appeared far more as the expression of a sceptical passivity and an impotent pessimism than of an effective and lucid commitment. The theorists of totalitarianism had certainly grasped the despotic nature of the Stalin regime, but the implicit conclusion of their argument, the impossibility of an alliance with the USSR, was unrealistic, especially after 1941. After being deeply shaken by the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939, the alliance between the anti-fascist intelligentsia and communism was renewed in 1941, and strengthened by the resistance. The majority of the theorists of totalitarianism themselves, starting with Raymond Aron, then acknowledged the indispensable character of a compromise with the USSR in the struggle against Nazism. There is a certain anachronism in the approach of those who, like François Furet, oppose the beneficent virtues of a historically innocent and politically clairvoyant liberalism, the true antithesis of any totalitarianism, to the antifascism of the 1930s intellectuals. This vision is quite illusory, inspired by a retrospective conformism and devoid of any historicization. One of the factors in intellectuals' adherence to communism, in a context of international economic depression and the rise of fascism, lay in the deep crisis of liberal institutions, which were exhausted and shaken by the First World War, undermined by nationalist drives, and incapable of opposing fascism. If fascism was generated by the collapse of the old liberal order, how could the latter provide a basis for combating it? And it was a basis all the more questionable, in that while fascism had indeed destroyed liberal democracy, it had not attacked the traditional elites. In Italy, the main pillars of the liberalism that emerged from the Risorgimento, the monarchy, the bourgeoisie, and even a non-negligible part of the cultural world, had adhered to fascism. In the classic homeland of liberalism, Great Britain, Winston Churchill had saluted the victorious struggle of Italian fascism against the bestial passions of Leninism. 36 In Germany, between 1930 and 1933, the elites shed their liberal facade and dismantled Weimar democracy in preparation for the advent of Hitler. After the deaths of Friedrich Naumann and Max Weber, then the emigration to the United States of Karl Friedrich and Hans Kelsen, no leading figure of liberalism remained in a German culture dominated by the conflict between Bolshevism and Nazism. 37 After the crisis of 1929, Keynes no longer believed in the future of capitalism. His therapies were essentially designed just to extend its survival. In such a context in Western Europe, the USSR seemed far better prepared to bar the way to fascism than did the traditional forces of an evaporating liberalism. 38 In Spain, Ortega y Gasset refused to take a stand in the Civil War, seeing it only as an ineluctable consequence of the revolt of the masses in the age of modern hyperdemocracy. He left Madrid in 1936, resigned to seeing Francoism as the lesser evil. 39 Miguel de Unamuno, rector of the University of Salamanca, had approved the coup d'état, but immediately been censored by the military. His death, a few months after the pronunciamiento, was a symbol of the defeat of the Spanish liberal elite. 40 Liberalism now appeared as a phenomenon of the past, in deep crisis and fated to inevitable decline in a continent divided between Bolshevism and fascism. In 1936, the British Labour intellectual Harold J. Lasky wrote that liberalism had been dismissed from the stage by the Great War, a historical turning point that he compared with the Reformation and the French Revolution. It had a glorious past, but no future. When a system is fighting for its life, it has no time for the habits of a debating society. The passion of conflict makes reason its slave. 41 The political commitment of intellectuals could now find an outlet only within the anti-fascist movement, as Piero Gobti proclaimed in 1924, in his Manifesto La Rivoluzione Liberale. 42. It is certainly possible to criticize the intellectuals who maintain the myth of the USSR for having lied to themselves and contributed to deceiving the anti-fascist movement, making themselves propagandists for a totalitarian regime instead of the anti-fascist movement's critical conscience. But we can also be certain that in Europe no mass mobilization against the Nazi menace would have occurred under the leadership of the old liberal elites. The struggle against fascism needed a hope, a message of universal emancipation, which it seemed at this time could be offered only by the country of the October Revolution. If a totalitarian dictatorship like that of Stalin became the embodiment of these values in the eyes of millions of men and women, which is indeed the tragedy of 20th century communism. This is precisely because its origins and its nature were completely different from those of fascism. That is what liberal anti-totalitarianism seems incapable of understanding. Anti-fascist unity was achieved in the mid-1930s under the impact of the coming to power of the Nazis, followed by the Spanish Civil War. It was deepened on a wider basis during the Second World War and the resistance. Its breakup began with the outbreak of the Cold War, culminating with the division of Germany in 1949 and finally the Soviet military intervention in Hungary in 1956, which deeply marked the intellectual world. All previous crises, the Moscow trials, for example, then the Nazi-Soviet pact, had been overcome in the name of the unity needed to stand up to the enemy. After the war, this argument could no longer be invoked. The ideological and political currents that had cohabited for more than a decade were from now on divided by a conflict that split the world into two antagonistic blocs. If between 1941 and 1945 communists and liberals had put their differences in cold storage in order to combat Hitler, their opposition now stood in the full light of day. The common defense of the Enlightenment against fascism gave way to two divergent readings of its legacy. Those who refused to choose between the USSR and the free world found themselves marginalized. Liberalism abandoned anti-fascism to don the guise of anti-totalitarianism, which meant anti-communism. Anti-fascism now ceased to be a shared ethos, and was identified in ideological terms with communism. 43 In the countries of the Soviet bloc it was quickly transformed into a state ideology, while in the West the communists became official repositories of its memory. With the exception of Italy, where republican institutions were compelled to base their legitimacy on the rejection of a 20-year-long fascist past, the conservative and nationalist components of the resistance showed themselves increasingly reluctant to call themselves anti-fascist. In the intellectual world, the end of anti-fascist unity was symbolized by polemics and ruptures that had a strong impact on public opinion. In France, there was the open confrontation between David Rousset, a former Trotskyist deportee and now a Gaullist, and Les Lettres Françaises, the literary review of the Communist Party that denied the existence of Soviet concentration camps. 44 There was also the rupture between Sartre and Merleau-Ponty on Les Temps modernes. In Italy, Il Politecnico, one of the main periodicals born out of the resistance, edited by Elio Vitorino, had to withstand the criticism of Togliatti in the pages of Rinascita, the official review of the Italian Communist Party, which attacked its conception of the autonomy of culture at a time when culture had to choose its camp and submit to the aesthetic and political norms set in Moscow. 45 In Germany, the anti-fascist spirit that had accompanied the fall of Nazism and found representatives in the new generation of writers, as well as among former exiles, could not survive the division of the country into two states. In the Federal Republic it was tabooed, while in the GDR it was incorporated into official ideology. 46 Aaron, Silone, Kestler, Jaspers, Orwell, and others joined the Congress for Cultural Freedom, while Sartre became, not without difficulties, a fellow traveler of the communists. Antifascism no longer defined the horizon of a European public space, it became a stake in the conflict over the public use of history. Holocaust. The silence of anti-fascist intellectuals over the Holocaust is more complex to decipher. It is true that the genocide of European Jews, an extermination intended to be total, could not have been foreseen. However, a heavy threat hung over the Jews from 1933, even if its catastrophic culmination could not yet be grasped. The emigration of some 400,000 Jews from Central Europe between Hitler's coming to power and the outbreak of war revealed the seriousness of this threat in unchallengeable terms. Yet, throughout the 1930s, anti-Semitism was never perceived by anti-fascist culture as a constitutive element of the Nazi system, but rather as merely a propagandist corollary of a regime that had singled out democracy and the workers' movement as its enemies. Few intellectuals possess the farsightedness of Gershom Scholem, who wrote from Palestine, 3 months after Hitler's accession, to Walter Benjamin, exiled in France, a letter in which he defined the advent of Nazism as a catastrophe of world historic importance. The magnitude of the collapse of the socialist and communist movements is frightfully obvious, he agreed, but that of German Jewry certainly does not pale by comparison. 47 later, in a letter to Benjamin of February 1940, he put the crucial question, what will become of Europe after the elimination of the Jews? 48. Immediately after the war, the final solution still seemed just one tragic page among many others, and held no more than a marginal place in intellectual culture and debate. Silence prevailed. Auschwitz was neither the Dreyfus affair nor the Spanish Civil War, events towards which intellectuals had reacted by assuming their responsibilities. Sartre's essay on the Jewish question, published in 1946, is a revealing example of this intellectual blindness. The editor of Les Temps Modernes saw Jews as forgotten victims of the war, but he never made their genocide central to his reflection. After the Nazi extermination camps, the Jewish question remained in his eyes bound up with the French anti-Semitism of the Dreyfus affair and the Third Republic. This famous essay, in which the gas chambers are hardly mentioned, might well be interpreted as the most significant symptom of the blindness of European culture in the face of the greatest tragedy of the century. 49. This blindness had deep-lying causes, which arose both from the general context of the war and from the older incomprehension of the nature of Nazi anti-Semitism. Despite its specific characteristics, the Jewish tragedy was not dissociated from the suffering provoked by a gigantic massacre that had spared scarcely any nation, and its visibility was obscured in a continent in ruins. The fate of the Jews did not appear singular, and Nazi anti-Semitism was seen as an obscurantist and medieval residue. It was, in a stereotype that went back to the socialist culture of the late 19th century, the socialism of fools, that is, simply a propaganda weapon. An industrial and bureaucratic genocide was an absolute novelty whose possibility did not figure among the categories of anti-fascist culture. 50. This culture saw the regimes of Mussolini and Hitler only in terms of their regressive character, anti-liberalism, anti-communism, anti-parliamentarism and irrationalism. Fascism was thus reduced to its reactionary aspect. Only a few managed to see its roots in industrial society, mass mobilization, and the cult of technology, recognizing it as a reactionary variant of modernity. From the ideological point of view, the fascist movements could not have been more disconcerting, a nebula in which conservatism and eugenics, cultural pessimism and conservative revolution, spiritualism and anti-Semitism, regressive romanticism and technocratic totalitarianism, all cohabited. This muddle of contradictory sensibilities concealed its revolutionary nature, a rejection of liberal and democratic modernity aiming not at a return to a bygone past but at the establishment of a new order, hierarchical, authoritarian, inegalitarian, nationalistic, and racial. Fascist mysticism was formulated in biological terms, its cult of technology was aestheticized, its contempt for democracy founded on the myth of the masses, its rejection of individualism proclaimed in the name of a people's community welded by war. It is clearly impossible to grasp the modernity of fascism in its various forms on the basis of a philosophy of history that postulates the evolution of humanity towards the ineluctable triumph of reason. Yet an important characteristic of antifascism, which contributes to explaining both its complacency towards Stalinism and its involuntary blindness towards the Jewish genocide, was its bitter and uncritical defense of the idea of progress, inherited from the European culture of the 19th century. The men and women of the resistance resembled their spiritual ancestors of the 18th century, the philosophes. 51. The constellation of magazines that arose or revived in 1945, Esprit, Les Temps Modernes and Critique in France, Der Ruf and der Anfang in Germany, Il Ponte, Belfager and Nuovo Politecnico in Italy, explicitly appealed to this rationalism embodied by Lessing, Voltaire, and Cattaneo. The return to freedom and democracy was experienced as a new triumph of the Enlightenment, reason, and right, which made fascism appear a parenthesis, an ephemeral episode, an anachronistic and absurd fall back into ancestral barbarism, a vain attempt to arrest the march of history. In this climate of confidence in the future, when history seemed finally to have resumed its natural course, the Nazi extermination camps were no more than the result of a tragic derailment. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, drew the rewards of the immense tribute it had paid to defeat Nazism. The struggle for progress coincided with defense of the socialist homeland. The philosopher Alexander Koji believed that he saw in Stalin, as Hegel and Jena had seen in Napoleon, the Weltgeist, the man of the end of history. 52. For Theodor Adorno, on the other hand, National Socialism was a refutation of Hegel's philosophy of history. In 1944, he also wrote that he had seen the Weltgeist, but in his case not on horseback, nor in the form of a Soviet tank, but in Hitler's V-2 rockets, these robot bombs that, like fascism itself, combined utmost technical perfection with total blindness. 53. His position, the philosophy of the Frankfurt School, whose Jewish founders were now all in exile, shared the anti-fascist culture while remaining at its margins, aware that, despite its defeat, Nazism had already changed the face of the century and the image of man. For them, recognition of Auschwitz as a rupture in civilization was indissociable from a radical challenge to the idea of progress. If Nazism had tried to wipe out the legacy of the Enlightenment, it had also to be understood dialectically as a product of civilization itself, with its technical and instrumental rationality now released from an emancipatory aim and reduced to a project of domination. On this view, Auschwitz could not be apprehended as a regression or a parenthesis, but was rather an authentic product of the West, the emergence of its destructive side. For Horkheimer and Adorno, in 1944, Auschwitz was the symbol of a self-destruction of rationalism. 54. Far from celebrating a new triumph of enlightenment, these isolated figures refused to see the Second World War as a victorious epic of progress. Before the spectacle of a civilization that had transformed modern technology into a gigantic destructive power, the only sentiment possible was one of shame. A Promethean shame. 55. Wrote Gunther Enders, to match the disaster.